Welcome back to the Red Dragon Poker Tour here in Jeju. We are live from Landing Casino is the championship event. 1,337 dreamers enter this tournament and coming back to start of the day 2 with 456 players. Well, our first prize will be awarded to the winner of this event is 285,000 US dollars. Richard Cooper alongside me, Akshay Kapoor, in the booth for this one as we see three players walking away home with six-figure scores. Well, we have 201 places paid and $3,300 would be the min cash. 456 players left coming back to day 2 as we start today's proceedings. Hand number 1, let's go. Right, just to start off the hand 1, we have a 3 bet by King 6 of clubs, attacking Mr. Shah's open. Ace, queen, four, all clubs on the board. I beg your pardon, it was Miss Chow who opened queen 10 off from hijack and Nakamura free betting from the small blind. She is sitting there with the nut flush, the high flush for her, as Mr. Chow continues with a pair of queen, and now hits a 10 high flush, which is no good, and Nakamura sitting there with the king of clubs. She's gonna keep betting, and it's gonna get quite difficult for Mr. Chow. Looking at 10 high flush, there is one to a flush. So any king, any jack does beat him, any jack of clubs, and any king of clubs. And we wait to see what he decides to do here on the turn. Here is the 25% of his stack. Right on the turn. If we go to the river, the pot is already 200k, and Chow only having 145k behind. Snap jam on the river, not even thinking about it. And Chow has a very, very important decision here. What to do here with his third nut, king being the first, jack being the second, and queen being the third. We do have some information for us, for the players here in the small blind. Now Nakamura in C3 has 45,000 in live earnings. Actually, it is on the future table. A little spot for Mr. Chow, trying to break down the range that Nana would have here. Don't forget, guys, the small blind did elect for a 3 bet. 8 point. Bet on the flop, bet on the turn. Now she's gone all in on the river. Still 250 places away from the min cash, so plenty of time for that to happen. We await How's decision. Quite a tricky spot. Nana can have all the value here as well as he can bluff. You just ask yourself, if you can't see the cards, what would you do here? You're reading a lot of hands on the river, which are not flushes. And if we can bet pocket aces, pocket queens this way maybe. or they can just bluff you with complete air. And I believe time has been called on a hijack player. Now he's gonna be facing two pressures. One of time, as he might have 30 or 60 seconds, and then there's pressure of making this call. If he does make the call, we are gonna lose him as Miss Nana sitting there with stone nuts. It is the first time that the time has been called on our screen. We're playing the G2 hatch on her jacket. The maximum pressure being applied on Zhao as he makes the call, and he is going to show him the nuts and stack him on our very first hand as we see Mr. Chow get eliminated on very first hand of our stream. Well, we will need more players as there is an empty seat now on seat 9. We do have some famous faces on our stream today, which I'll be talking about as we see them play and showcase their skill set. As we see the next hand being dealt. So 1,337 players played this tournament, the highest number of entries we've had for the championship event, out of which only 456 players returned to day 2. Well, folded to a small blind, sitting there with 178,000. The blinds are 2,000, 4,000 with a big blind ante of 4,000. And I believe we are going to see a raise come from Mr. Zhu with 9 deuce off. Well, Chen electing to move all in for his last 50,000. Just 12 and a half big blinds. And we get a call by Mr. Zhu with 9 deuce off. Chen in really, really good shape. Just needs to dodge a 9 or a deuce. Well, the shove was for 12 and a half big blinds. As we see ace appear on the flop, solidifying Chen's position. Needs to hit runner, and that is not going to happen. And we are going to see Chen double up in the very second hand of the stream, moving to 104,000 now. Interesting call there by 9 deuce. Maybe he thought he was priced in, making that call. As we bring you the live action here from Landing Casino in Jeju, South Korea. Beautiful island of Jeju. Well, that is a wide angle shot for you guys so that you can see all the players on the stream. The action. Folds to the cutoff. Miss Nakamura opening up the action with ace 10 off. We did see her play a very big hand with king 6 of clubs, flopping the nuts, putting her opponent in some tough spot on the river by calling time on him. Well, he did have plenty of time to think, and I think it was fair for her to ask for time, as it is your right. If you believe that the player has taken a good amount of time on a particular decision, you can call time on them, and the dealer will call the tournament director from the floor, and then the player would be given somewhere from 30 to 60 seconds to make the decision. If he or she fails to do so, their hand would be mugged. Oh, hand number three coming your way. We are going to be playing 60 minutes level, not 40 minutes, not 30 minutes. It's going to be in a 1 hour long blind levels in a deep structure event. As we see Zhang with 7-6 off, passing her cards. Ooh, a beautiful hand appearing for Miss Song, King Queen of Diamonds. Well, she's definitely going to open up the action, playing 60 big blinds. And Miss Nana has pocket kings. The Cowboys for our Japanese player. Elects to 3-bet to 23,000. And it is going to be interesting to see what Miss Song does with King Queen of Diamonds. But before that, Lee wakes up with Ace Queen O from the big blind, and he does decide to move all in, facing an open and a 3-bet. Ace Queen strong enough to 4-bet rip here, but he is not going to be in a good shape as he faces pocket kings of Miss Nakamura. Well, Nakamura just needs to dodge an ace to eliminate one more player from this table. As we see all diamond board, deuce 3 8, no one having a diamond. Mr. Lee only has one out, and he needs to hit on the river, otherwise he will be eliminated from the feature table, from the tournament, as we lose Mr. Lee. Miss Nakamura knocking out two players in quick successions. Wow, what a start for Miss Nana. 190 big blinds. Massive, massive chip leader on this feature table. Hand 4, and we've lost two players already from our feature table as the field reduces to 437. Almost losing 20 odd players. Lost seed 9 and seed 7. Well, Nakamura is not going to take any breaks as she opens Queen 7 of clubs. We are playing a short-handed table, 7 players. As we see another player join us in seat 9. Well, we have Mr. Huang sitting in seat 8 with 30,000 in live earnings, coming from China. Defense is big blind with queen deuce of club, queen deuce of hearts, as we see a board of pocket aces, ace, ace, and eight. And this should really favor the pre-flop raiser. And we see a small bet and take it down. We're gonna see Peng fold his queen high as Nakamura wins another pot. Well, she has more than 4x of the second chip stack on the feature table, so she's gonna make life difficult for all the players.
Alrighty, good morning, folks. Apologies about that. We had some intermittent internet issues on my end, but we are with you now, bringing you this live coverage of the Red Dragon Day 2. This is the championship event, the main one, reason why everybody came here. So I'm super excited to get going. Akshay, thank you very much. Detained.
No problem, Richard. We do have two elimination from the feature table, and both the courtesy goes to Miss Nana Nakamura from Japan with 45,000 in live earnings. First hand, she knocked out somebody with king high flush. The second was pocket kings. So you've already missed pocket kings thanks to your internet connection. Well, do you know who do we have in seat nine, Richard?
No? Do inform us.
Huh? Oh well, I will definitely I will, but I was trying to give you I was trying to give you an opportunity. I thought you would know her if as you know Chen. No, not Chen. Sorry, Neville. Right?
Oh,
I believe
oh,
she.
is that Miss Weiwei?
Yeah, yeah, that is Mr. Weiwei. Yeah.
Yeah, she's a lovely lady. I've played with her a few times in a couple of different Asian poker tours and a couple of different Asian scenes. So I know her quite well. What about yourself? Have you had the pleasure of playing with her?
Yeah, definitely. I've had a chance to play with both of them, and both of these top pros are very aggressive in nature, especially on poker tables. Very, very sweet if you meet them outside the tables, but very aggressive, when you're playing poker with them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is the true mark of a professional when you're able to separate the two. You still have to be friendly away from the tables, but remain extremely reserved at the tables to not give away any of that edge. And I mean, they are both are doing something correct because we can see by their results.
Well, missing hitting top pair, top kicker, but Wong has the flush draw. Backdoor straight draw also, but more importantly, flush draw.
Yeah, two women
Sadly, I
at the
don't
feature
think
table today. Hey, Akshay, we are very lucky.
four. We have four, not two, four. We are in for a treat, Richard. Seat one, two, three, and nine, all female pokers.
Wow. Some of
As
them
we
disguised with the
as we
caps
see,
on. That's the problem.
definitely, as we see, all in on the flop. Top pair, top kicker versus the flush draw. Wong looking for a heart. Seven outs as we go to the turn. Needs to hit an heart to survive. As ace jack of Miss Ying. Well, king of diamonds is not gonna help him. Only a heart and a heart on the river now. There we go, Richard. We are gonna lose Mr. Wong, and courtesy to our female poker players, we've lost three players from the feature table. Two players were knocked by Miss Nana Nakamura, and now Miss Ying knocking out the third guy, showing us the
Well,
power of female poker players.
absolutely, Akshay. Like they said, these females in this Asian scene always very, very tough. So don't, please, gentlemen, don't underestimate them by any means.
I will replay for you the first hand that really happened on this table. Okay, so hijack position opened up with about, I believe it was 180k or 170k stack, right? Miss Nana Nakamura sitting in the small blind with king six of clubs decided to three bet. Gets a call by queen 10-0. Flop is ace queen for all clubs. She flops the stone cold nuts, right? She does a small bet and gets a call, and I believe turn was another club, like three of clubs. All right, so uh, the guy in hijack position has 10 high flush now, and she clearly has the nuts. She does the bet and gets a call, and on the river she puts the guy all in. And after some considerable time, she did call time on the guy, just putting him in maximum pressure, as it was a decision for him to, if he calls, he'll be out of the tournament if he's wrong. So that guy was just put in tremendous pressure. And these female poker players are not taking it any lightly, right? They're gonna come at you. You just have to be, you just have to survive.
Wow, that is some crazy action, actually. I must say, I'm a little bit sad that I did miss it indeed. But yeah, like we know, we can't take our eyes off the screen for even just a second. The RDPT and KPC, they're always putting on great spectacle of events, and that just encourages these great table dynamics.
Well, I'm very happy to tell you, Richard, that three of our players are gonna go home with six-figure scores.
Yeah, massive, juicy prize pool here for this championship event. The winner taking home hundreds of million, I believe 293 million Korean won going to the winner, correct?
Yes, which accumulates to 285,000 US dollars. It is, I believe it is 393, and that would accumulate to 285 US dollars if my calculation is right. So I believe it's 392 million in Korean won, and then if you convert it, it comes to 285,000. And the min cash for this tournament is going to be around $3,300, 3x of the buy-in.
Yeah, and that's what I was just about to say. Great ROI here on all of the buy-ins. The buy-ins were only around about 1,000 USD, round about that, of course. And look at those prize pools right up top. Those are some juicy prizes, of course. The winner taking home that beautiful Red Dragon Championship trophy, along with the ever so sought after winner's jacket. As we see some early aggression from Miss Dong Chen. 9-8 suited, good enough to open. But then, of course, the aggression out of the big blind, always so scary. Good hand to do it with as well. Ace Queen O, always a good candidate.
Well, most of these players on the feature table have some sort of poker experience. A lot of them actually have more than 30,000 in live earnings, with Nakamura having 45,000, along with Zoo. So no stranger to the poker tables, the stream tables. They've been here before.
Yeah, absolutely, Akshay. And experience always a big factor in these late stages of these main events. Of course, these fields very, very varying in terms of skill set and in terms of experience. So let's see how much that plays a part here.
Well, as we see Lynn open up with Queen 10 off from the cutoff, she does have 386,000 in live earnings, Richard. And right now, she is
And
sitting on 40th all-time money list for Taiwan.
and is she the same player that we kept on seeing when they were cutting to this the rest of the field, the tables in the outer room?
I mean, probably because she's like one of the most famous players that we have playing here at Red Dragon Poker Tour, and I believe she does have a YouTube. Like, I believe her and Neville have has a YouTube channel together, which is very very famous in all over Asia. And I believe they're known as like poker couples or something like that, and plays all over the world.
Oh,
Um, they were re- they
yes.
were recently playing at the Vegas, and before that in Taiwan, Japan, everywhere. Like literally, they like to travel, play everywhere as it is their main profession.
I mean, I think that's just the dream, isn't it? That most of us have, just traveling and being able to play from everywhere and anywhere you choose.
That is absolutely correct, Richard. And that's like a cherry on top of a cake if you have a partner alongside you doing the same thing, as you guys can push each other to to reach better results.
Yeah, just that added motivation. Always a good thing. Well, ace 8. Oh, coming from the button. We will see some good aggression. I like the offsuit aces here.
Well, Nakamura just flatting there with ace nine of clubs. We saw earlier that she attacked and opened from hijack with king six of clubs, but now she does decide to flat ace nine of clubs, which I really like. Really balancing her range, when she's gonna calling when she's been calling from the small blind, as she plays 200 big blinds here, Richard, on the feature table. While Mr. Zhu with pocket fives, kind of an interesting player. We saw him raise nine deuce off and call a jam for 12 and a half big blinds, blind on blind. So I do believe that we
Wow.
might see some. I believe that he is gonna raise here with pocket fives, which will be the right move. Probably move all in for 30 big blinds. I mean, it is a little bit too much, especially considering it's day two. But that is something that what is required with pocket fives, as you really don't want to go post flop, because there are the chances of having higher cards than your pair is more likely than you hitting a set.
Yeah, completely agreed there. So interesting now how the pre-flop aggressor, Miss Song, does respond to this. She's just going to fold. Now the ace nine suited in the small blind can call. And that's what happens. 10, 4, deuce, two spades on this flop. Now the player holding a spade. So let's see what the three better pre-flop decides here with the pocket fives. Alrighty, interesting happenings here now. Ace nine suited, putting maximum pressure on those pocket fives. Not looking so good. We do know Mr. Zoo a little bit aggressive, and yep, that being put to the test. Just having to muck his cards there. And as Akshay mentioned before, 209 BBs for Nakamura, dominating things here at the feature table. A stack like that, never easy to dominate. So let's see how she manages to navigate these deep stack waters.
As we see the next hand being dealt swiftly by the dealer, as we once again have a full table for you guys. We have 9 players on this feature table, out of which 5 are male and 4 are female. 4 female, very skilled poker players. Well, we do have 4 different brands being represented here on the feature table, Richard. We have GG Poker, we have Red Dragon Poker Tour, which is obviously the best out of the lot. Then we have the WSOP and then also Natural 8 patches for all the ladies on our feature table.
Yeah, of course, we know which ones we are voting for. However, everybody welcome here at the RDPT Jeju Festival.
Well, we do have pocket jacks. Or maybe there was a glitch. I don't think she's gonna fold pocket jacks here. Or maybe she can, as she sees Ying's 3-bet with ace 5. I mean, do you think the graphics were right there, Richard? Pocket jacks being folded, facing a 3-bet.
I don't I don't see that being true, actually, to be completely.
Yeah, not really sure. I mean, it is possible, but it is also not possible. We just never know. Like we just have to wait and see more hands and see how she reacts to 3 bets, and then we'll have a better idea. Like maybe she puts song on, whenever she 3 bets, she would probably has queens, kings, and aces only, and then maybe then she folds jacks. But we will have to see. This is too early to say anything about it. Probably the assumption is that the graphics might be wrong there rather than seeing her fold pocket jacks. But it can happen, right? We could be wrong. Me and Richard could be wrong here, and she could actually be, folding pocket jacks facing a three bet.
Absolutely. We have seen stranger things in this competition so far, actually. Never surprising here.
Alrighty, on to the next hand. As we see Lynn with ace nine of hearts. Well, she is definitely going to be opening this hand. And she is opening the hand to 8,000. A beautiful looking hand here, ace nine of hearts from +2, playing more than 40 big blinds.
Well, very beautiful hand indeed. Ace King suited. Always a nice sign in the small blind, just because the aggression is always a factor, of course. Versus the ace nine suited, it will be very marginal for him whether he calls next bet or not.
Well, there we go. She's facing an all in. 20 big blinds in. She's gonna let it go. Ace nine, not good enough to call a 20 big blind shove. And you open from early position as you have better hands. Hands like ace queen, pocket jacks, pocket queens, ace king, aces, and more. Well, definitely a great sight here at the feature table, Richard, as we see, poker booming in Asia and not just in a male-dominated population, right? We are seeing some highly talented female poker players being represented on the feature table and representing different countries. We have Nana Nakamura from Japan, then we have Miss Lee from Taiwan, and I believe the other two female poker players that we have on our feature table are from China, if I'm correct.
Yeah, always a diverse showing here for the Red Dragon events. So nice to see the females are from varying countries. Queen Jack suited, good enough for the open from under the gun. Miss Peng Huang raising up to 8K. Ooh, button. Same hand, different suit. Dong Chen, couple of options here.
What do you make of this call by Mr. Peng with Queen Jack of Hearts? Queen Jack of clubs for Mr. Dong.
I mean,
As we see a monotone board here, all diamond board, Jack high board, both the players hitting top pair.
I guess there's a variety of ways to play this, so interesting one for sure. And like you said, now both finding top pair.
Well, that card is definitely going to slow some action as we see seven of diamonds rolling down on the turn, bringing. Oh well, I will take my words back. There is nothing stopping Mr. Peng, and this might be the move that gets that gets Mr. Dong to fold his jack. Wow, some aggressive play there by Mr. Peng there, Richard.
Yeah, and absolutely very, very aggressive, but well timed. Can see that taking him up to 48 BBs now, so a good stack for him.
Well, guys, if you're watching us for the first time on our YouTube page, please do not forget to subscribe to our channel, the Red Dragon Poker Tour, and like our stream. As we move on to the next hand, well, Mr. Dong really matching his outfit today with his accessories, the bucket hat going well with his white hoodie t-shirt, I believe that he's wearing.
Yeah, some stylish players here. We always are blessed with the greatest of fashion.
As we see Zhang fold 9-8 of clubs from under the gun. She does have 30,000 in live earnings and does represent China on this table. Well, Mr. Zhu definitely going to open this one. Ace-3 of diamonds. Ace-5-0 for Mr. Liu. Just staring at his opponent's stack. Playing a relatively very big stack, more than 60 big blinds.
Yeah, and with stacks like these, you can get a little bit spicier, actually.
Well, definitely, definitely. It really depends on your reads and how you want to proceed on day two. And probably there are players that you will, look to target. As we see Mr. Peng defend King 6 off from the big blind. The equity is running very close, 58-42. Zhu with the lead as we look down on the flop. That is ace-10 deuce. Mr. Zhu hitting top pair and nothing for Peng. Well, Richard Peng does have 30,000 in live earnings as well, and he is also our Chinese player on the table.
Yeah, very impressive so far, I must say. Haven't seen him put a foot wrong just yet.
We'll talk about aggressive. These are some pre-flop stats for you. Alrighty, on to the next hand. Well, all
Well, an
four female
impressive
poker
amount
players.
of runners.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, actually,
We've smashed all the records.
1,300. Crazy. Great showing here for this main event. Thank you to everybody participating. It's been an absolute joy so far. And as you can see, we've still got a lot of fireworks and poker to be played here.
Well, we started day two here with 456 players, Richard, and only we have left 389, and this is just level one of day two coverage. So losing a lot of players very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's probably just due to some of the players only bag and tagging less than a starting stack, actually. And like we said, not always a good thing, especially when you're not guaranteed into the money on day two.
Correct. As we're gonna see Lynn defend King Jack off from the big blind. Well, fight between two highly skilled female poker players. As we see a Queen High board, gut shot for Ying, sorry, and King High for Lynn. Some backdoors. Diamonds working for her.
Yeah, let's see. Lady versus lady, Song versus Lynn. And Song will continue the story. C-bet on this board, and Lynn, king high, has to just fold it down.
Well, a great understanding of the flop there, Richard. She does go for three-fourth, 3/4 of the pot on the flop with just a gut shot, nine high. Really understanding that this board either goes for a check or big bet, and really utilizing the power of big bet on that flop, getting king high to fold.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all about that. Very, very important.
Well, hand after hand for Miss Ying. Now we do see pocket eights, the num nums, the snowmans. I believe like pocket eights is like one of the hand that has like so many multiple names.
Yeah. I've heard so many. I've heard a couple from you as well that I've never heard before. So that's quite interesting.
Yeah, like I actually know like three or four synonyms of pocket eight. Num nums, snowman, Chinese aces, as eight is considered a very lucky number in China.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably more lucky than aces.
Definitely. A really cool jacket there by Miss Nana, wearing a GG patch.
Yeah, she really is looking very, very cool, I must say.
As we go to the flop, 4-4 deuce, being still with top pair, sorry, over pair. Interesting decision for Yang, if she does face a bet, what is she gonna do with King Queen? You do have two overcards, and this is a board that your opponent is gonna bet a lot for a very small size. And I'm really impressed with how Miss Ying is using different bet sizing. Like in the last hand we saw her go for 3/4, and now she's just gonna go for 1.5 big blinds. I mean, just a tremendous knowledge about different flops and different bet sizings.
Absolutely. Really good sizing. I'm loving it. Great to see that she's got it on point.
As we see Queen of Clubs roll down on the turn, giving top pair to Miss Zhang now.
Oh, beautiful river for Song. Let's see how she does decide to extract value. 66k in the middle. Her opponent has less than a 1-to-1 SPR. And she decides to ask for the maximum all in. And that will mean Miss Zhang has to call off with her top pair for all of her chips. Good fold by the top pair of Zhang. Not easy to get away from that one. Just understanding she is beaten.
Well, as we see the action folding to the blinds here. King Queen off for Zhang.
So very deep stacked here at the feature. 2K, 4K are the blinds with that 4K ante ever so active on the big blind each round. And these players playing very, very deep stacks. So I'm surprised they're playing so tight. I would think some of the players start to go for it here because this is the moment when it really counts.
That is true, Richard. Well said. As we see Queen Jack of Spades for Mr. Zhu, being shy of 20 big blinds. She's gonna fold. I don't want to get involved with these aggressive players on the feature table. As we see pocket tens for Mr. Liu, 10-10. He's gonna raise it up to 8,000, going for just 2x. Well, so far, tremendous discipline has been shown by these players. As we see Mr. Nana defend 9-7 off from the big blind, playing a massive stack. She does hit second pair on this flop, Queen 9-6, as Lou stares at a Queen high board. Just one overcard to his pocket tens. Well, Nakamura does have an easy call on that flop. She does have backdoor straight though as she turns two pair here, Richard. Trouble for Mr. Liu with pocket tens.
Yeah, absolutely. Two pair definitely very disguised. Of course, though, that queen on the flop maybe a little bit worrying for Lou, and that might be his only saving grace.
Well, Miss Nana Nakamura running really, really hot on our feature table. Already eliminating two players from it. Ooh, maybe I did jinx her as Mr. Liu rivers are straight with his pocket tens.
Yeah, interesting there. Now we do see Nakamura in a little bit of trouble.
I mean, what do you make out of this river lead by her holding two pair on a one to a straight?
Yeah, interesting one. I don't know if I like it so much, actually.
I mean, see, maybe pocket kings, pocket aces are betting the turn, so we need to figure out what hands are betting the flop and checking the turn, and out of which pocket tens is the one hand that we can see, and probably then jack tens, something with diamonds, probably, and some weaker queen X that now she wants to attack. I mean, I don't mind it, to be honest with you. She's actually going for a smaller size, which can get you some sticky calls by a weak queen X, hands like lower pairs, maybe pocket fives, things like that. So I actually don't mind it. I know I'm thinking on a very optimistic line, but it can't be too bad if she's going for a smaller size.
Yeah, there we go. Very fair enough to say.
And a quick fold there on the river, like not even wasting any more time on it, just realizing that she's beat.
Yeah, so that was my initial thought is, if you're doing it as a pro bet, then I like it. And so I think that's exactly what she was doing, able to get away from it very, very easily, it seems, after understanding exactly her opponent has some real strength.
I mean, it's really that sizing of the bet, that gets you called with the worst hand, and then if you do get raised, you're behind, and the guy has either a straight or better than that two pair that she's holding, and she was not holding even like the top two pairs. So, and she's unblocking a queen, which is very important, because most of the times you are targeting that weak queen X to call. Or maybe hand like
Yeah,
pocket
absolutely.
jacks. Pocket jacks is one of the hand that can call that bet, the sizing of that bet. Well, talking about pocket jacks here, Richard, we do see Mr. Park having exactly pocket jacks here.
Speak of the devil, and they shall appear, Mr. Chung, 130K behind. Jack Pocket Jackson, a welcome sight always in the early position. And now some action brewing here. Miss Lynn looking down at the pocket nines. Does decide to
Did
flat
you
this
see that she
one.
was?
Oh my goodness.
Did you see, Richard, that she was trying to get grab that blue chip and then decided to change her decision at the very last moment?
Yes, I did.
It's going to be very interesting now as we suspect Zhang to move all in here with Ace King, and it's going to be interesting to see what Chong and Lin decide to do after they face an aggressive action here by Zhang. Ooh, Richard, we have Mamacitas come on and join us on the stream as we see a four bet shove. And what would Mr. Chong do with pocket jacks here? I mean, you're raised with jacks, you've got a call, and then there's a squeeze by a small stack to 50,000, and Miss Nana Nakamura just moving all in with pocket queen. Surely jacks are behind at this stage. What do you reckon? Mr. Park deep in the tank. Rightly so, as he does have pocket jacks, and he's only playing 30 big blinds behind. Making that
Great
disciplined
fold.
later. As we go to the flop, Richard, Ace King versus Pocket Queens. Ace King at risk. And if Miss Nana manages to eliminate one more player, she'll be knocking out three players from our feature table. And this is just
Yeah, absolutely.
first level.
Akshay. Zhang all in and at risk here with the ace queen O. Needs to find an ace king O, excuse me, needs to find an ace or a king in a hurry. Jack 6-3, not helping anything. River, no dice. Just like that, we do say GG to Zhang, falling victim to the ladies of the lady, Miss Nakamura. She is dominating things here, 223 bigs. Our big stack bully, as they say.
Well, Pocket Jacks would have spiked a set on that flop, Richard. Maybe that's why we see Miss Nana. Thank you, Mr. Park, for folding and not getting really sticky with Pocket Jacks.
Yeah, I was trying to work out what she was saying thank you for. I think maybe you are correct. That was the reason.
Wow, Miss Nana has knocked out three players just in level 1 on our feature table. As we move on to the next level, the blinds are now 3,000, 5,000 with a big blind ante of 5,000. A very deep structure tournament, this one, Richard.
Yeah, definitely. Like we've said, a lot of deep stacks here, along with the 60-minute blind intervals. And with those blind intervals increasing so slowly, all three of those factors put together, you know, gives for a long structure of event.
Well, there we go. Moving on to the next hand. 362 players remaining, out of which only 201 places will be paid. The main cash for this tournament is 3,300 US dollars, and the winner of this tournament is gonna go home with $285,000. Well, the top three players will be going home with a six-figure score. I believe it's 285 for the first, and the second player is gonna go home with 198, if I'm correct, depending on the conversion rate as well. As we see Ace Queen for Mr. Lu, going for a three
Yeah,
bet from the
absolutely. Always nice to convert those USD earnings. Is that exchange rate always great?
well, then
So
really not
Wei
enjoying
Lin,
this feature table.
exactly. And that's the second time she's had King Jack O in an uncomfortable position. 201 players make the money, I do believe, in this one, which is a great payout ratio. They're all doing the min cash of 4.6 million Korean won, so around about 2x the buy-in.
Well,
Weigh in.
almost 15% of.
Carry on.
Sorry, go on, Richard, please. Oh, man. Great minds do think alike, you know.
Absolutely. I think you can see we both have experience of being on dates, so we know how to make small talk when there's quiet, awkward quietness.
Well, one being better than the other, as we see, as Richard having a girlfriend and I don't.
You need to
Which is
walk.
also not too
You
bad.
need to work on your small talk.
Maybe I'm happy this way, you know, as I can look at the feature table and I don't have to worry about anything.
This is very true, Akshay. This is very, very true.
I hope you didn't get in any trouble yesterday by the missus.
No, luckily, I do not share the stream with my missus just to avoid any of that unnecessary drama.
There we go. As we see another club coming on the river. This lane does have ace of clubs, and I don't think that she's going to go anywhere. She's a very thinking player, and I believe she's gonna be able to see this bluff. Well, I do believe Richard a call is coming, if not a raise. Well, she does decide to fold, and Wang
Wow.
taking down the pot, bluffing his opponent with just king high. I mean, marvelous play.
Yeah, very good play there.
Well, Alice, this is me, Akshay Kapoor, alongside Richard Cooper, and we are calling the action for you. We are the main commentators for this whole series. As we see a new player joining us in seat one, we are gonna get you more information about that very, very soon. There we go, Patrick. I believe we've seen him before, Richard. He was on
Absolutely.
our Baby Dragon day 2, if I recall correctly.
That's absolutely correct, Akshay. He does seem to have gotten a bit of a suntan, so maybe just been playing in the water park here at the Shinma World Resort. Obviously, great fun, great venue. Whoa, action time. Nakamura, the lady of the table, has some ladies. And Chen, same hand, all in. This one's probably going to go to the middle of the felt. Just like that, clean run out. Everybody happy with the chop, especially when you got the same hand. Yeah, Mr. Patrick Demus definitely got some sun, actually. Looking very sunburned. So Nakamura, big stack at the table, starts things off with the suited connectors and finds the three bet, Mr. Chen, Ace King O. Good enough. All in for Cheung Park now from the cutoff position. Oh my goodness, this is gonna get hectic. Ace Queen suited. I don't see the Ace King folding. And then we've got that all in, not all in. Mr. Chen put 80k in the center, left himself 1.5k behind. And maybe that's just because he could fold if Nakamura decides to go all in on top, but she folds. He'll snap all in. Ace Queen versus the Ace King O. Oh, just like that. Fool. Double up for Mr. Chen Dong. Ace King. Domination rotation versus that Ace Queen suited.
Well, num nums for Mr. Zoo, pocket eights, and he's gonna move all in for 16 big blinds. Well, it's a raise and a take it. And guys, if you're new to the channel, please do not forget to subscribe and like our stream. The tech team and the people behind the cameras are working tirelessly so that they can bring you this live coverage from the landing casino here in the beautiful island of Jeju, South Korea. Here we go as we move on to the next hand. Well, Nakamura just checked her option and is in a really bad shape as Ying flops a straight on King Queen 10 board with Jack 9.
Yeah, very nice flop indeed. And unfortunately for Nakamura, she also too does connect with the flop in a small way. So let's see if Song does decide to extract some value here. What that price is. Nakamura could just get sticky. Yeah, and that's exactly what happens. Song goes for a good amount. Nakamura can't resist, calls it off. Nice value bet by Song. Cheung Park with the first real hand. King Jacko all in for his last 7 bigs. Mr. Demus, King Queen O in the cutoff. It's a pretty good price, 7 big blinds. With so many people to act after him, it's very, very treacherous waters. What do you do here, Akshay, with the King Queen O?
Interesting, definitely. Probably making the call here, considering this is 7 big blind jam. Um, I mean, it's either way. It's not gonna print you too much money, but it's not gonna make you lose a lot as well. Really on the fence with that hand.
Yeah, definitely
All right.
myself.
We see Nana interested with Queen 8 of
Wow.
Diamonds. Yeah, definitely an interesting call here. Probably trying to knock out one more player from this feature table. She's already knocked out 3 players.
Queen 8 versus the King Jack. All in and at risk. Oh my goodness. 8 on the flop. Needs to find a king or a jack in a hurry. Mr. Yu Park Chung. GG to you, sir. You fall victim to the big stack bully. Miss Nana Nakamura. 897k now. Wow. Big stack dominance. We are seeing, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, these are the updated chip counts here in the descending orders. Nana Nakamura still in the massive chip lead on this feature table. More than 190 big blinds here, Richard.
Yeah, big lead for her, actually. Going to be tough to catch that. Some of these players got to get moving.
Well, interesting call here by Miss Nana Nakamura with queen 10 off on the button, facing an open from cutoff. Probably she's feeling lucky as she does flop top pair, which is no good as Miss Ying has pocket kings overpair to the board, and this can result into some, but this can definitely result into her losing at least some chips, if not a lot of chips, as we see bet in a call. The turn's a 9. Maybe it does slow Miss Ying. Let's gonna have a look. Probably she still continues to bet. This is a street that she can definitely check or bet small.
Yeah, well, it's still a very draw-heavy board. Obviously, many draws out there that Miss Nakamura still calls. So I think you continue the betting frequency and might just get paid in three streets, which would be great for Song.
Well, that is definitely not a small sizing there. Almost going for a pot size on the turn. As we see, ace on the river, the berry. What is she gonna do now, Richard?
Well, to be honest, you're not super worried about an ace here. You're more worried about one of those draws. So I would have liked to see a thin value bet.
But then you're only targeting a queen, right? Because I don't
Queen
believe
or
nothing
any of the
else.
draws.
The draws are not gonna call you on the river, right?
Well, yeah, this is true. But who knows? Nakamura, very sticky. Big stack.
Mm.
Could just pay her off. Oh, I guess the ace does come on the river though, so maybe if she's calling an ace high draw, she pairs there. Mm.
I mean, you just have to evaluate like if you bet what hands call you and what hands actually beat you. So like let's say if he goes for a bet and then she raises, you're in a really tough shape because she could really have a 9 and ace, or she could turn a drawing hand into a bluff, and you will be in a really tough spot with pocket kings, not beating a 9 or an ace. As we see a new dealer come on the board, and Miss Nana Nakamura does seem very happy about this dealer. We did see compliment the dealer and applaud as we get a dealer change. She did manage to knock out 4 players in almost 1.5 levels. So, I mean, she could be the knockout queen of the table.
Certainly could be.
Well, Richard, let's just pretend that you're playing this tournament. You're into day 2, and I'm going to give you 3 different situations, and talk to me about the strategy that you're going to have. So, and the situations are quite easy. All right. I know I'm putting you in a spot which I love to do, but it is going to be very interesting to know your thinking about it and what your strategy is going to be about. So let's say you enter this tournament, right? And you made it to day 2. Now the situations are A, you're very short stack, something around 10 to 15 big blinds. The second situation is that you have about 30 to 40 big blinds, or let's say 50 big blinds, which is a comfortable middle stack. And then you have 100 big blinds. How is your strategy going to change with 3 different stack depths?
Well, I feel like I'm in school, but let's give this one my best crack. Um, well, given that the field is now 343 and 201 get paid, we'll use this specific spot for our analysis. So, big stack, I'm definitely playing normally and trying to build up more chips, put that pressure on the shorter stacks. I'm obviously not getting out of line, but I'm playing fast and I'm playing aggressive. My value, I'm playing fast just so that I get paid maximum, but I'm not trying to run any unnecessary bluffs. Therefore, in saying this, the big stacks will be doing that most generally. Middle stacks then have to be the most cautious because they don't want to see themselves tangoing with the big stacks and becoming one of the short stacks. And then the short stack on the other end, you're really far away from the money. So I guess at this stage, I'm just going to go for it. I honestly wouldn't want to get through here with a min stack. But if I did qualify with the min stack at this stage of the field, I'd kind of just be going for it and trying just to double up. Otherwise, get bustoed and reg one of the side events. Probably better
There
EV.
we go, guys. There we go, guys. We do have three different strategies by the professor: how to play small stacks, middle stacks, and the big stack on our day on the main event of the day two. And really, just really nice and I would say an expert strategy for day twos and how to navigate these fields and how you can increase your EV if you make it to the day two.
What would you be doing? I'm very interested.
Alrighty. So with small stacks, right, I am probably not gonna have any, like, let's say if I'm up to 10, 15 big blinds, I'm not gonna be having a calling range from from middle position. So I'll not be like calling open. So the plan would be just to jam or just fold, and
Yep.
maximize my full equity. And when I'm sitting on the big blind and I face an open, I would probably folding a lot of offsuit hands, like hands like king five, queen six, jacket off, and like not even defending those hands, because the main goal here is to when to have a really good fold equity when I jam versus opens, and I'm going to be jamming a lot. So when I say I'm not going to be having a calling range, I'll be increasing a certain part of my range to jam. For example, let's say if somebody opens on the button and I have a hand like jack 8 suited or like a queen 9 suited, I would be jamming those hands. And versus UTG, right? Versus UTG or versus middle position, I'll be jamming obviously stronger hands like king jack suited, jack 10 suited, king queen suited. Obviously, this is aside the normal value that we have, the 7-8% of the value. So that would be my strategy if I am short stack. If I'm the biggest stack, let's say 100 big blinds, it will really depend on which position I'm opening from. So, for example, if we have button who's got a 50 big blind and then big blinds, the blinds are shorter, I'll still be cautious because there's going to be a lot of flatting happening with the 50 big blind sitting on the button. So probably more on the cautious side, even if I have the big stack. But I would really pump up the action near to the bubble, almost having 50 to 60% RFI if I have the 100 big blind stack with me and we are close to the money, that is, let's say 30 to 40 people left, or maybe like 20 to 30. And it really depends on how my table is playing. If I'm getting three bet a lot or not. If not, then I'll be probably increasing my RFIs to probably by 5 to 7% from all positions. And then I'll get back to you with the middle stack strategy that I would develop as we see a king queen of spades, call a three bet by Mr. Dom, ace king versus king queen. Onto the flop we go, and that is an ace high board. And
Oh,
Zoo is just gonna move all in with a gut shot. No backdoor, just a gut shot in a really, really tough spot. Needs to hit one of the three jacks remaining in the deck. Very
yeah,
optimistic jam to
unfortunate.
say the least.
Yeah, optimistic and unfortunate for Zoo that his opponent has pretty much got the nutted ace and just snaps him off there.
All right, coming back to my strategy, the middle stack, it is probably the most difficult stack to play, considering there are different stack depths on the feature table. Like for example, if there's 100 big blind or let's say 200 big blind like that Miss Nana has, then it's going to be really difficult for me to play. But again, if she's opening, I'm gonna just be flatting hands like jacks, queens, tens, not looking to play big pots. and really keeping the pot down, and attacking her with my ace blockers and king blockers. But hands like jacks, queens, tens, I'll just be flatting them, and that is how I will change my pre-flop strategy. And then going on to the post-flop, I'm just trying to keep the pot small. So a lot of small betting. Basically, anytime that the GTO would say, "Oh, all right, let's bet big here," I'm not gonna bet big there. I'm gonna just bet small ever merge strategy, something between 30 to 60%. Then I'll probably make it to, like, let's say 40-45%, and just have one sizing with it being check or bet like 40%. So that would be my strategy.
Well, there you have it. Nicely said, Akshay. I really do enjoy that. Very well versed, I must say. As English is your second language, I can't believe it.
Even I couldn't believe it. At which level will the broadcast end? I am not sure. This is the area that Richard normally looks for, looks after.
well, Akshay just set me up for failure right there. Kicked me straight under the
No,
bus.
no, no.
But
I'll help you out. I have the player's guide with me. One second. I just have to find it.
uh, no, no, I will tell you. I'm joking. So it is at the end of level 22. So that is blind level of 20. Excuse me, 20 and 40k. So we still have quite a bit of play to come.
Very long stream indeed. I believe we are probably going to be streaming about for 10 hours, as the blind levels for today is actually 60 minutes, not 40 minutes. So day one, first three flights, we played about 40-minute levels. 1D, which was a turbo flight, we played 30-minute levels. And on to day two, we are going to be playing 60-minute levels.
Yeah, we have a 10-hour stream, I would say, from this point onwards. We still got 10 hours to go. 8 hours of playing time, three 15-minute breaks, and a 70-minute dinner break all add up to a grand total of 10 hours from this point forward. So sit back, relax, get comfortable, folks. We got a lot of poker to be played here at this Red Dragon Championship Day 2. As we do see the two ladies tango once again. Queen 8-6. Under the gun continues with a C-bet. Pocket fives. Whoa, whoa, wee whoa. Improving in a big way. Bottom set on the turn. So big bet. 35 into 53.
Well, machine is going to find really difficult to find a fold on this river, as we see queen pairing on the river. So that does reduce the number of combos that Miss Nana can have, which has a queen in it. And she can literally bet here with king jack, jack 10. And normally the bluffs will come from the bottom end of the range, something like fours, threes, and then something with a seven. So a7, a7, king 7, if she's opening king 7 from UTG. There we go. A disciplined fold there by Miss Ying. As we see both ladies with a very high cumulative winnings on this feature table. Well, we are playing eight-handed, waiting for our ninth player to join us, which is going to be very, very soon, I believe. As we see, Mr. Bucket Hat. Ooh, that is a bucket hat, right? That's what it's
Uh,
called. Maybe.
I think so.
Yeah. Well, are we going on a break, Richard? Seems like it, I
Mm,
guess.
yeah, it does seem like
Um,
everybody's getting up and moving away. Somebody who's not ready for the break yet is Miss Wei Lin, looking down at the pocket tens. Will definitely want some action. Wow, what an action flop. Monotone 10, 7, 4. Top set for Lin, top pair for Nakamura. Chip counts up on your screen. Miss Wei Lin involved in that last hand. Currently the shorty at the table. Needs a little bit of run good, that's for sure.
and we are not going on any break, guys. We were just trying to bluff you. And looks like my bluff didn't work as we have 54 people watching us still. So that's why I'm sitting in a commentary booth right now and not playing poker. As we see Zoo open up the action with Ace Jack of Hearts and a very pretty looking Jack Ten of Diamonds for Mr. Peng sitting very next to him. And he's going to fold here. Wow, that is a disciplined fold, and that is something that I really like because I mean you're sitting very next to an early position open, and you're playing in a highly ICM scenario where there are only 298 people remaining, and 201 places get paid. So you really want to have almost very less of a calling range and then more of a three bet range even versus opens, especially sitting with a middle stack. So really impressed with Mr. Peng folding Jack ten of diamonds there. As we see Lynn call King Jack of spades. I mean this is a fine call. She is playing almost 30 big blinds, and then this King Jack sometimes mixes a call and raises here in a ICM scenario. As we see Patrick join the party with pocket deuces. Ooh, nice. The ducks, as we call it.
Yeah, Patrick de Moos has been quite quiet here at the feature so far, and now finding a hand to get involved with might be in for some trouble though. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Like we said the other day, when you call pre-flop with the deuces, either you're facing three overcards or it's set time, baby. And that's exactly what Mr. De Moos finds himself with.
And a very interesting flop here, Richard. We have a flush draw for Mr. Dong. We have top pair for Miss Lin. And then ace high, some backdoors with ace jack of hearts, while Patrick sits there with a bottom set. So this is the perfect scenario that have a bottom set because at least you are gonna get some action from from at least one player, if not two. And we can really see, it going bad for Miss Lynn with top pair, decent kicker, because this is gonna go bet and probably a call, and then she might think that, oh, she needs a little bit of protection, which is going to be really really bad, as we see Patrick with pocket deuces hitting a bottom set. Well, as predicted, Patrick has made a bet of 13,000. Mr. Dom flat calling there, and Zoo is gonna get out of this hand. And now the action is on Miss Lane with King Jack of Spades, sitting there with top pair, 30 big blinds. No, less than 30 big blinds. My bad. Sorry, 25 big blinds, and she decides to call, which is a good news if I am her friend. As we see an ace coming on the turn, giving a gut shot along with a flush draw for Mr. Dong. Pocket deuce is still good and is going to look extremely strong if Patrick chooses to bet again, as he's received two calls on this flop. There we go. We are probably going to see a bet, and it does seem like around, well, I'm not sure if he has one or two blue chips. There we go. We have a 30% bet on this turn card, Richard. 33K in 90,000. And what is Miss Lynn going to do with King Jack of Spades?
I mean, she just has to know that she's beat here, unless she
I mean, there are
suspects
not
the
many
worst is at it.
That is absolutely right, Richard. Like, there's not many combos that Patrick is gonna have, which bets flop, gets two calls, and then he continues to bet on the turn. I mean, he can choose to bet some flush draws, and then that flush draw on the flop can be a size, making a pair for him now. And because if you consider like king queens and king tens, they're not gonna be betting on this turn card. So it's basically the flush draws and some air, which you don't see players trying to bluff to you don't see actually players bluff versus two other players.
No,
So it's
exactly.
basically looking at you're looking at ace deuce, ace seven, some ace high flush draws, so like hands like ace ten of clubs, ace jack of clubs. But the only problem here, Richard, is that Miss Lane does not have a club, so she can definitely put Patrick on a club draw, and she does make the correct laydown, getting away with one of the coolers, I would say here, dodging a bullet, dodging deuces there, the set. Nice, really nice play by Miss Lin, really impressive.
Yeah, good lay down.
Great laydown, if you ask me. It's not easy to fold um, King Jack there, especially on such a draw heavy board. But she's not a stranger to the feature table, and she does have a history of going deep in a lot of tournaments. We do know that she has 300K, more than 300K in live earnings. Travels all over the world to play poker, the beautiful game that we all love, which is booming in Asia, if not in the world, as we saw all records being shattered in this very event here at Red Dragon. We had, how many entries did we have? We had 1,337 participants in this very tournament, Richard, out of which only 456 came into day two, and out of which 298 remain as they try to win the first prize, which is whooping 285,000. Three players are going to go home with six-figure scores, And the min cash for this tournament is going to be $3,300, which is almost 3x of the buy-in. As we see pocket deuces reappear, but not making a set this time around.
Mhm. Yeah, not as lucky this time around for the deuces. Mr. Liu has a good grip on this board.
Well, Richard, we do have our first quads on the feature table.
Yeah, absolutely. What a way to get him as well, super disguised. House for Chen. But he's playing the board. That's the big problem. House isn't in his hand.
I would have loved to check here with my quads because we did check raise on the flop and received a call. Maybe, most of the time your player is not going to have a jack in it and you have a seven. So most likely he has ace highs, king highs, and, some pairs. And then maybe those pocket pairs, as you correctly said, that, they're playing the board now, so will be compelled to bluff. But it's going to be interesting to see what Mr. Chen decides to do as he is playing the board. So the only way that he may think to win would be to raise here. Alrighty, which is going to be really bad news. And he has gone for a big raise here. I saw four blues at least. So that is 100. And then there's some greens. There we go. We see pocket deuces folding on the river, facing a raise. Maybe I read that action horrible, right, Richard? I, I, I just got it
Yeah,
very wrong. I just thought, the pocket deuces would have checked the river and, facing a bit by. Oh, sorry. I thought, the guy with quads actually checked the river and then pocket deuces were betting. I'm totally confused here. I don't know what's happening. I really got it. I tried to call the action correctly three times and I failed. Probably I don't see quads a lot, happen on the feature table. I apologize to
that's
the
ex
people who are watching.
that's exactly what it is. Quads always makes us nervous. We don't see it very often. Dong Chen, suited connectors on the button. Good enough to open, that's for sure. Three bet, Mr. Liu. Very strong out of the small blind. But Zhu with the pocket nines. Tough spot for him. And yeah, 4-bet from the pocket nines does look very strong. And that's exactly what he's gone for. Good way to get it through there. A lot of uneasy cards that can come on the flop, so pocket nines, very well played there. The Moose, Jack 8 suited, interesting. Playing into the rest of the table from an early position and gonna find Miss Song 3-betting up to 28k now. It's the problem with the Jack 8 suited. Not in a great position generally. Dong Chen in the cutoff position. Seems very interested here with the ace-8 oh, and indeed that's what's gonna happen. 4-bet with the ace-8 oh. Interesting. Miss Song, decision time on her. She is deep in the tank here. Ooh. Miss Song makes the call. And now the ace-8 might be in a bit of trouble here. Song connecting with this flop middle pair. Great kicker. Ace-10-6. Chen missing. Chen does go with a 30% bet on the flop. Song now, question on her. Nicely done there by Miss Song. 33% VPIP, so she's not quiet at this feature by any means. Alrighty, so after this hand, we will be taking a short 15-minute break. Don't go too far, as we will be bringing in the live coverage of this one all day today. The raise coming from Lou 970, and Peng having a look at this one with the Jack 8 suited from the small blind. Seems very interested indeed. $33K is the 3-bet. Nice hand to do it with, I must say. I like this. And of course, Mr. Liu caught unexpectedly here. Just has to fold. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short break. As we mentioned, be right back. 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lynn. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So, we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker
yeah.
table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, I'm still very up to date with
Yeah.
the current strategy,
Yeah.
that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of coming back, I'm really excited to see a lot of familiar faces again,
Yes.
to see how much people have changed,
Yeah.
to see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten,
Of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was walking into this room, I was
Yeah.
actually very overwhelmed. I was
Yeah.
like, wow, the setup is gorgeous. I saw a lot of even, when you guys have the ads, there's a little,
yeah.
those plushie guys,
Right, those
around.
mascots.
Yes,
Yeah,
mascots.
our
And
mascots,
I thought they were very adorable.
very cute, yes.
And there's a lot of, extra table setup as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but
Yeah.
this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate
Really?
setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, throughout Asia, whether it's the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And I would like to see this event,
Right.
do that, especially in this resort,
Yeah.
because what I love about this place is that it's not just for a poker player.
Yeah.
You bring your whole family, you bring your kids. You've got a theme park, you've got
Yeah.
a water park,
Exactly.
right? And you can bring the grandma. Bring your dog. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if you
Maybe
can,
not.
but
Yeah, it's versatile.
it is very
It's very
good.
versatile, yeah,
And
yeah.
and you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. Okay, so you soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby
Right,
Dragon.
right.
So it'll be fun to actually go heads up this time and
Yeah.
not lose. I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so we're here to win. We're here to win.
We're always here to
Of
win.
course. Okay, so you've been a long-time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 07. How has poker changed your life? How does it impact your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me
Yeah.
discipline, it's taught me emotional management, money management. It's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age, but poker is able to teach you that. It's really that fast pace, kind of
Yeah.
chuck you in the deep end.
Yeah.
You figure it out and you've got to figure it out quickly,
Right.
And it's taken me, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities.
Yeah.
And it's taken me on a journey where, I've had to be in front of the television. Had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that, poker presented itself and I was able to get over them and I was able to, do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've
Yeah.
accomplished a lot because
Yeah.
I've actually had a baby girl.
No
So
way.
she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, she's at an age where she's questioning everything,
Yes.
right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why
Yeah.
it's no,
Yeah.
And I think that for me, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about birthday parties every weekend, that type of thing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And for me, it's really, really important. Being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event
Yeah.
is the longest I've ever been away from her.
Wow.
And it broke my heart to, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course.
So
Good
to me,
practice.
exactly. To me, family time. It's number one. But at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing. And it makes you have that, I guess, identity. And it's not just a mom. It's I'm Selena Lynn, and I'm everything.
Right. Yeah. So we just mentioned Nova, your daughter, and does it have anything to do with your supernova status?
Well, that's a funny thing. I actually really, really liked Nova, and when I found out Nova means new beginning, a bright star, it just kind of incorporated into everything that I wanted, from my daughter, and also. Her Chinese name is actually Liu Xing as well. So it means shooting star at the same time as, just a bright star. And having a daughter and, when it comes to whether or not people have asked me if I want her to follow my footsteps, it's one of those things where I wouldn't mind her doing it if that's what she likes to do. I believe in hard work. I believe in passion. And I want her to find that. I want her to have fun in whatever she does. And that's all that matters.
Find that passion.
Correct. When I can combine work with fun, I don't mind doing it.
Of course. That's right. That's the mentality. So the final question. RTPT will be happening again in November. Will you be joining us?
Oh my God, that's news to me.
That is news, huh?
Oh wow, I would love to.
Yeah?
I would love to. And if it's happening, I would actually like to bring my whole family, including the family dog out here if I can. So yeah.
Wow, guys, you heard it first right here. Thank you very much, Selena.
Thank you, Stanley.
Welcome back, players, to the RTPT Jeju 2024 main event.
We're confident that the revamped Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024 will provide an enhanced competition experience and more diverse scale. Wishing all participants the best of luck. The Sai Kai Tip.
那就是想请问一下，是什么激发你玩这个德州扑克的？
可以让我结识到很多的朋友。
友達に誘われて始めましたポーカー。
我觉得扑克发展是会越来越好的。那我觉得女生在打牌的，我看到的人也越来越多。那我也很开心有这么多女生喜欢打扑克。对，所以我觉得希望可以越来越多女生一起打扑克。
Righty, straight back into the action here at the feature table of the Red Dragon Championship Day 2. All in and a call, Queen 10 versus a Queen Jack. Domination rotation, as they say, with the Queen Jack very much ahead at this stage. All in though. Needs to dodge a 10 and some diamonds. Oh my goodness. Speak of the devil, they shall appear. 2 diamonds and a 10. However, he does have top pair. Needs to dodge some diamonds. Deuce on the turn. Brick, oh brick. Oh, and just like that, able to dodge those diamonds and bunch of other scary cards. Nice double up for the Queen Jack. Wow, what a beautiful outfit we see. That female rocking. I love to see it. It's beautiful. And Mr. Zhao not looking so beautiful from the +1 position. All in with the big blind. Not with a holding to make that call. So the A6 gets through there. So the lady dressed very beautifully at this table, Miss Ding, has raised this up from the hijack, King Queen O. Good enough to play. Mr. Chung, ace jack O on the button, will flat to see this flop. Queen, jack 6, all diamonds on this mono flop. Ding does find top pair. Chung holding on there with middle. But wrong suit for both players.
Well, definitely an interesting flop here, Richard, as we face top pair versus the second pair on a monotone board.
Absolutely. Fourth diamond peeling off on this turn, excuse me. We'll slow these players down. Obviously, none of them holding a diamond. Top pair for Ding. Gets checked over to Chung, and Chung not waiting around anymore. Will now take the fight to the best dressed player at this feature.
That is indeed true, and maybe Chung turning his hand into a bluff, considering he's not good when he gets called on the flop. Well, our lovely female poker player looks like she's gonna fold king queen, and Chung gets the bluff through. Well, she's definitely dressed to win here, Richard.
Absolutely. I don't know if they have a side contest for the best dressed player, but if they did, she would definitely be the winner.
What would you dress up if given an opportunity to participate in a best dressed costume competition?
I'm not really a dress up kind of guy, to be honest.
What if you have to, only the costumes are allowed in a tournament venue. What if you have
I'll
to?
come dressed as a billionaire with an old t-shirt and some jeans.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
What about you?
That's the tough part to even think about asking questions from you, because you always ask it back.
Exactly. So be careful what you ask.
Alrighty. I haven't even really thought of it, but what is interesting to dress up as? Deadpool, maybe. That's trending.
Oh, yeah,
I
that
can't
is cool.
I can't be dressed as I can't be dressed as Wolverine. I don't have abs like that. I have a family pack. As we see some blind on blind action. Wow, that is interesting indeed, Richard. We see 3-4 of hearts, call a jam. For 7 bigs.
Wow.
How do I put it nicely? He does have live outs with 3-4 of hearts.
Oh.
Now I got shot.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What are we witnessing?
Well, if you do know that you are going to hit a straight on the turn, I don't mind you calling with 3-4 of hearts there. I mean, call every time, twice on Sundays. Don't you love to see it? When players having a big heart here to really risk it all, calling off a jam with 4 high and making a straight, making this a beautiful game indeed, where Even if you have the best hand, you are not guaranteed to win. And when you have the best hand, you might be bluffed into with another hand. You never know. That's the beauty of this game. It's a mystery game. Game of incomplete information. As we see Mr. Huang open up with King Queen of Clubs from under the gun position, while he is just playing 12 big blinds as he chooses to open King Queen. Actually 14 big blinds as he chooses to open to 13,000 and is going to take down the pot. Well, these are the chip counts. We have Yan with 11 big blinds and our chip leader, Ding, with 106 big blinds. Is Ding the best dressed player on this table, Richard?
I believe so.
Yeah, because I see a stack of 20s, and those are 5K chips, so that's 80K there. And then there's a lot of blues, so that should be about 280, 300. Looks like more than 300K in her stack, that is her. She has 641. And I beg you pardon, that 20 stacks is like 100K each, so that's 400K. And then there's some blues. Well, blues are worth 25 if you don't know. Greens are 1K, and the brown, red, yellow chip that you see on your screen is worth 5K. As we see Chung with pocket aces. Talk about the bullets. A very tiny 3-bet here, Richard. Ooh, as we see a cooler developing. Aces. 3-betting to very small sizing, and we see pocket kings of Zhao just move all in. A classic cooler.
The jam. Absolutely, the jam from Zhao setting up this cooler very brilliantly. Miss Ding needs to just let go of her suited connectors, even though she's got the stack. Mr. Chung, snap call, I'm sure. And we will have a classic aces versus kings cooler situation. Mr. Zhao, with the Cowboys all in and at risk, needs to find a king in a hurry. Seven, 5, deuce on this flop, not doing him any favors. Only one card to come. Boom. 10 on the river, safe for the aces. Just like that, Akshay, we do say GG to Mr. Zhao. Unfortunate cooler.
That is correct, Richard. We just saw the second best hand in poker, pocket kings, having an encounter with the best hand, pocket aces. Does not improve on the river, and sadly, we see him eliminated. Quite unfortunate, running his pocket kings into pocket aces. Well, wouldn't it be nice, Richard, if everyone came as dressed as Miss Ying has? It would be a delight to see for a change, as we see people wearing a lot of sandals, a lot of cut sleeves, showing off their muscles, trying to intimidate us.
That's it.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
And it's not you. It's not you. Yeah.
I knew it.
We see a raise by Mr. Zhang with ace-8 of clubs, and Mr. Lishi is gonna call with king queen off. Both the players hitting the cards on the flop. Top pair for Zhang, second pair for Li. As we await what Mr. Zhang is gonna do on the flop. Well, he does have all the options to him. Check and bet, and he's going to go for a bet, betting 11,000 in a pot of 41. Very small. It's a quick call. Well, turns a 7 doesn't change anything. It does bring a flush draw. So it really depends on Zhang if he wants to pot control or keep betting. We see him trying to control down the pot with a medium ace, as his opponent can really have ace 10, ace jack here, which would call pre-flop. But that is not going to slow Mr. Lee as he continues to bet with king queen off, probably believing that Zhang has pocket pairs, queen jack, queen 10, and he really wants to target those hands. And the bet sizing is actually very small, and I believe that it's kind of like a small, small bet just to probably check down the river and not face a big bet. Well, we do see a flush complete on this river card, and it is gonna go check check as we see Mr. Zhang win 95,000. There we go. We do have some changes in our chip count. Zhang moving to third position with 49 big blinds now. Well, we do hear the shouts of player out as we see there are only 279 players left now, out of which only 201 places will be paid. The min cash for this tournament is going to be $3,300, almost 3x of the buy-in. We do know we do know that 1,337 players played this tournament, which broke all the records here at Red Dragon Poker Tour, happening in the beautiful island of Jeju. A nice raise here by Yan with ace-3 off, nurturing a very small stack, and is going to steal the blinds with ace-3 off. An amazing play there. Actually a masterclass. Trying to show us how to play small stack while we progress closer to the money. Well, the winner of this event is going to go home with $285,000. That is US dollars that I'm talking about. Top 3 players are going to go home with 6-figure scores. You are hearing me, Akshay Kapoor. Alongside me, I have Richard Cooper, Professor. And we both are calling cards for today's coverage as well as tomorrow's coverage as we try to find out the eventual winner of this event. I believe we are playing 12 levels today, right, Richard?
Why do you always ask me these
Because
questions?
you're like on top of these things. I am like a guy who always forgets about the nitty-gritty details about how many levels we are playing. You seem to be on top of it.
We finished off on level 12 yesterday, and we're playing up until level 22 today. Up until and including 22. So, yeah, I do believe you're correct with that, actually.
Thank God. as we move closer to the money, we might now see, the big stacks try to bully the small and the medium stacks. And it's going to
It's got to
be
happen at
interesting to
some
see who's,
point.
well, definitely. And it's going to be really interesting to see who is playing for the min cash and who's playing for the big prize.
Definitely. Jack's all in now and getting snapped off from the hijack by the ace jack. Oh. And these are two very, very short stacks. So Ding asking for a count when she sees the pocket fives in the cutoff. She has the stack to make the call and see how spicy she's feeling. Alrighty. Two players in the center. Jacks all in and at risk. Need to dodge an ace. And hold for a double up. 964 rainbow looking good for the Jacks. 5 on the turn, not changing anything. And just like that, lady on the river. Jack's good. Full double up. Nicely done.
Well, Fang capitalizing on extra equity by standing. We do know that you kind of get 2% more equity if you do stand up while you're all in and at risk. It doesn't count if you're ahead or behind. You just have to be all in and at risk. And if you do stand up, you do have 2% more equity. And if you have a backpack, that another adds 2% more to that equity. So don't forget to grab your backpacks when you come on to play poker. And I'm just trying to be funny there. That information is just not true. Before Richard comes and bullies me. Well, ace 9 for Miss Ding, playing a massive stack of 613,000, is going to open up the action, but it's definitely going to get some resistance as we see ace queen off for our button. He can really mix it here, can go for a call, can 3-bet. And we are going to see a 3-bet here, Richard, and seems like almost 3x, 30,000. Second time he's 3-betting her. Last time he did show aces, but this time he's not going for, very small 3-bet. He's actually going for a proper 3x. So interesting to see, when he had pocket aces, he went for a small size, but now, when he has ace queen, still, I believe the value part of his range, now he goes for full 3x.
Yeah, I think it's good versus a big stack open, especially from a late position, because this is exactly the position you're going to put them in. Is if they're raising marginal hands, calling becomes difficult. And her whole body language shows that she's got exactly that, a marginal hand.
Well, these are the small changes that you have to notice when you're sitting on a poker table, right? What three bet sizing your opponents are using, and then obviously seeing the showdowns so that you can put them on a range when you meet them in the next hand, whether in a three bet pot or in a single race pot. As we see some new players joining us on the feature table, 269 players remain out of the 1,337 players who took part in it. Players having a little bit of giggle as they probably hear our commentary. Just joking, they can't have an electronical device as they're on the feature table. No electrical device is allowed, no GTO charts, no help from your rail. This is just you and you only. Opening up one more time with pocket threes, trying to get involved, trying to see more flops. Ooh, she's gonna get resistant one more time here. Richard Zhang Yang. Pocket tens for Mr. Yang. Oh, it's just gonna call. That is interesting. That is very interesting here. Seeing pocket tens flat call. As we go on to a jack high board, both the players like to go for a check. Yang does have 10 of clubs in his hand. And again, it is a check on the turn. And now we reach to the river with no bets going in the pot. I actually don't mind it, Richard. Actually don't mind. I really like the flat pre-flop. But I'm not really sure if he can bet the turn or not. Well, it's kind of a bit tricky if you consider there are only 269 players left, and he's sitting there with a very comfortable stack, because all the three bets that are gonna, and that's the main reason, right? See, all the three bets that are gonna come from him is gonna be very polar, because if she does elect for a four bet, then you have to be really really tight considering the situation here. So I mean, I would probably three bet a hand like ace five off there from the big blind and not pocket tens, and just play very passively. I believe this is all because of ICM, and he does have a really high ICM as we move closer to the bubble, and we both know that the highest ICM near the bubble is on the middle stack, and people who are sitting comfortably, because the bigger stacks can really push them around. As we see, top pair for Mr. Chung. Fan totally missing on the flop with king 6, defending his big blind. $10,000 is the bet, 30% of the pot. Well, Richard, do you think balancing your range is a part of a conspiracy theory?
In what
I'm
way?
in a really fun. I'm in a really fun mood today, isn't it? Sorry, you were saying something.
What do you mean specifically?
Like, a lot of these famous poker players say, oh, you have to balance your range when you're three betting, when you're calling pre-flop. Do you think is it all part of a myth that is being spread by all the professional poker players as they continue to exploit their opponents?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting question, actually. I don't know how to answer that. I feel like I'm being tested today.
I've opened up my Pandora box for you today.
It really did.
These are some stats, and we see went to showdown a lot high on for the top four players on this table.
Interesting spot here. The big blind only playing a stack of 10 bigs behind after having to post the ante and the big blind. So now seeing that raise from late position, does he just jam here?
An interesting fold there. I would have definitely jammed ace 8
Yeah, me
if
too.
if a big stack opened from later position when I only have 10 big blinds. Fang down to 7 big blinds here.
Pocket eights will kick this hand off. 2 big blind open. Set time for the eights. But Miss Ding does have top pair, so she could get sticky here.
Well, we did see her getting bluffed earlier with a top pair. This time around, she's in a really big trouble as we see pocket eights, a set of eights for Mr. Chen. And she does go for a raise on the flop. Very interesting. And let's see what Chen decides to do. Well, he's just on a flat call here with a set of eights. Maybe try to improve to a house on the turn. Well, Queen of Hearts. Ding still fighting with her nails maybe, and probably goes for a check. Kind of interesting the hand, the way it's been played by both the players. Ding raising the flop and Shen just calling there with a set of eights. Well, she's deep in the tank, and after that tank, she's gonna check with ace nine on a monotone board. This turn card does complete Jack 10 straight. We see Shen. He's betting 36,000. A really tough spot here for Miss Ding. Sitting there with ace nine as she correctly folds her second pair, top kicker. She seems really disturbed with one of her nails. I feel like she's keep on fighting. Well, it is kind of irritating her, And if they can be
For
irritating, I can
sure.
tell you that. I don't have long
For
nails, but my
sure.
business is around. My business is around those nails, so that I know what she's going through. Well, nevertheless, she does manage to fold. She does manage to fold correctly on the turn. Interesting way to play that hand, actually. Raising the flop and then just checking and giving up,
Definitely.
as we see. Well, fold to Huang with king it off in cutoff position. Folds. Well, a monster for Mr. Zhang. Ace queen in the small blind. Playing more than 40 big blinds. 60 people away from money. Going for a raise here. 6-9 for Mr. Chung in the big blind, facing an open. Just shy of 3x. Decides to fold.
Chip counts up on your screen. Miss Ding up top with 90 bigs. And in the danger zone, Miss Yan 10. There's a 9 big blind stack and a 7. So a couple of short stacks here could prove to be interesting dynamic for this feature table.
Well, Mr. Fang moving all in with pocket tens for his last 46,000 chips. Zhang sitting there on the button with ace 9 of diamonds, facing an open and a jam. And it's going to fold to Mr. Zhang, I believe, with pocket fours. Is he going to make this call for, I believe, 3, 4 big blinds more? Well, good morning, Psych Motivation. Right now, we are deep in a hand, deep in the tank with pocket fours. Need to call 4 big blinds. He is compelled to call an all in and be in a very rough shape. Bang. Again, standing up for that extra equity that I just spoke about. This is pocket tens versus pocket fours. Well, a clean flop for Mr. Fang. Needs to dodge a 4 and a 5 on the river. Well, he does that and secures a double up. He is
Very
not
nice
sitting
double
in
up
the
there.
danger.
That's exactly it. No more danger zone for him, and what a nice place to be. Never good being the short stack, or one of the short stacks at least. And then one of the best feelings in the world is that double up.
Well, talk about pocket pairs, Richard. We do see pocket deuces limping. Kind of interesting, if you ask me. There we go. We do have an all-in by Mr. Wang. Interesting play. We just saw Fang double up and decided to open. Just not even open, limp with pocket deuces. Not a bad strategy. As we see Huang move all in for 58,000, just shy of 10 big blinds. Zhang again with a decision, again with a mediocre ace, facing a small all in. Well, he will definitely be ahead of some of the hands that would want to jam, facing a limp. But is it good enough? That's the question here, Richard.
Let's see what he does decide.
Mr. Huang showing that he had pocket nines when he decided to jam, telling the table that he's not messing around as we move closer to our famous coverage of the bubble. I believe Richard has been bubbled from some live events. He was mentioning yesterday he actually lost to a royal flush when he was holding a full house on the stone bubble of a tournament. Isn't that right, Richard?
Yep, that's absolutely right. And I don't know if I told you, but that was actually my first ever live tournament.
Oh wow. I feel bad. But I think
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
kind of like a good, it's like a good and a bad thing for you, because like bad thing, like you miss out on your, the first money in in a live tournament. But it's actually kind of good too. Like the poker is probably setting you up for really big things by starting you on a very, kind of like a balanced finish. Like you made deep, but yet you still haven't cashed.
yeah, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it's just one of those things, you know. My time will come. I just focus on studying and trying to play the best I can in the specific spot.
And you do have a really good support system who's helping you study, trying to improve in the game.
Absolutely.
Zhang with ace 10 off again, not facing any all-ins now, so he must open this as we see him opening it up on the larger side here, Richard. He's going for almost 3x as is open.
Yeah, very interesting sizing indeed. What do you make of it?
Not sure. I mean, this could be his usual sizing that he opens. I mean, some players, do have a larger open size. Could be 3x, could be 4x, or the general 2x.
Exactly.
And you can basically have a larger open size, but that would mean that you have to have a more condensed range of hands that you open, because then whenever you get three bet and you fold, you end up losing one extra big blind.
Definitely.
Well, ace high for Mr. Zhang. Well, I don't believe they cover an entry for the bubble here at Red Dragon Poker Turkey. Not yet. Maybe in the next series they might. Always open for some feedback. Going for 1/3 sizing here on the turn as well. Queen should really be good for the pre-flop raiser and not the caller. But as we see, Mr. Shi still good with his pair of 7. But the question is, can he still call on the turn with the best hand? Ooh, exciting, Richard. We have a raise on the turn with 7/6 of clubs. Maybe converting his
I
hand
like
into a
it.
bluff on the turn. I mean, very, very interesting, to be honest with you. I never would have thought, 7/6 of clubs would raise the turn, but as we see, and we are gonna get a fold by Mr. Zhang. What a move there by Mr. Lee. Okay, I believe it's a very good idea. For a tournament that is not getting entries, and you want to really encourage people to sit from the very first hand, then you can probably give them the bubble protection. But tournaments like this, like the main events and all, I don't think so they should do that, because that is like the most exciting part and probably the most pressure that you can put on somebody when you know what's at risk. Either you make it your you know you either you make your investment 3x, or you are going to go home in a negative. So probably they can do it for tournaments that people do not want to just start playing from hand one. But probably for these massive field event, I think the opposite. Well, Lee opening up the action with King Ten of Hearts. Frank sitting there with Ace Jack O in small blind position. He does have more than 10 big blinds now, so it's going to be interesting to see what he decides to do. Well, he does call with Ace Jack. Interesting to see. Just calling Ace Jack or 12 big blinds, 14 big blinds, facing an open. And we do see an all in by Mr. Yan, and I'm sure Fang can't really fold here with Ace Jack. He has disguised his hand beautifully in the small blind. Well, he is going to be in an amazing position. Ace Jack versus Ace 3, 81-19. Well, 20% of the times, 1 in 5 times, we are going to see Ace 3 win. Ace 3 at risk, I believe, or Ace Jack at risk. Well, Ace 3 at risk if our. Well, we do see Mr. Yan get out of the tournament. He's definitely going to miss out on money. Look at the pressure that Mr. Fang felt in that hand.
Unlucky, absolutely. They're GG 249th place, about 50 players away from the money. So definitely unfortunate to go all in there and lose at this stage of the game, actually.
Yeah, well, I can't do much. Sometimes you run into hands and get out of the tournament and miss out on the money. It is part of the game. We both know that.
Absolutely.
Well, down to 249 players. 201 places get paid, turning their investment 3 times. As we know, the buying for this event was just shy of $1,100, and the minimum cash is $3,300. Zhang opening up the action with suited one gapper from under the gun, 10-8 of clubs versus our chip leader, Miss Ding, who defends Queen Deuce of Diamonds from the big blind. As we move on to the flop, the flop is 7-6-3, two clubs, giving flush draw for Zhang, along with a cut shot. He can hit a 9, he can hit two clubs, he can hit one club to complete a flush. As we see Miss Ding check. Well, Zhang electing to go for a small bet, 1/3 of the pot. Good enough for Miss Ding to fold.
And how
Right now
cold
we
do you
are
think it is in this casino at the moment, Akshay? Because we see a lot of players wearing hoodies.
that that is kind of player dependent and not more of like the room temperature dependent because most of these poker players enjoy wearing a hoodie when they're playing poker, like even if it's like a little bit cold, that as soon as it's that cold that I can wear a hoodie, I will, even if it's not freezing me. Well, I don't believe it's that cold, as we see seat 9 just wearing a half sleeve t-shirt. I don't think it's cold enough. It's just player preference on what they find comfortable to play in. Fang definitely getting some racing chips now. Opening up the action with King Queen off. The floor has been called.
Floor being called.
Let's find out.
Yeah.
Well, it's either folding out of turn or maybe a misdeal, which is very, very rare on our feature table. I mean, it's rare than me winning a hand on the poker table, actually. Or maybe me winning a side bet. That's probably a better example. Well, Richard, are you in a mood to place a side bet today, or just happy with one dinner? I mean, why have one dinner when you can have two?
Yeah, for sure. We can always place a side bet.
Do you wanna see and bet on how many people make it to day 3?
We definitely can.
Do you want me to give you a number, or do you want to be the one who chooses the number and then I can go above or less than that?
Which side bet?
How many players make it to day 3?
No, I feel like we should make a side bet on something else.
I'm all ears. Give me an option.
I mean, give me some time. I'm not as
Okay.
much of a gambling addict as you are.
Well, call it a gambling addiction or calling it avoiding to pay for a dinner, you know. Yes,
Do
we
you
see
watch any
Zhang
of
3 bet.
Ryan DePaulo's vlog?
I used to when he won a WSOP bracelet in his car, right? Grinding in front of
that's what I was
like a
going to talk
superstore.
about. Brilliant.
Sick guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Fang folding ace jack off. Really nice 3 bet by Mr. Zhang. Putting pressure. Rightly identifying, you know, that Mr. Fang is probably playing in under a tremendous pressure. And he's going to be more on the tighter side. Folding to a lot of 3 bets with marginal holding. Well, we have 2 polar opposite on this feature table, seat 8 and seat 9. Richard, seat 8, a very well-dressed female poker player who is ready to win the championship today only. Then we have seat 9, Mrs. Zhang, just totally casually chilling in his shorts and t-shirt. Just taking it easy. He's been here before probably. So not getting the excitement getting better of him.
Yeah, you can't let the big lights get to you, Akshay, because they will influence your thinking and decision. And that's a big disadvantage. Pocket nines of Zhang on the button will take the fight to the blinds. Nobody looking down at a defendable hand.
Well, these are the chip counts. We still see Miss Dane with the chip lead, playing more than 500,000 chips, 518k. Massive. The blinds are 3k, 6k. The last I checked. Let me double check it for you guys before I give you some wrong information. And we hate to do that here at Red Dragon Poker Tour. Well, we are playing blinds 4,000, 8,000 with a big blind ante of 8,000, making the pot of 20k before we see any action. Well, this event is taking place in Landing Casino, Richard, one of the beautiful casinos in Jeju, if not the only one.
Yeah, absolutely. The Landing Casino, beautifully positioned here in the Marriott Hotel. So if you are in the Jeju area, make your way down to Shinhwa World. Bring the family, something for everybody. The kids can go play on the rides, the wives can go shopping, and the husbands can come jump in here and donate to the prize pool And then, of course, we don't discriminate for those wives that are crushing it. Your gentlemen can go shopping, and you can come and crush in the fields. Everybody welcome.
And if you have kids above the age of 18, all three of you can play here at Red Dragon Poker Tour. No need to go to shopping. We can go shopping after we win the main event. As we see King 10, flop a flush draw here on Jack 3 board. Turns up a doogie. A deuce, not changing anything. Pocket sixes. Decide to bet the turn. I'm sorry, river. With 18,000 being bet. Ding sitting there with king high. Well, this bet is coming from the small blind, who's not gonna have too much of a wide range here, Richard. But that is not gonna stop Miss Ying making the call with king high, as she would see pocket sixes of Mr. Shen good enough to take down the pot. Interesting call on the river with king high.
Definitely.
As we see the dealer being changed, and Richard, we know one thing when this happens, right? What is that thing?
That means that the speed at which those cards are being dealt will increase. Ace-8 suited for Shen will raise up this button. Mr. Zhang could defend this king high. resumption falls to Mr. Shadoff, ace enough to started. Raise into Fang, king 6 suited.
Well, Fang really wants to make it into the money as we see him folding king 6 of spades in the big blind. A very defendable hand. Probably just doesn't want to play marginal hands as we move closer to the money. Interesting decision there, no, Richard? Folding king 6 from the big blind.
Definitely, I definitely thought he would have defended. Maybe even a cheeky 3-bet.
That is true. I mean, I would have defended it probably at full frequency, at least.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, Misting has taken a dent to her stack, down to 467,000. Still a comfortable stack though. Ace Queen off for Zhang on the button, playing shy of 20 big blinds. Well, Fang is going to fold King 10. But I believe Zhao is not going to do that as he sees pocket fives in the big blind. Well, Mr. Shen has a chip lead now on the feature table, 562,000 for him. As we see players talk to each other, most of them coming from China to play here in beautiful island of Jeju. Landing Casino is where this event is taking place. Well, this is shaping to be one of the most important poker tournament that is running here in Jeju. We've already smashed all the records as we saw 1,337 people play this tournament, smashing our guarantee by a mile, giving a prize pool of more than $1 million US. Here we go. We see an all-in from Mr. Wang from the big blind, ace queen off, facing an open from a very big stack. Well, is he getting the right price to call here? Let's find out. Well, he's gonna make the call anyways. 7-6 of clubs versus ace queen off. Ace queen at risk. 60-40 situation here, Richard. Ace queen right now ahead, but at risk. Versus 7-6. All down to the flop we go. That is 2 clubs on the flop. Wow, interesting flop indeed for 7-6 of clubs. Giving a flush draw. Well, that is a flush indeed. Although ace queen does have a queen of clubs in it, so any club will give ace queen the best hand here. Well, that's not gonna happen here. We are going to lose Mr. Huang from this event, as we are down to 225 players now.
$225 players, all that remain now out of the starting field of 1,337. Sorry, not starting field, total field, total amount of runners. Big numbers here, record-breaking numbers for the Red Dragon Championship. We're so excited to be part of this magical team, myself and Akshay. It's been a great pleasure calling all of this action.
Definitely, Richard, having a blast calling the action here at Red Dragon Poker Tour with you. You have been beautiful at doing the commentary with
very
me.
kind words.
Trying to save my face anytime I go wrong. You give me the right information, helping me out a lot. As we see, Mr. Zhao open up with suited connector, 6-5 of spades on the button versus Miss Ding, who's gonna defend with 8-4 off. Well, Zhao smashing that flop. Pair of sixes and a flush draw, while Ding completely misses this flop. It does seem she's something creative here, Richard. Not a snap fold.
She seems interested.
Yeah.
I mean, she does have backdoors, right? But
she does have backdoors. She does have a bigger stack. But right now she's in a very rough shape, as she floats the flop here, as we see king of diamonds come on the turn. Really trailing behind with 8-4 off. No help on the turn.
But you know what is nice is Ding has been very passive. So exactly, this is the right moment to go for it, because she's been so passive and she has that table image of check call or just flat call, no raising, no 3-betting. Now when she leads out, I feel like she looks super strong.
Also, it's not going to go anywhere with this flush draw and a pair of 6.
Interesting river there. Mr. Zhou nailing that flush draw. And Miss Ding, nothing to talk about except 8 high. And that's correct, 8 high.
The pot is 146,000. And she goes for 55 here, Richard. Probably utilizing the 8 of spades that she has, but she's in a very bad shape as we see Zhao with a 6 high flush here. And I'll be very, very surprised if he folds here, which I don't think is gonna happen. Well, we see Mr. Zhao call that river bet and take it down. Miss Ding really getting out of the line in that hand and losing a big pot. Interesting play by her, definitely using her image and not, playing her cards, trying to play her opponent, but her opponent did make a flush. I mean, it would have been really difficult if, that river was not a spade and she continued betting. I mean, that move could have worked and she would have, looked like a genius.
Absolutely, it definitely could have.
Well, timing plays a really great impact in this game of incomplete information as we move on to the next hand. Well, interestingly, Fang opening up with the a7 off. We've seen him play very passively, not defending from the big blind with king 6 of spades, but now he's probably using blocker heavy cards to open up.
Yeah, interesting strategy. I like the switch up, that's for sure. Lynn taking the fight to Zhang. Zhang with a very playable hand in the small blind. And yeah, wow, 3-bet, gutsy 3-bet as well. Quite big.
Zhang really playing top-notch poker.
Sorry, not that big, actually, only 2 and a bit X. Excuse me.
playing very
Yeah.
intelligently. It doesn't matter if he's playing out of position or in position. We've seen him three bet. This is probably the second time we saw, and really using the nice hands to three bet here, Richard. Queen ten of diamonds. We saw him three betting with ace ten off earlier. Really nice selection of hands.
Yeah, I do like it.
Well, Zhang opening up the action with king seven of diamonds, right from +1 position, playing relatively a shorter stack compared to the average stack on this table, but is going to win the pot as we see the chip counts on the table. The shortest stack we have on our feature table is about 22 bigs, and I believe the biggest stack is about 66 big blinds. Only 217 players remain now, 16 players away from the money. Richard, the heartbeats must be
Yeah,
rising for all the players remaining in this main event, the championship event.
absolutely. Well, this is when the pressure really starts to get activated, Akshay. It's close to that money bubble. Everybody wanting to at least get paid for 2 days worth of work.
As we see your favorite hand making an appearance, Ace King O, the church as we call it here in the commentary booth.
Absolutely. We love to see it, especially versus an open from an early position. You know you've got their range dominated. So 3-bet is always the way.
Well, Miss Ding has 52,000 in live earnings, Richard. Her best cash is actually also 52,000.
Oh, nice. So that was all from one score.
Yeah, one score. I
Very
can't find
nice.
out what that was, but yeah, she comes from China as she spikes top pair with ace king. Only one overcard, two pocket sevens on the flop, but Fang will definitely not love this, as the three bet of Miss Ding does consist of a lot of ace x. Whether she was bluffing or value betting, she's most probably gonna have at least an ace.
So interesting spot here for the sevens. Let's see what Fang does decide to do and lay it down is the decision. Well done, sir. Understanding when you beat. Okay, here's a side bet for you, Akshay.
Tell me, I'm listening. You have my attention as soon as you said a bet.
So side bet, if let's do a last longer bet.
Okay, awesome, cool.
So we each pick our
Are we?
player.
Okay, you go first, as I want to have you
Oh,
the
really?
advantage. So you can't back
Okay.
off the bet, you know? Yeah. How are we gonna know? Because we change the feature table every break, you know?
True. True, true, true.
Or what we can do is place a side bet that you know for lasting longer. And if let's say both the players do not get out before the break the bet can be nullified. But if any one of our players do eliminate, the other player would win.
Okay.
So last longer before the break, not the end of day two. That is something that we
Uh-huh.
can do.
Okay. But I feel like it's wide. Let's narrow it down. Okay,
All
here.
right.
Does Miss Ding make it to the break?
She's playing 400k or something, right? Let me see her stack.
Yeah.
Oh, she won the last hand. Yeah, I would definitely say yes.
Hmm.
She has 400k. She's got 50 big blinds.
Next break is what? 1 hour 40 minutes.
Are you saying she's not gonna make it? You're definitely going to break
No,
some
no,
hearts
no,
for
no,
our
no, no,
viewers if you say.
no, no. I was saying she's gonna make it for sure. I was trying to
Nah,
sucker
mate, I'm
you
not.
in.
No, mate, and you're not getting me for that. I think we are only left with last longer before the break, and there's a good chance, and none of us actually loses that bet if both the players make it to the break. Ooh, we have a new suggestion. Just bet her stack will increase or not till we reach the break. That is actually a
Ooh,
very
that's a
very
great one.
interesting. Yeah, and we got to do it because it is actually recommended by one of our viewers. So now, I mean,
Cause,
you have that
okay,
pressure
sure,
from the
done.
people who are watching
But
the
what?
stream.
Okay, but what are you gonna take? Because I want to hear the odds first.
The odds are going to be like one one is to one only. But let's see. Oh, I would have to see her stack again. Just give me 1 second. All right, how
Three
much is
seventy
she on?
three.
373. So we have to select more than that or less than that, or how do we do that? Or do we just say a number and then the other guy has to pick if she's gonna have more than that or not, right?
Uh,
Let's say, for example, I say she's gonna have 450. Then you can see if you want to take more than 450 or less than 450, right?
okay,
I'm just
okay.
giving
Four
it.
fifty is a good number. 450 is a good number.
All right, that was just an example. All right, I'll talk to you after this hand, okay? Because it'll be unfair
Okay.
for both of us if we select as she's in the hand. Well, the bind for this tournament key was just shy of $1,100, some 2 million Korean won, 2,200, I believe. Alrighty, so the suggestion has come. We have to based on our current stack. Well, her current stack right now is 373. Right now she's ahead, so probably if she gets two folds, she's gonna increase her stack, and then we shall see what we are gonna do. Well, we do see Mr. Fang float on the flop with ace nine, ace of diamonds, and now we see a flush getting completed on the turn, and he's probably going to lead here, Richard. And for some good sizing, I believe 40,000 in 121, 110. And what does Miss Ding do? She does have three of diamonds. She's not beating a five, queen, or a diamond. And she's gonna fold, and she's gonna be happy about it. Well, we do see her lose some chips, 350. Well, I'm gonna give you, I will take. All right, the blinds are this. Well, Richard, I'm gonna take that she's gonna have more than 425. Are you interested in taking less than 425?
Okay, yeah, sure. We are on.
All right. So you're saying she's gonna have less than 425,000, and I am saying that she's gonna have more than that before we go on our next break, right?
Correct.
You've got it. Hopefully, I don't have to give him two dinners in Michelin stars. Otherwise, I would have to start.
Alrighty, so let's just clarify for everybody listening at home so you understand what's happening. So Akshay and I have entered a side bet as to the stack size of Miss Ding once we reach the next break in 1.5 hours time. Currently she's on 350k, so Akshay has said she will have over 425, and I have taken his odds and said that she will finish with a stack below that. The loser has to buy the other one a Michelin star dinner in Jeju.
That is correct. And I'm already down one dinner. So really, really pray for me if you're watching this stream.
Well, somebody needs to pray for Miss Fang. Queen's gonna be facing all-in aggression from the aces, I imagine. Zhang with the pocket rockets on the button.
Mate, he's just been playing so nicely, and he's just run into a cooler. As we see, there are only 11 players left before we get into the money. Like, he's made some big folds, and now he's just into like one of the classic coolers we have in poker. It's an all-in and a call. Well, it is actually one of his nightmares as he faces pocket aces of Mr. Zhang. Well, some extra outs for pocket queens. A 9 also working alongside with the queen. Richard, are we having a table change very soon? You did say we have 1.5 hour. Did you scam me?
Yeah. No?
You scammed me.
I didn't scam you.
Have you check your WhatsApp chat? We have some information, some new information. And I just feel like I've been robbed. This is not fair, Richard. I trusted you and your stats about the break.
I mean, I really don't know what's going on.
You gotta read the WhatsApp chat to find out what's happening. I'm really disappointed if that is some true information. And I'm never gonna be able to trust you again, you know?
No, I think maybe they're just changing the feature table, but they're keeping. I mean, the break is only in. I don't know, but I'm not scared.
You said 1.5 hours. That's why I took the bet. You gave me the wrong information, man. You were the stats guy. Come on. Oh my
you know
God.
what? You know what? You're right. The break is in 30 minutes.
Jesus Christ. This guy. Look at this guy. Some false information in this. grabbing the
Oh my
opportunity.
goodness.
Oh man,
That's it, man.
I've been robbed, Cat. I will never be able to trust any other South African person in my life.
Well, that just serves you right. We are dodgy folk.
Alrighty. May the God be on my side and she gets a double up in next 30 minutes. That would be the ultimate punishment for Richard Cooper. God, that message literally came after 2 minutes of us placing the bet. Oh man, I'm never gonna forgive the tech team. I'm just gonna Google how much money does a Michelin star dinner cost.
Then you'll know how much you're losing.
I really hope that we selected having a Michelin star in New York City because over there a Michelin star dinner only costs you $40.
And in Jeju?
Oh, I can't find right now. I'm just trying on the side. My
Well, Ding on 314K now, so things not looking too good for Akshay. Still looking good for her, and Akshay in a bad, bad way at the moment. Short stacked and at risk.
Don't you worry, mate. She's got 30 minutes to turn the tables around. I have full belief on her, especially after I got stabbed in the back by my fellow commentator.
Ace Queen O, good enough to get this one going for Zoe out of the hijack. Well, scary flop. King 6-5 for Mr. Zoe. Shen finding top pair. Deuces in deep water. Gotta just fold. Jack on the turn there does improve some outs for both players, but bricks off on the 9. Super wet board. Scary. Nice bet by Zoe. Good aggression. Shen folding the best hand. Shen, excuse me. Nicely done. Take it down. Oh, actually, better call Miss Ding. She's just flatting here with the Jack 8 suited versus an open.
Now you're gonna see 3 jacks on the board, and she's gonna flop quads and get a double up, and right on your face, we are gonna go to Michelin star dinner. I really like the flat because the more hands that she plays, there are chances that she's gonna make it to the 425 mark. I mean, if she folds, she's not gonna make it right in next 15-20 minutes because you literally cheated both of us, her and me. Man, the cat's never gonna forgive you for that. Like they'll forgive you for for dodging me, but not Miss Ding. Come on, look how dressed she is, and she's ready to win. As we see Ace Queen by Mr. Shen, 3-bet here from the small blind. Zhao in a tough spot. Only 7 people off the money. Wow. It is folded to Ding. I really hope that she does not call just for the sake of my side bet. But if she does, I really hope she flops well. There we go. Happy? She end up losing more chips, huh? Rather than winning.
No, not at all. I actually really like Miss Ding and her outfit. I actually hope she does well, and I am not correct.
Well, you do know action speaks louder than words. As we go on to the next hand, 7 off the money. This is the time we are probably going to see the big stacks bully the middle stacks and the short stacks as everyone tries to get that $3,300 that is guaranteed for our min cash players. Well, pocket queens for Mr. Fang, 28,000. He moves all in. Not wasting any time. It does look like, Richard, that Miss Ding is interested, but not going to call with a6 off. That's an alright fold, as Fang is probably going to shove very, very tight here from the UTG, as we are only few players away till we hit the money. Well, these are the chip counts, Richard. As the next hand is dealt by the dealer.
I mean, I hope you
I'm
can read the
actually
chip
more
counts quickly, because they count very quick.
and they go even quicker. Just like that break. Well, ace 10 diamonds for Mr. Shang. Well, both the players sharing the same hand, ace 10 and ace 10 of diamonds. Well, not the same hand actually. One is suited, the other one is offsuit. As we see pocket nines for Mr. Fang facing an open and a call. Well, he's just sitting there with three big blinds behind Richard.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Probably trying to see a flop. If there is any danger card, he's probably gonna fold. Well, he has four big blinds behind as we see ace high board. Both the players hitting an ace. Kind of interesting decision by Mr. Fang, just flatting pocket nines. Probably realizing that he's not gonna have any fold equity, so it's good to see a flop and dodge a big cooler. As we see, there are only 6 players left now, Richard, between
Yep,
money and no money.
that's it. No need to inflate the pot so close to the bubble. Don't want to be losing unnecessary big blinds right now, or bustoing.
But there we go. We are gonna see Mr. Chuck bet ace of diamond and get a flat call in the small blind. Oh wow, what a turn card. 9 of clubs. It could have been a set for Mr. Peng. He's probably going to be regretting not shoving now pre-flop. Shy of the money. There we go. River 10. Both the players making 2 pairs now. But we do see King Queen coming in play, as well as 1 to a straight. Any 8 makes a straight. And we're gonna see Mr. Zhang lead out on the river with his 2 pair. The pot is 102,000 and the bet is 30k. Very tiny. 25% of the pot. And I feel Chung has an easy call here. No point raising. You're only getting called by better hands, and the worst hands will fold when you raise here on the river. There's 1 to a straight. Probably see a call here, no, Richard?
Yeah, I imagine. 3.5 big blinds or something. Minus 4.
Really hoping for Miss Ding to wake up with pocket aces and get some action as we move closer to our break, closer to money, closer to me losing another side bet. Well, a new player just joining on our feature table in seat 7 seems to have 95,000, just shy of 100. Come on, Miss King, you can do this. All you need is to win 2 pots and you will be closer to that 425k mark as we see the new player shove all in.
Yeah, well, maybe a little bit of a cooler. Zoo all in with the aces and the pocket nines of Zhang now. Big question on him, right on the bubble. Alrighty, all in and a call, it seems. Aces versus the nines, and this is right on the bubble, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, those numbers not always updated straight away, because players do bust very quickly. But the aces all in and at risk, looking good though, with an ace in the window, top set and check mark. Safe as that. Nines drawing dead. Full double up for Mr. Zhu. Very nicely done there. Short break. We'll be right back, ladies and gents.
and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lynn. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker
yeah.
table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm still very up to date with
Yeah.
the current strategy,
Yeah.
you know, that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of like coming back, I'm really excited to see like a lot of familiar faces again,
Yes.
to see how much people have changed,
Yeah.
to see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten, you know?
Of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was walking into this room, I was
Yeah.
actually very overwhelmed. I was
Yeah.
like, wow, the setup is gorgeous. I saw a lot of like, even, you know, when you guys had the ads, there's like a little, those plushie guys,
Right,
you know,
right. Those,
around.
mascots.
Yes,
Yeah,
mascots.
our
And I thought they were very adorable.
They are very cute, yes.
You know, and there's a lot of, you know, extra table setup as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but
Yeah.
this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate
Really?
setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, you know, throughout Asia, whether it's like the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And, you know, I would like to see this event,
Right.
you know, do that, especially in this resort,
Yeah.
because what I love about this place is that it's not just for, you know, a poker player.
Yeah.
You bring your whole family, you bring your kids, you've got a theme park, you've got
Yeah.
a water park,
Exactly.
right? And you can bring the grandma. You know, bring a dog. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if you
Maybe
can,
not.
but you know,
Yeah,
but
it's versatile.
it is very
It's very
good.
versatile, yeah.
And you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. Okay, so you soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby
Right,
Dragon.
right.
So you know, it'll be fun to like actually go heads up this time and
Yeah.
not lose. I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so we're here to win. We're here to win.
We're always here to
Of
win.
course. Okay, so you've been a long-time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 07. How has poker changed your life? How does it impact your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, like, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me discipline, it's taught me emotional management, you know, money management. You know, it's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age, but poker is able to teach you that. It's really that fast pace, you know, kind of like chuck you in the deep end.
Yeah.
You know, you figure it out and you've got to figure it out quickly, you know.
Right.
And it's taken me, you know, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities.
Yeah.
And it's taken me on a journey where, you know, I've had to be in front of the television. Had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that, you know, poker presented itself and I was able to get over them and I was able to, you know, do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've accomplished a lot because I've actually had a baby girl. So she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, you know, she's at an age where she's questioning everything, right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why it's no, you know? And I think that for me, you know, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about like birthday parties every weekend, you know, that type of thing. You know, but at the same time, you know, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And for me, it's really, really important. Like being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event is the longest I've ever been away from her. And it broke my heart to, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course.
So
Good
to me,
practice.
exactly. To me, family time. It's number one. But at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing. And it makes you have that, I guess, identity. And it's not just a mom. It's I'm Selena Lynn, and I'm everything.
Right. Yeah. So we just mentioned Nova, your daughter. And does it have anything to do with your supernova status?
Well, that's a funny thing. I actually really, really liked Nova. And when I found out Nova means new beginning, a bright star, it just kind of incorporated into everything that I wanted, from my daughter. And also her Chinese name is actually Liu Xing as well. So it means shooting star at the same time as, just a bright star. And having a daughter, and when it comes to whether or not people have asked me if I want her to follow my footsteps, it's one of those things where I wouldn't mind her doing it if that's what she likes to do. I believe in hard work, I believe in passion, and I want her to find that. I want her to have fun in whatever she does, and that's all that matters.
Find that passion.
Correct.
Yeah.
When I can combine work with fun, I don't mind doing it.
Of course. Yeah. That's right. That's the mentality. So the final question, RTPT will be happening again in November. Will you be joining us?
Oh my God, that's news to me.
That is news, huh?
Oh wow, I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to. And if it's happening, I would actually like to bring my whole family, including the family dog out here if I can. So yeah.
Wow, guys, you heard it first right here. Thank you very much, Selena.
Thank you, Stanley.
Welcome back, players, to the RTPT Jeju 2024 main event.
We're confident that the revamped Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024 will provide an enhanced competition experience and more diverse scale. Wishing all participants the best of luck. The Sai Kai Chip.
就是想请问一下，是什么激发你玩这个德州扑克的？
可以让我结识到很多的朋友。
友達に誘われて始めましたポーカー。
我觉得扑克发展是会越来越好的。那我觉得女生在打牌的，我看到的人也越来越多。那我也很开心有这么多女生喜欢打扑克。对，所以我觉得希望可以越来越多女生一起打扑克。
Well, we are back from our short break, and we bring you some new faces for our pizza table.
Alrighty, we are back. Weren't wasting any time on this break, and oh my goodness, look who it is. Mr. Yun Chia Wei. We like to call him Uncle around these parts. So very nice to see his face around this feature table again.
With that thought, I just remembered what we call, whales in India, and that is the exactly word that you used. We call that to, the whales that we face on poker tables. We call them uncles, Richard. I hope you guys don't do the same.
Interesting.
As we see, cut short for Mo. Ace 5 off, facing a pair of 22,000. It's gonna call. Top pair, flush draw. Well, now make it a flush, a king high flush for Christian. As Miss Mo checks her option. The pot is about 103,000, and he's gonna check. Wow.
Interesting.
Laying a trap for Miss Mo. Is she going to take this bait? Oh, not today, sir. The action check to chain. Sitting there with a comfortable king high flush. There we go. It's going to be a bet and a fold. And these are the chip counts of all the players on this feature table. We see Mr. Kozo with the chip lead. And Shane with the shortest stack on our feature table as we move closer to the bubble. Only six players away now before we hit the money. As I call the tournament director and nullify the side bet that I just lost with Mr. Cooper as he scammed me in daylight.
Funny.
That was like below the belt that you did to me, you know. 1.5 hour to the blind, and literally we get the blinds in 20 minutes. Oh my God, Richard.
Great scam, in my opinion. Very
Yeah, the biggest
successful.
scam of 2024.
Bigger than Bernie Madoff back in 2013.
Well, Yao with pocket kings. Getting a couple of kings. +3. The blinds are 5,000, 10,000 with a big blind ante of 10. We do have some similar faces that we saw in our yesterday's coverage of day 1C. You're watching the Red Dragon Championship event. This is the main event here at Red Dragon Poker Tour, taking place in Landing Casino in the beautiful island of Jeju, South Korea. As we bring you closer to the money, the min cash for this tournament is guaranteed to go home with $3,300, tripling their investment. And the winner of this tournament is going to go home with $285,000. And the buy-in of this tournament was just shy of 1,100. As we see pocket sevens for Yao. Patrick, a player that we've seen in our previous coverage, a very solid player from Hungary. Is going to fold king 10 of spades.
Mr. Yamada, Kozo Yamada, definitely a well-known face around these parts. Have seen him in a couple of events in the previous tours. Nice to have him back here. Ace-8, 3, 2 hearts. Yamada does find bottom, but the 7's still good. So C-bet from Yao. Might just be good to take this one down.
Goes check on the turn. We're pairing the board. Pocket 7's still good. We have a small stirring taking place here on the river. And I believe Mr. Kozo hasn't checked, or has he checked? Well, he has checked, and it is on Yao. Deciding whether to go for that thin value bet on the river or not. Smiling. I mean, looking at his opponent and giving him a smile while he decides whether to bet this river or not. Well, it is going to be laser thin if he does decide to bet. Do you bet here, Richard, with pocket sevens?
Not after all the staring and smiling.
He's like, mate. He didn't even know the action was him. Oh, that is. He's wondering what's happening. The dealer tells him, "We are waiting for you to decide what to do." Oh my god.
Funny.
He's like smiling at his opponent. While the pair was saying, "Oh, the bet is gonna come. What am I gonna do with my bottom pair?" You might be wondering why is he looking at me and giving me a smile while the action while the action is on him.
Yeah, literally what was happening.
Or even that brought a smile on our dealer's face. Are we hand for hand here, Richard? Seems like
I
it.
don't know
No?
what's going on. Has slowed
We
down.
might be hand for hand. We might be hand
Yeah.
for hand because there are 205 players left and 201 make the money. And when there are like 4 or 5 players left, just before the bubble, we normally go for hand, just because people just start, tanking and trying to make it in the money.
Mm-mm.
But if you start hand for hand, that kind of stops that because now you are not incentivized to actually stall because you're literally going to be playing the same number of hands that the other tables are going to do.
Absolutely. So we love to see it. No stalling.
Some real big stacks here. Patrick with 614 sitting in seed 4. Then we have 789 for Kozo sitting in seed number 7. Nobody really short other than Chen with 104. Oh well, Mr. Wen does have 101 in seed 6. But pretty deep stack table, right? We're playing 5-10, and I believe the average stack on this table should be around 30 to 40 big blinds. As we have a look at some of the outer table here at Landing Casino, as we play hand for hand. There's one all in on this table, or maybe waiting for this hand to be finished. Well, I will definitely be going to play Red Dragon Poker Series the next time around. We've had amazing numbers. smashing guarantees, great participation by female poker players, and a beautiful venue here at Landing Casino.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very excited for when I get the opportunity to play.
I mean, if they don't call me for the commentary in the next time around, I'm definitely playing and not getting scammed here, you know.
So, Mr. Yao raising things up. The pocket fives will meet Yan Chia Wu with the pocket nines. And let's see what sort of action they find around the rest of the table. Varying stacks. So just forgive us, folks. We are on the money bubble, so that's why it's taking a little bit of time. But as soon as this is over, we move from hand to hand.
Just waiting for all the hands to be finished on our outer table before we can start dealing at our feature table. Well, this is the part of the game, you know, which most players don't enjoy, but it is necessary just to keep the game fair. Otherwise, a table would be playing, you know, five hands, whereas, you know, there would be a table who's just playing one hand, trying to increase their chances to just squeeze in the money.
Lovely shots of the outer field there Can see very, very full room.
Well, we have an all in and a call on our outer table here, Richard. Let's see if we can get a sneak peek of the holdings of the players involved in the pot. It seems like a bet and a call on a turn as we see on as we go on to the river. We will try to get a cameraman to see what is happening on the board. We don't know what the board is or the action is. We just know that there is a turn bet and a call. As we see more players gather around the table. I really hope our man who's using his mobile phone is not texting anyone that he's not supposed to, as he will be caught in our camera if he does so. One of many ways.
Red-handed.
Imagine him liking a photo on Instagram. And the missus is watching our stream. You know, that's why you should watch our stream, so that you can keep an eye on your man. There we go. There seems to be action between two big stacks. I see a lot of brown chips for both the pairs and some blue ones now as we move closer. And I believe the river bets. This is a normal situation where you either have, you know, big stacks being made when you pressure your opponent, or these hero calls. When you are right, you will be able to have a massive stack after the bubble bust. But right now we are still 3 away before we hit the money. 3,300 for min cash. 1,337 players played this tournament, out of which 456 players came to day 2, and now we are down to 204. Oh, as we see an all in and a call.
Ace Queen versus Queens.
Well, that is a good board for Mamacitas. As we go on to the turn, Ace Queen also picking up a gut shot to go with an ace, and we are going to see pocket queens double up here. They were at risk, but now we are gonna see them double up. But Miss Mo is not happy about the wait. She's here to play more hands. Well, don't you worry, we are gonna be dealing very fast as we bust the bubble. But before that, we have to keep the game fair for all the players. This is just to protect our players. Here we go. That's an all in on a call. One more time. We have tens versus ace three. Ace three off. Going up against pocket tens. Pocket tens still in lead. Just need to dodge an ace. That's a seven. Not changing anything. Still needs to dodge an ace and an ace only on the river. Wow, that is an ace on the river, and we are probably gonna lose one player from this table. Pocket tens. We lose versus ace three off. There we go, Mr. Wu opening up the action with pocket sevens from +2.
Wow. King 9 suited folds in the cutoff. Some real respect being shown there for the early position raise. Five, six, seven, 5, 6, 8, excuse me, on this flop. Open endo for Wu, over pair for Yamada. Yamada will take the lead here. 20k into 65. Sure, Wu not going anywhere.
On to the turn we go, Richard. We see a jack of hearts.
Jack of hearts, not changing anything. Yamada still out ahead with the tens.
Maybe you can still call here with pocket sevens, having a 4 working for you, having a 9 working for you. You do have 7 of spades in case you want to turn your hand to a bluff on the river if the spade comes at. Still calling here, right, with pocket sevens, Richard?
I believe so. I'm definitely calling.
It must be like some sick exploit fold if he does decide to fold his sevens. He's gonna call, and we are gonna go on a river. Very crucial river, as we are only 2 people away from the money. That would solidify Mr. Gozo's confidence about his hand.
Let's see how big Yamada goes now. 191 in the middle.
So they do seem interested, but facing a bet on the river, very smallish. Like 190k in the pot, he's going for 90. You think he's gonna get away with it?
I think so. He definitely wants to call.
He
Oh,
wants
he
to
makes
call,
the
and he makes the
call.
call. Definitely not gonna be happy seeing pocket tens, set of pocket tens, taking away a big part of his stack away from him. As we look at the chip count scores, increasing his stack to 982,000 now. Do we have an all-in a call on our outer tables, Richard? Doesn't seem like
Looks
it as
like
we get
it.
ready to close. It doesn't seem like it as we are
Oh,
ready
no.
to, deal our next hand. I mean, that's what you wanted to say, right?
Yeah, it seemed like it. He came over and made an announcement, but I don't know what happened after that.
Well, ace jack off for Patrick. We've seen him play on our previous streams. A very solid player. The last time he was on the feature table.
10-6-3 on this flop. 8 still ahead, but 2 overcards for Mr. Demus. $15K is the C bet from Demus. And Yao not going anywhere, increasing the price of poker up to 37K.
As we see a Queen of Hearts roll down on the turn, giving a gut shot for Ace Jack. Well, the question is, does he continue or does he not?
That is the question.
Probably can go either way with the Jack of Hearts in his hand, can go for a bet or a check, both will be fine. Considering he covers Yao, so that would probably more inclined towards a bet. As we are close to the money, he can probably get more folds.
I think that's the exact
Do you
reasoning
think?
there.
Do you think players play tighter than they're supposed to near the bubble in live games?
Dr. Mohammed, it depends. That's quite a general question. You mean this field specifically? Excuse me, specifically.
No, no, I'm just talking about in general sports. You know, when you are playing a live tournament and you are close to the money, people. Do you think people play tighter than they are supposed to, or they play as per the GTO charts?
Oh, I mean, if you're talking about Gen Pop, then definitely they're not playing according to the GTO chart. So either they're playing too loose or they're playing too tight. That's for sure. What about you? What are your thoughts on this matter?
I don't know. Like, you kind of have to play more tournaments than like just to know to have a feel whether if the pop is going out of the line or not when it comes to GTO. I do feel that people are generally are on more on the tighter side, um, and they will probably overfold that, but that's just an assumption, as you really need a lot of experience watching the game or probably playing it.
100%.
Because I know in online world, people are not that careful about if we are close to the money or not, as everyone is kind of playing like 6 to 8 tables. I mean, some players would play accurate. I'm not saying everyone is playing loose, aggressive, like lose or tie. Definitely, some part of the population is playing as per the GTO, but most of it, I believe, is um, either folding too much or calling a lot, as you said.
Well, a very Switzerland answer from Mr. Akshay Kapoor there. Not saying yes, not saying no. It's probably the safest way to go.
If you want exact answer, I'm telling you, in live games, I think people are over folding as per the GTO, but in online, they are not. They are like probably playing close to GTO and calling probably more appropriately than they're supposed to. Like if you compare how tight they are playing in online world and the live world, I would probably say they're much tighter in the live scenario than online. And this is just my point of view. I don't know if that's or not.
Yeah, no, it's good insight there. So still on this bubble, taking a long time to burst. Now tell us actually, when it takes a long time for hand, do they pause the blind clock as well, or does that keep ticking?
They kind of pause it, but they move it per hand. For example, let's say they'll pause the clock, and what will they do is, like let's say a table plays a hand, so they'll deduct a set time from the clock, and then deal the next hand. So, for example, if there are like 20 minutes left in the level, and they've paused the clock, so what they'll do is they play a hand, and let's say they've decided that one hand should last for 3 minutes, they'll cut 3 minutes before they deal the next hand. It really depends on venue to venue and series to series on how much set time they've decided. Generally, it's anywhere from, it could be anywhere from 2 to 5 minutes.
Okay, got you.
I've got an interesting question for you. This
Sure.
is definitely going to trouble you, but it's an interesting one. Okay.
Okay.
So, just the assumption is that you make the same amount of money. So, let's say, for example, you make 100K, whether you're a poker player or whether you're a poker commentator, right? What would you choose if you know that you are going to make at the end of the year 100K? What would you choose?
I mean, I love grinding. So, do you mean if you're a commentator, you can't grind?
Yeah, you can only do one.
Oh, wow. No, grinding for sure.
Alrighty.
You?
You wanna I probably would take 100K and be a commentator, just because if I know the upside of me being a commentator and being a poker player is 100K, but when I play poker and I would have to go through ups and downs, and there's a lot of stress involved when you're a professional poker player, right? Because you face multiple bad beats, and then there's a lot of things like you're grinding for 8 to 10 hours, and just not sure of if at the end of the day you're gonna make money or not. That is why it was like kind of a trick question, because I didn't say you're gonna make money at after the end of every day. It's just that you're gonna make after the year that you're gonna be up by 100K. So that could mean that you only win one day out of the 365 days that we have, or 364 days, right? So, I mean, I would rather take a more, peaceful approach to life. As we see all in a call, this is pocket aces versus ace or something, right? This is pocket aces versus ace eight. If I can, ace six or ace eight, right?
A6.
Ace six it is. Well, king 8 9, backdoor straight draw for ace six. Well, that is not
And
gonna
ace.
happen, and I feel like that's a deuce.
Oh, it could be.
We're,
I didn't see it.
we're gonna see a6 lose that pot, and aces double up. They were at risk. Yeah, so coming back to my breakdown, I rather take it, stress-free 100K rather than, stressful 100K.
No, fair enough. To be completely honest, it's just I love grinding, so what can I say? Definitely not doing this full. I mean, definitely not doing it because of the money. I guess the money is a great added feature, but I also really enjoy it.
Fair enough.
But I mean, as long as you're going to tell me that I'm going to be up 100K at the end of the year, I don't care how I get there. Downswings doesn't matter.
Well, get ready to have 365 days of losing, and then 365th day would be the winner day.
Perfect. No problem. I'll take it.
Yeah. It's an interesting question, isn't it?
I guess it was a no-brainer for me, to be honest. I didn't even have to think
Probably
about
not.
it.
Probably not interesting enough then.
No,
I
no,
gotta,
I'll
I
tell you
gotta,
why.
I,
I
tell
tell
me,
you
tell me.
why, just because, I come from a finance background, and when you're
Mm-hmm.
managing large portfolios, you make really, really good money every year. And I left that because the money just wasn't for me. Despite all the money, I had gray hairs and I wasn't sleeping and wasn't seeing my family, etc. So sacrificed that and was never happier. So, same thing applies with, set salaries. Are you really only doing it for that 100 grand a year, or are you doing something for enjoyment? And so at the end of the day, grinding brings me a lot of enjoyment, more than I could ever pay for.
Very well said. A very nice thought. Interesting perspective, to say the least. You've been on
Yeah,
both the boats, and now you know which boat is for you and which is not for you.
exactly.
You certainly don't have any more white hairs.
No, I'm lucky.
So you're saying there is actually more stress in finance job than playing poker? Would that be
Oh, way
right?
more. Yeah, way more.
Wow. How you keep yourself motivated? Let's say if we assume that you have like a downswing of let's say 3 to 4 months, how do you manage to keep yourself motivated and show up every day?
Um, I mean, you're gonna lose in poker, right? So the quicker you realize that and the quicker you make peace with that, the better. And when you lose, just move on to the next hand. And the secret is to play the next hand, because that's, how you increase your odds of winning. And we speak about only being able to increase your odds of winning because it still comes down to a luck factor. So again, when your luck isn't running your way and you're in a downswing, as they like to call it, what you should be focusing on is perfecting the other spots. Because if you had an extra 10 or 20 big blinds, by not leaking earlier on in the tournament, for instance, then when you suffer your bad beat or you go all in with your aces versus kings, you're still a covering stack. And therefore, even if you suffer a bad beat, you can still continue.
Interesting. But still 204 players left, 201 in the money, two away before all these players are logged. $3,300. That is 3,300 US dollars. Close to 15% of the field being paid. Would you like to like run out on the outer tables during the bubble? If like they're not playing a hand on your table, would you like to see what's happening on outer tables if you are playing this event?
No, I don't really care, to be honest.
You'll probably see me like standing on top of a chair and recording what's happening. I've done it multiple of times.
Really?
Because people, yeah. So people would like gather around the table and like I make content for my Instagram and everything. So I'll not get a good view. So what I'll do is I'll grab a chair and stand on it and start recording.
That's funny. That's so funny. Well, you're an
As we
influencer,
see,
right? So you have to get that content.
trying to be one, not there yet. I'm trying to be one.
Don't be
My
so
brother did
modest.
message me last night. No, I'm serious. Like my brother did just message me last night. Hey, if you want to be a influencer, you better work on your body and face and start working out and stay fit and
Wow.
all that elder brother lecture that you
Yeah,
get. That's what I went
yeah,
through last
absolutely.
night.
That's
He's
funny.
he's literally messaging me from Australia, telling me, "Hey, this is the time you should eat. This is the time you should not eat," and blah, yada yada yada.
Is he a grinder?
No, no, no. He has like a proper job. He's like the elder son of the family.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, but he does stay in Australia.
Is he married?
Yeah, he's married, has a kid. I'm not married. Doesn't have a
Nice.
kid for,
No.
for sure. Just two polar opposites. We have some support for Patrick in the YouTube chat, sharing for Patrick to get in the money, build a big, juicy stack. Isn't that right,
Well,
Rabina? Don't you want Patrick to have a very big, massive stack on a feature table?
well, we send all of our run good to Mr. Patrick DeMus. Oh, all ins, ladies versus suited connectors 7-8. Well, sweaty flop for the ladies 10-6-6. Gut shot for the 7-8. Ace not changing anything. Oh, excuse me, changing massively. Flush draw right there. Oh my goodness, lady on the river, good night to the suited connectors. And just like that, we say GG to the bubble boy. See ya.
That's probably the happiest guy I've seen near the bubble getting out. Just enjoying the grind like you do.
I mean, we must be on the bubble. We can't be 203 players, right?
No,
Otherwise, we
no, we
wouldn't be
can
doing
be
hand for
actually.
hand.
No, you start doing hand for hand like 4 5 hands, 4 5 elimination before you actually hit stone bubble. There we go. We have pocket jacks versus pocket kings. A classic cooler here, Richard. As we go on to the flop, jacks at risk. Needs to find a jack on the turn to survive. Well, Ace on the river, and we are gonna lose pocket jacks player as we move closer to the bubble. And I believe right now we are on stone bubble, one player away before we call it in the money. Or are we in the money? I believe we are. We'll find that out very soon.
Yep, we are
There we
in the
go.
money.
We are in the money. Congratulations to all the players making it in the money, tripling their investment from $1,000. You are gonna go home with $3,300 at least. If you become the champion of this tournament, you are going to go home with 285 US US dollars. $285,000, Richard. That is not a joke. That's a lot of Michelin star dinners.
That's it. Well, I hope they're gonna win 285,000 and not 285. Otherwise, they're getting robbed severely, about as badly as you got robbed earlier.
That was nowhere close. I'm still waiting for the TD to make a ruling out of that. You should be like punished and given like a level warning or something like that.
Luckily, the TD is my friend.
It's all about connections in this 2024 era. Well, we are in money now. As we see Ace Jack being opened. No hand for hand now. So we are going to be bringing you live action, fast and steady. Folds to Patrick in the big blind. Going to look down at 8-5 off with his massive stack of 69 big blinds. Going to fold as we see Ace Jack win that hand. Increase his stack to 274,000 chips. Did you read the news that came this morning, Richard? GG capturing WSOP. Not capturing, capturing is not the right word, sorry, acquiring WSOP intellectual rights.
Oh, really?
Yeah, GG has acquired all the intellectual rights for some massive amount.
I mean, they've been strongly affiliated for a very long time, I know that.
I think the deal was somewhere close to like maybe $500 million or something like that. Massive,
Wow.
massive deal.
Okay, so that is interesting. I've got one for you. Where is your most, or where do you most want to travel and play poker in? Which country? Or which stop? Which series? Be specific.
Probably the WSOP. That is like the ultimate dream of any poker player, I believe. Other
In
than that, like
Vegas.
if that is in Vegas. Other than that, I would love to go for the Bahamas Paradise. The WSOP.
Yeah. I think mine is the other way around. I think that's my dream, is to go and play WSOP in the Bahamas.
But if the Red Dragon Poker Tour producers are watching this stream, I would definitely go to South Korea for the next series and play there. Much affordable, and a bigger prize.
Well, they're at different times, so luckily we can play both.
Definitely. I mean, you don't win a limited edition jacket if you go to WSOP, right?
No, you don't. That's very, very true.
Probably win my first jacket, get that 10% extra equity that you spoke about, and then go to Vegas or Bahamas.
That's the way. Vegas and then Bahamas.
Yeah. I'm not going to South Africa anytime soon, though. I will get I will get I will get scammed there for sure.
That's funny.
Chain folding king queen off for 7 bigs facing an open. Interesting. Well, a set of 8s for Mr. Cheng. As we go and see the turn, the Jack of Diamonds, no help for deuce 4 of Hearts.
Mada Kozo still up top there, 95 bigs. Some short stacks, Yao, Chen, all find themselves in that danger zone.
Well, 195 remain. We're losing our players very quickly. Lost about 10 players in a matter of 10 minutes. Cheng opening up the action with ace queen of hearts. Running extremely hot on our feature table, turning flushes, flopping a set. Well, pocket kings for our chip leader, Mr. Kozo, with pocket kings, the Cowboys. What is he going to do here? Playing from the small blind, facing an UTG open. Goes for a 3-bet, 75,000, just shy of 4x. Ace queen of hearts, facing a 3-bet from the small blind. Well, he's playing 37 big blinds, which should be more than average stack. Are we going to see a call, fold, or 4-bet? Mr. Cheng, deep in tank. What are you doing here, Richard, with ace queen of hearts?
I mean, just depending on what my position of Mr. Yamada is, but I think I'm probably just going to be calling it here.
I am with you on that. Calling ace queen of hearts, playing in position, folding ace queen off. This probably can call. Because 4-betting here with ace queen of hearts just would mean that you would have to call a jam if you in case face a 5-bet, because that would be too committing. But we do have an all-in here, Richard. Ace queen of hearts, 4-bet, all-in ace queen of hearts, and the action is going to be on Mr. Gozo, who I believe is going to call. Just getting a count of the chip stack before he decides to call. There is no way he folds pocket king here.
No.
A bit of just counting his stack. You can't really be calling this a slow roll. Is it a slow roll here happening, Richard? No,
I think
right?
so. I think a little bit of a slow roll for sure. You should snap it off. He knows he's covering.
Yeah. Alrighty, on to the flop we go. Just needs to dodge an ace. Christian looking for that ace to secure a double up. Ace queen versus pocket kings. Exciting flop coming your way. As we see 7, 6, 4, 2 diamonds, 1 club. Nobody having a diamond. Well, Mr. Koza does have a diamond, but he is ahead. Just needs to dodge an ace and an ace on the river. That he will. Solidifying his chip lead. Moving to over 1 million chips on our feature table. Right now playing 1.3 million chips. Very unfortunate. Ace queen running into pocket kings. We are going to be losing the player from seat 9. Players are talking about that hand that he should have snap called with pocket kings, and they can worry about the stacks later on. Like you're never folding pocket king, so it doesn't really matter if if you have him covered or not. Have you ever folded pocket kings pre-flop?
No.
Not
I
even in
mean,
satellites.
I don't think. I mean, maybe, right? I don't think so. Generally not. Generally it's not my SOP. I'll bet my house on Cowboys.
I'm not gonna take that bet. I'm gonna take any bet from you now. That's one way to kill your action, Richard.
Funny.
So these are the chip counts. We do have a couple of shorties sitting with 7 big blinds each.
I mean, with pocket kings, you're really only afraid of aces, right? Everything else, you've got like 70% on, or better.
Yeah.
So
But there are
awesome
people
hand for sure.
but there are people who fold pocket kings pre-flop, right? Time and time again.
I feel like it's pretty crazy that. Well, quick all in and a call here. The queen 9 all in at the covering stack. So king 6 needs to dodge a queen, but not on a flop like that. Queen 8-7 nail in the coffin of Mr. Hao Chen. Needs a king on the river in a hurry. Can he find it is the question. No, he can't. And just like that, Akshay, we do say GG to the very lively Mr. Hao Chen.
Well, no action happening on our feature table. We've taken a back seat, but I believe there's an interesting hand coming your way. As the field size reduced to 178 players now. Well, we go on to the flop a7 versus king 7. Patrick quickly checks. Watch it, leader. Checks back his option with ace high. Interesting. Now we do see deuce of hearts. Are we going to see Patrick lead out? Well, the answer to that question is no. Those are also checking back, taking his hand into a showdown hand. Patrick sitting there on the river with king high, and I believe this is going to go check, check. And Kurzo is just going to take down the pot with ace high. A bit passive on Patrick's end, but I'm pretty sure he would have his reasons, and checking back king high on the river can't be too bad.
Well, it's only those two players that have a stack larger than 20-something bigs. Everybody else playing a stack of 20x. And so those all very tight. And then just the two big stacks allows for a lot of ICM pressure in the middle of that field.
Well, Jack 10 moving all in for 7.5 big blinds as the action falls to our big blind. We're sitting there with King Jack off. It's more. Needs to call 6.5 big blinds here. But gonna fold, and Mr. Wen can finally start breathing again and wins the pot without any showdown. Up to 10 big blinds. Well, queen 10 off for Mr. Wu. Definitely opening up here. Sitting with 25 big blinds. But Patrick, interesting hand on the button. Ace 5 off. Quickly folds. Not interested to play marginal hands. There we go. Raise and a take it. We don't see a flop in that hand. As we see the chip counts, Kozo sitting there with 135 big blinds, as we see only 178 players remain. As we are joined with a new player on seat number 9. He definitely has a lot of blue chips, probably 6 or 7, and some red ones. Probably playing somewhere around 170 mark. We'll find out in this hand. King Jack off for Mr. G. Folds the action, and new player on our table. He's playing 182k. 18 big blinds. Well, I do believe seat number 2 is also a new joinee, playing 140k, 14 big blinds. We can see him open up this hand or go for just an open jam. Both the options don't seem too bad to me. And we see the field size reduced to 169. The king queen is probably one of the hands you would probably want to open jam or just go for a min click. Let's find out what Mr. Yu is going to do. Well, he's gonna make it to 2.2 and does have some interest by Mr. Wu, sitting there with ace jack suited. Nice and pretty hand. He does fold a suited ace jack from hijack, facing an open from only 14 big blinds. Probably one of the reasons he decides to fold. Slightly on the tighter side. Well, UCU is gonna win and increase his stack to almost 17 big blinds. This is the pre-flop stats we have for you guys. A lot of 15%. Well, pocket aces making their appearance. Num-nums, as I call them. You can call them pocket eights, num-nums, Chinese aces, as 8 is considered to be very, very lucky in Asia. Mr. Wu getting an upgrade from his last hand. He decided to fold ace jack suited, and now he's going to be playing ace queen off as a 3-bet, facing an open from early position. Just making it 2.4x off the open, not even full 3x here, Richard.
Yeah, I like it. Still has some good fold equity. Doesn't lose too much. I need to go too big.
What do you do if you have pocket eights here? I mean, it does feel very, very nutty facing a smaller 3-bet here in this exact spot.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a weird spot.
I think it's on the border of just call. Yeah, turn 3 bigs, I think. I mean, it's tough. Yeah, I'm calling, I think.
Yeah, probably calling myself too. Folding sevens and maybe making it call with pocket eights. Oh, he is grabbing a lot of blue chips here, Richard. You might not see a call, but a jam.
Oof.
Don't see ace queen off going anywhere after seeing.
I mean, his body language gave away that he wasn't so confident, you know.
Yeah. Well, he's ahead right now, though, but at risk. Pocket eight versus ace queen. Ace queen looking for an ace or a queen, whereas pocket eight just looking to dodge those two cards.
Beautiful
Oh, the
flop
third.
for the pocket eights, finding bottom set. The ace queen does hit top pairs, so a couple of outs. 10 brings in the jack for the straight. Can he find it on the river? Wow, he can actually. Brutalized on the river. Mr. Guan, GG to you, sir. Hello, big stack of Yan Chia Wu. Up to 48 bigs now.
Just when he thought that he would get a double up, the poker gods have showered on the river, making a straight for your dear friend, Mr. Uncle. Spicy indeed. As Richard would say, Uncle doing some bingo bango as he stacks up his chips. And guys, it would mean a lot for me and Richard and the whole team that is working behind the cameras to bring you this live coverage from the beautiful island of Jeju. If you like our stream and subscribe to our channel, we are just shy of 450 subscribers. Please click that subscribe button and do like our stream.
Yes,
As we
absolutely.
see,
All the support is greatly appreciated. That's for sure.
well, Miss Mo opening up the action with King 10 of spades here. Nice and beautiful cards. And I'm talking about cards, guys. Alrighty. Deuce off in the small blind. Not gonna do much, I believe. And we have ace 3 of hearts. Definitely a callable hand in the big blind. As we do. Yao playing 16 big blinds behind. As we go on to the flop of 4-2-7. Cut shot for Yao. King high for Miss Mo. It's gonna go check check. Turn's gonna be a 9 completing a flush. But both the players do not have any club. Still gonna go for check check. And Mo trying to take it to the showdown without doing any betting. Checking back her king high, and Yao is gonna win this pot with just ace high. There we go. These are the chip counts. Kozo with the chip lead, 1.3 million. Mr. Wen down to 6 big blinds here.
Yeah, not a good position for win at the moment. Only 6 bigs. Not a great stack.
Well, suited queen for G, and he's going to use that option to raise from the button. I'm going to get some resistance from Mr. Yao with pocket jacks, fish hooks, as they are famously known.
Yeah, an easy fold for the queen deuce now. Caught out of turn.
Well, not an immediate fold here. Well, maybe he would want to see a flop here with queen deuce if he decides to call, play in position. If he thinks Yao is getting out of line, but queen deuce, not having any blockers, decides to fold, rightly so. Oh, there we go. These are the chip stacks for all of you guys. Patrick sitting there with 55 big blinds. Nice and comfy. आराम बेटा क्या करना है खाता भी खत्म हो जाएगा अभी हो जाएगा ब्रेक तो भूख लगे थोड़ा सा कुछ कर लो
So Mr. Gay must like the queen suited hands because he's taking awfully long to fold the queen 4. Alrighty, now a real playable hand for Gay. Ace King O. It's just an all-in. Well, hello to a very familiar face around the feature tables, Mr. Nevin Chang. So ace-9-0, just getting jammed for about 11, 12 bigs. Just less than 12 bigs, 11 and a half bigs. Getting it through there, so nice timing. When you're that short stacked, any addition to your chip stack is of great importance. Alrighty, one of the biggest stacks at the table, looking down at the Queen Jack-O on the button, good enough from this position to open this for sure.
Patrick just moving all in from the button with Queen Jack off. Wow, Mr. Wen has enough of him and gonna call him off with King 4. And it is literally 50-50 here, Richard.
Absolutely. Patrick just realizing he is the big stack and has the small blind and the big blind very much covered, so any two will do. Oh, how's that for a flop? Mr. Demus, top and middle, nail in the coffin for Mr. Wen, 3 on the turn. GG to Mr. Wen, can't improve. Mr. Patrick Demus up to 60 BBs now, so trailing only Kozu Yamada with 111. Those two are the dominating figures at this feature.
Oh, looks like we have your friend on our feature table. Mr. Natural 8 Ambassador himself.
My friend or your friend?
I don't know him that well. Probably you know him more than me.
No, I don't know him from a bar of soap.
But funny enough, he's taking his wife's seat number 9. Very quiet table, Richard, that we have for our feature. Not a lot of players talking to each other. As we see pocket deuces for Miss Mo, and she does have around almost close to 20 bigs, just shy of it.
Yeah, 18 bigs from the cutoff with the deuces. I think I'm probably just folding. I don't know, it's close there. What are you doing with the deuces for 18 bigs in the cutoff?
Folding,
Yeah.
like just pre-flop holding it, not even opening it.
Yeah, me too.
Probably start opening pocket fours onwards.
Yeah.
Like I might open a hand like, let's say, king four suited, but not pocket deuces.
Yeah. Ace 10, good enough to come for the open from early position. Yao playing a stack of 21 bigs. Wow, Mr. Nevin Chang looking down at the pocket rockets. First hand we see him involved in. And this is a big way to get involved. Sneaky. Flat call. Queen 9-3, two clubs on the board. Nevin Chang has the ace of clubs in his hand, so that is very important. So sneaky check, very under rep now, Nevin Chang's hand. Let's see how he decides to approach this aggression on the turn. Check him again. They are the aces. He is correct.
Just calling here on the turn as well, right, Richard?
Yeah, not really worried about a 4.
I mean, you have ace of clubs. We do see a raise though here, which is gonna scare his opponent.
Yeah, just too strong. I mean, what bluffs do you have?
But still manages to get maximum from his opponent by just flat calling pre-flop.
Suited connectors for Gay on the button. Only playing 21 bigs, so should probably just min open this. Wow. Quite a tight fold. Jack 3 will come along. Small blind. Checking over. 965. We'll get bet on and take it down. Small blind.
Oh, we do see ace queen for our cutoff player, Mr. G, opening up the action. I'm getting really hungry here, Richard. I really want to ask you when is our break, but I'm afraid you're gonna lie to me one more time.
Well, I mean, I'm just waiting for you to ask about the side bet first, and then I'll give you that info.
What about the side bet? I mean, I'm done with you throughout my life. You can only drop me once. You lost your forever customer, Richard. You killed your golden hen. You know the famous story of the golden hen, right?
No.
No, you don't.
Maybe not the
Oh
same one
man.
that you do.
No, it's pretty much the same, right? A farmer had a hen who used to give him golden egg every day, like one egg every day. One day he got greedy and started and thought of killing the golden hen so that there's he can generate more gold. But what really happened when you kill the golden hen is basically you don't even get the golden eggs every day, so you lose your fortune when you become too greedy. Isn't that the same story that you know?
Yeah, roughly, I guess. I don't
So
remember
you
it that
you
well. I mean, it's been years
you
since
you
I've
killed,
heard of it.
mate. Mate, you killed your golden hen today. No more side bets with you.
I got 2 dinners already, so I mean, I'm running good.
Well, you were running good before you decided to rob me
I'm still,
and
I'm
get
still up,
caught.
still net
All right,
positive. That's all that matters.
man, you could have had 100 dinners like that.
I don't run that good.
Man, Henry has 7, and he doesn't even run that good.
Henry is a sun runner. What are you talking about? Absolute sun runner.
That is true, but he does work very hard for it. I guess right now he's back in Thailand for some time.
I haven't seen him in very long, maybe almost a year now. He's been busy, I've been busy. You know how life goes.
That is true. He's been commentating on Triton, opening up new businesses, doing really great things in life.
Absolutely.
Well, this is the last level before we go on a 70-minute dinner break. And you can trust my words, guys. I only speak the truth. Well, as we see pocket 8 move
Throwing
all
shade.
in.
Throwing shade on me, actually.
As we see pocket 8 move all in from the button. Get a call with King, Queen of clubs. 50-50 one more time as we go on to the flop. 9-7-3 clean for pocket 8. Ace of spades not going to change anything. Patrick looking for a king or a queen, and it's not going to happen. Pocket 8 is going to have a double up. There we go. Patrick losing some chips, taking a small dent in his big stack.
Yeah, nice chip up for the pocket 8s.
Well, there we go, down to 156 as we play level 18. We're gonna be playing till level 22, end of level 22 today. Probably will be left with, I guess, 50 more players, like 50 or 40. That is my guess. We might lose 100 players going into the day 3, but you never know.
Yep.
We can have more than that as well. As we see pocket sixes for Mr. Yu. Opening up the action to 24,000 and just gonna steal the blinds. Nice and easy. And these are the player position that we have on our feature table. Our chip leader sitting on seat number 7. Alrighty, pocket kings in seat 7 for Mr. Kozo, our chip leader. Definitely up the action. Kozo opening up the action to 25,000. We are playing 6, 12, 12,000. Big blind ante. Going to see a really nice discipline fold with ace
Trouble
5
brewing
and
here for Nevin Chang with the pocket tens.
oh my god, Richard, we have kings, tens, and ace king.
Yeah, some big money going into the middle here, Akshay. One big stack, one middle stack, and one kind of short stack.
But do you think Neving is going to get away with pocket tens here, as it's going to go at least a squeeze with ace king, and it's going to be interesting how Kozo decides to play his pocket queens. But I believe Neving is just good enough to get rid of pocket tens, as we see him just, facing an open by the chip leader. There we go. Kozo just going to have a look at his opponent's stack. What do you do here, Richard? Like, do you go for a 4-bet, or like, I mean, do you just go all in?
Yeah, I mean, big stack, you kind of want to look weak and like you're just trying to jam them out of the pot, so maybe just a jam. Looks weak.
He just decided to flat call this, Richard. Just laying an amazing trap. Well, he's laying a trap for Chang, and Chang is in big trouble. I mean, definitely he's gonna be like suspicious about Mr. Kozo just flat calling a squeeze, sitting there with pocket tens. Is this too much action for pocket tens? I mean, you see a squeeze and then you see the pre-flop raiser just cold call that. I mean, and it's coming from a smaller stack too, Richard. Ace king, going for a squeeze, having the shortest stack out of the 3.
Tough spot for Nevin Chang.
Well, if anyone can get away, it is him on this feature table, with the amount of experience that he has playing Massive high rollers. Oh my
All
God,
in.
Richard.
This
Oh
is the
my
call from
God.
Nevin Chang. I mean,
What do you
Yao
do?
Yao can't
I mean, what
fold.
do you do? Yeah, yeah. Oh man.
Can't fold.
Maybe he's gonna find the fold,
No, can't.
Richard. I think he will.
10
He
bigs,
has
Mio,
gone for a
11
squeeze.
bigs.
I mean, that's the reason you make it half your. Well, I know it kind of hurts putting more than half of your stack already in, but look at the action. Like you've gone for a squeeze, you've received a call from the UTG, which is not going to be which is not going to be calling you lightly, and then you see Nevang just, calling a raise pre-flop and now just going for an all-in. That is just telling you that he has a monster. Not sure about Yahweh. Like if you decide to call off here, what are you gonna put your opponents on? Right? Queens, jacks, tens. They're never doing this with ace queen. That I can tell you. There we go. There it is. Ace king finding the fold. Kozo just laying down a beautiful trap and trapping Mr. Chang. Chang looking for a 10 and a 10 only. He does have two outs. The flop is no help. 6-4. Turns a 9. And river is a 6. We are going to lose one of the best players on our feature table. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard, what are your thoughts? I really want to know your thoughts about that ace king fold.
I mean, yeah, strategy for everybody, right? Everybody's got their own way to play. That's what makes poker so beautiful.
Absolutely correct. He's gonna be left with 10 big blinds, but at least he's gonna he would stay in the game with his 10 big blinds. Wow, what a hand we just witnessed. Ace king folding after squeezing and getting all the trouble for our one of the great players from the feature table, I would say. Mr. Chang not going to be happy getting out of the tournament in 144th position. Well, more than my great read, it is more of a great fold. Considering the strength of your hand, of your opponent's hand, Ace King was not really doing good, you know, versus the range that it was up against. As we see Patrick open up with A7 off, opening on a chip leaders big blind, and goes are just gonna come play cautiously. These are two big stacks on our feature table. Queen 8-6, no help for Mr. Patrick, as we see Koza still ahead with his pocket threes. Regardless of that, Patrick is going to continue to bet on this flop. Snap call. Let's see if Mr. Patrick can find a 7 or an ace on the turn to take the lead. Well, that is not the case. Turn the 6. It does increases his outs to improve on the river. He does have 10 outs, and we're going to see Mr. Kozo lead out here. Ace 7 off for Patrick, and Patrick is gonna pass. And Mr. Crozer just increasing his chip lead, now sitting with 1.8 million, 153 big blinds. Massive 140 big blind difference between first and second on this feature table.
Mr. Yao under the gun, only playing a stack of about 12 bigs. Queen Jack suited. Next hand he's in the big blind, got to post the ante and the big blind, so maybe this is it. So Mr. Gay can defend the big. Does have that nice king. However, King 5-0 not playing well out of position, so sometimes the aggressive route works very well here. There we go. Fold also works. King 9-0 for Zhu in the cutoff. Does have a big stack to his left, so needs to be a little bit careful. Just going to limp in. Big stack. Yamada will come along for the journey. Jack 10-0 on the button. 8-6 deuce. Not changing much. Not the flop either player was trying to see. C-bet coming from the pre-flop aggressor might just be good enough. Unless Yamada gets sticky with our backdoor hearts, which he could definitely call one. But yeah, disciplined lay down. No splashy splashy.
Well, 143 players remain now out of the 1,337 who started playing the tournament, out of which only 456 players made it to day two. And we are playing for 285,000 up top for our winner, for the champion of Red Dragon Championship event.
Absolutely. Big prizes here at the RDPT Festival in Jeju. Always guaranteeing some good ROI on your buy-ins. We love to see it.
Well, we do see Mr. Kai open up the action with A7 off. We have a new player in seat 9. Well, action is folded to the big blind. We're going to be looking at deuce four of diamonds, going to fold. Move on to the next hand. Big blind jump in the next level, Richard. We are going to go from to 10-15. A significant jump.
Yeah, it is a big increase. We'll just put that pressure on the shorter stacks. Ace 10-0, good enough for Zoo. +2 position. We'll raise it up.
Mr. Kai getting an upgrade from his last hand, opening with ace 10 off this time. as we move on to the next hand. We have a mix of chip stacks, different chip stacks on this feature table, some with really big stacks and some really short and bunch of middle stacks. Miss Mo has been playing really smartly, not getting involved with marginal holdings and just waiting for a better spot.
Yeah, that is true, Miss Mo. Definitely choosing her hands very carefully, and this could be a good strategy in the later stages. As you said, that big blind and small blind increase next round is quite large.
Well, the players on our feature table showing a great amount of patience. And as Benjamin Franklin famously said, he that can have patience can have what he will. That does apply. Patience is a virtue and one of the strongest assets that we have in poker and in life, as we see suited ace king for our chip leader going after Mr. Kai, slightly getting out of line, limping from under the gun. Or Mr. G probably trying to balance the time that he
Takes
takes
time.
to make a decision. Yeah.
Wow, the King 10-0 going to make the call versus the big stack. It does connect, but this flop very nicely. Jack 10-4, flopping middle pair. Great kicker.
Of course, we're going for a smallish bet, 30-ish% with the Dutch shot 2 overs. Let's see what Mr. Kai is going to do. flopping second pair on a very dynamic board. We do have a flush draw as well as straight draw present on the flop. Alex to go for a flat call, trying to improve on the turn, maybe hit a 10 or a king, but in fact it's going to be a 3 of hearts. Well, Kozo hasn't put a foot wrong on the feature table as of yet. Are we going to see him try to bluff with the ace king of hearts and ask his opponent to fold a better hand than him? Interesting spot here for Mr. Kai. Having second pair should be good enough on such a dynamic board, especially versus a chip leader. But do you have what it takes to call the turn barrel? Well, yes, he does, as he makes the call. Very important river being dealt. Mr. Kozo looking for that queen or an ace, and he's going to hit that ace. Finding the gin on the river. Berry, as we say it. Now the question is, how much can he extract from his opponent as he hits top pair, top kicker? Or is he going to go for a cautious check? Well, that is a cautious check indeed. We see Kozo getting lucky on the river with ace king of hearts. Increasing his chip count, 266 big blinds, 2 million for him. Wow, he is creating a big gap between him and the others. As we move closer to our dinner break.
Alrighty, folks, so at the close of this hand, we will be taking that dinner break. "70 minutes is the dinner break, so grab some food, grab some refreshments, and meet us back here.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lynn. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm still very up to date with the current strategy, you know, that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of like coming back, I'm really excited to see like a lot of familiar faces again, to see how much people have changed, to see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten, you know?
Of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was looking into this room, I was actually very overwhelmed. I was like, wow, the setup is gorgeous. I saw a lot of like, even, you know, when you guys have the ads, there's like a little, those plushie guys, you know,
those,
around.
mascots.
Yes, mascots. And I thought they were very adorable.
They were very cute, yes.
You know, and there's a lot of, you know, extra table setup as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, you know, throughout Asia, whether it's like the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And, you know, I would like to see this event, you know, do that, especially in this resort, because what I love about this place is that it's not just for, you know, a poker player. You bring your whole family, you bring your kids, you've got a theme park, you've got a water park, right? And you can bring the grandma. You know, bring a dog. I mean, I don't know if you can, but you know,
it's versatile.
It is very good.
Very versatile,
And you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. Okay, so you soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby Dragon. So, you know, it'll be fun to like actually go heads up this time and not lose, I guess.
Okay, so we're here to win.
We're always here to win.
Of course. Okay, so you've been a long-time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 2007. How has poker changed your life? How does it impact your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, like, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me discipline, it's taught me emotional management, you know, money management. You know, it's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age, but poker is able to teach you that. It's really that fast pace, you know, kind of like chuck you in the deep end, you know, you figure it out and you got to figure it out quickly, you know. And it's taken me, you know, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities. And it's taken me on a journey where, you know, I've had to be in front of the television. Had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that, you know, poker presented itself and I was able to get over them and I was able to, you know, do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've accomplished a lot because I've actually had a baby girl. So she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, you know, she's at an age where she's questioning everything, right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why it's no, you know? And I think that for me, you know, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about like birthday parties every weekend, you know, that type of thing. You know, but at the same time, you know, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And for me, it's really, really important. Like being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event is the longest I've ever been away from her.
Wow.
And it broke my heart to, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course.
So to
practice.
me, exactly. To me, family time. It's number one. But at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing. And it makes you have that, I guess, identity. And it's not just a mom. It's I'm Selena Lynn, and I'm everything.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just mentioned Nova, your daughter, and does it have anything to do with your supernova status?
Well, that's a funny thing. I actually really, really liked Nova, and when I found out Nova means new beginning, a bright star, it just kind of incorporated into everything that I wanted, from my daughter, and also. Her Chinese name is actually Liu Xing as well. So it means shooting star at the same time as, just a bright star. And having a daughter and, when it comes to whether or not people have asked me if I want her to follow my footsteps, it's one of those things where I wouldn't mind her doing it if that's what she likes to do. I believe in hard work. I believe in passion. And I want her to find that. I want her to have fun in whatever she does. And that's all that matters.
Find that passion.
Correct.
Yeah.
When I can combine work with fun, I don't mind doing it.
Of course. Yeah. That's right. That's the mentality. So the final question. RTPT will be happening again in November. Will you be joining us?
Oh my God, that's news to me.
That is news, huh?
Oh wow, I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to. And if it's happening, I would actually like to bring my whole family, including the family dog out here if I can. So yeah.
Wow, guys, you heard it first right here. Thank you very much, Selena. Thank you,
Stanley.
Welcome back, players, to the RTPT Jeju 2024 main event.
We're confident that the revamped Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024 will provide an enhanced competition experience and more diverse scale. Wishing all participants the best of luck. The Sai Kai Tip.
it to me.
那就是想请问一下，是什么激发你玩这个德州扑克的？
可以让我结识到很多的朋友。
友達に誘われて始めましたポーカー。
我觉得扑克发展是会越来越好的。那我觉得女生在打牌的，我看到的人也越来越多。那我也很开心，有这么多女生喜欢打扑克。对，所以我觉得希望可以越来越多的女生一起打扑克。
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lynn. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So, we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm still very up to date with the current strategy, you know, that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of like coming back, I'm really excited to see like a lot of familiar faces again, to see how much people have changed, to see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten, you know?
Of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was looking into this room, I was actually very overwhelmed. I was like, wow, the setup is gorgeous. I saw a lot of like, even, you know, when you guys have the ads, there's like a little, those plushie guys,
right,
you know,
right, those,
around.
Oh, mascots.
Yes, mascots. And I thought they were very adorable.
They were very cute, yes.
You know, and there's a lot of, you know, extra table setup as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, you know, throughout Asia, whether it's like the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And, you know, I would like to see this event do that, especially in this resort, because what I love about this place is that it's not just for a poker player. You bring your whole family, you bring your kids. You've got a theme park, you've got a water park, right? And you can bring the grandma. Bring a dog. I mean, I don't know if you can, but
it's versatile.
It is very good.
Very
And you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. That is very true. Okay, so you soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby Dragon.
Right.
So it'll be fun to actually go heads up this time and not lose, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So we're here to win. We're
always here to win.
Of course. Okay. So you've been a long time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 2007. How has poker changed your life? How has it impacted your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me discipline, it's taught me emotional management, money management. It's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age, but poker is able to teach you that. It's really that fast pace, kind of chuck you in the deep end. You figure it out, and you've got to figure it out quickly.
Right.
And it's taken me, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities, and it's taken me on a journey where I've had to be in front of the television. I've had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that, poker presented itself, and I was able to get over them, and I was able to, do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've accomplished a lot because I've actually had a baby girl. So she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, she's at an age where she's questioning everything, right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why it's no, And I think that for me, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about birthday parties every weekend, that type of thing. But at the same time, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And for me, it's really, really important. Being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event is the longest I've ever been away from her.
Wow.
And it broke my heart to, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course.
So to me, exactly. To me, family time. It's number one. But at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing. And it makes you have that, I guess, identity. And it's not just a mom. It's I'm Selena Lynn, and I'm everything.
Right. Yeah. So we just mentioned Nova, your daughter, and does it have anything to do with your supernova status?
Well, that's a funny thing. I actually really, really liked Nova, and when I found out Nova means new beginning, a bright star, it just kind of incorporated into everything that I wanted, from my daughter, and also her Chinese name is actually Liu Xing as well. So it means shooting star at the same time as, just a bright star. And having a daughter, and when it comes to whether or not people have asked me if I want her to follow my footsteps, it's one of those things where I wouldn't mind her doing it if that's what she likes to do. I believe in hard work, I believe in passion, and I want her to find that. I want her to have fun in whatever she does, and that's all that matters.
Find that passion.
Correct. When I can combine work with fun, I don't mind doing it.
Of course. Yeah. That's right. That's the mentality. So the final question, RTPT will be happening again in November. Will you be joining us?
Oh my God, that's news to me.
That is news, huh?
Oh wow, I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to. And if it's happening, I would actually like to bring my whole family, including the family dog out here if I can. So yeah.
Wow, guys, you heard it first right here. Thank you very much, Selena.
Thank you, Stanley.
Welcome back, players, to the RTPT Jeju 2024 main event.
We're confident that the revamped Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024 will provide an enhanced competition experience and more diverse scale. Wishing all participants the best of luck. The Day2.
Give it to me.
那就是想请问一下，是什么激发你玩这个德州扑克的？
可以让我结识到很多的朋友。
友達に誘われて始めましたポーカー。
我觉得扑克发展是会越来越好的。那我觉得女生在打牌的，我看到的人也越来越多。那我也很开心有这么多女生喜欢打扑克。对，所以我觉得希望可以越来越多女生一起打扑克。
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lynn. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm still very up to date with the current strategy, you know, that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of like coming back, I'm really excited to see like a lot of familiar faces again, to see how much people have changed, to see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten, you know?
Of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was walking into this room, I was actually very overwhelmed. I was like, wow, the setup is gorgeous. I saw a lot of like, even, you know, when you guys have the ads, there's like a little, those plushie guys, you know,
those,
around.
Mascots.
Yes, mascots. And I thought they were very adorable.
They are very cute, yes.
You know, and there's a lot of, you know, extra table setup as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, you know, throughout Asia, whether it's like the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And, you know, I would like to see this event, you know, do that, especially in this resort, because what I love about this place is that it's not just for, you know, a poker player. You bring your whole family, you bring your kids, you've got a theme park, you've got a water park, right? And you can bring the grandma. You know, bring a dog. I mean, I don't know if you can, but you know,
it's versatile.
It is very good.
Very versatile.
And you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. Okay, so you soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby Dragon. So, you know, it'll be fun to like actually go heads up this time and not lose, I guess.
Okay, so we're here to win.
We're always here to win.
Of course. Okay, so you've been a long-time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 2007. How has poker changed your life? How does it impact your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, like, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me discipline, it's taught me emotional management, you know, money management. You know, it's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age, but poker is able to teach you that. It's really that fast pace, you know, kind of like chuck you in the deep end, you know, you figure it out and you've got to figure it out quickly, you know. And it's taken me, you know, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities. And it's taken me on a journey where, you know, I've had to be in front of the television. Had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that, you know, poker presented itself and I was able to get over them and I was able to, you know, do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've accomplished a lot because I've actually had a baby girl. So she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, you know, she's at an age where she's questioning everything, right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why it's no, you know. And I think that for me, you know, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about like birthday parties every weekend, you know, that type of thing. You know, but at the same time, you know, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And for me, it's really, really important. Like being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event is the longest I've ever been away from her.
Wow.
And it broke my heart to, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course.
So
Good
to me,
practice.
exactly. To me, family time. It's number one. But at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing. And it makes you have that, I guess, identity. And it's not just a mom. It's I'm Selena Lynn, and I'm everything.
Right. Yeah. So we just mentioned Nova, your daughter, and does it have anything to do with your supernova status?
Well, that's a funny thing. I actually really, really liked Nova, and when I found out Nova means new beginning, a bright star, it just kind of incorporated into everything that I wanted, from my daughter, and also. Her Chinese name is actually Liu Xing as well. So it means shooting star at the same time as, just a bright star. And having a daughter and, when it comes to whether or not people have asked me if I want her to follow my footsteps, it's one of those things where I wouldn't mind her doing it if that's what she likes to do. I believe in hard work. I believe in passion. And I want her to find that. I want her to have fun in whatever she does. And that's all that matters.
Find that passion.
Correct. When I can combine work with fun, I don't mind doing it.
Of course. That's right. That's the mentality. So the final question. RTPT will be happening again in November. Will you be joining us?
Oh my God, that's news to me.
That is news, huh?
Oh wow, I would love to.
Yeah?
I would love to. And if it's happening, I would actually like to bring my whole family, including the family dog out here if I can. So yeah.
Wow, guys, you heard it first right here. Thank you very much, Selena. Thank you,
Stanley.
Welcome back, players, to the RTPT Jeju 2024 main event.
We're confident that the revamped Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024 will provide an enhanced competition experience and more diverse schedule. Wishing all participants the best of luck. The Day2.
me.
那就是想请问一下，是什么激发你玩这个德州扑克的？
可以让我结识到很多的朋友。
友達に誘われて始めましたポーカー。
我觉得扑克发展是会越来越好的。那我觉得女生在打牌的，我看到的人也越来越多。那我也很开心，有这么多女生喜欢打扑克。对，所以我觉得希望可以越来越多的女生一起打扑克。
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lynn. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So, we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm still very up to date with the current strategy, you know, that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of like coming back, I'm really excited to see like a lot of familiar faces again, to see how much people have changed, to see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten, you know?
Of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was walking into this room, I was actually very overwhelmed. I was like, wow, the setup is gorgeous. I saw a lot of like, even, you know, when you guys have the ads, there's like a little, those plushie guys, you know,
those,
around.
Oh, mascots.
Yes, mascots. And I thought they were very adorable.
They are very cute, yes.
You know, and there's a lot of, you know, extra table setup as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, you know, throughout Asia, whether it's like the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And, you know, I would like to see this event do that, especially in this resort, because what I love about this place is that it's not just for a poker player. You bring your whole family, you bring your kids. You've got a theme park, you've got a water park,
exactly,
right? And you can bring the grandma. Bring a dog. I mean, I don't know if you can,
not.
but
it's versatile.
It is very good.
Very
And you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. That is very true. Okay, so you soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby Dragon.
Right.
So it'll be fun to actually go heads up this time and not lose, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So we're here to win. We're here to win.
We're always here to win.
Of course. Okay. So you've been a long-time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 2007. How has poker changed your life? How has it impacted your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me discipline, it's taught me emotional management, money management. It's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age, but poker is able to teach you that. It's really that fast pace, kind of chuck you in the deep end. You figure it out, and you've got to figure it out quickly.
Right.
And it's taken me, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities, and it's taken me on a journey where I've had to be in front of the television. I've had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that, poker presented itself, and I was able to get over them, and I was able to, do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've accomplished a lot because I've actually had a baby girl. So she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, she's at an age where she's questioning everything, right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why it's no, And I think that for me, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about birthday parties every weekend, that type of thing. But at the same time, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And for me, it's really, really important. Being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event is the longest I've ever been away from her.
Wow.
And it broke my heart to, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course.
So to me, exactly. To me, family time. It's number one. But at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing. And it makes you have that, I guess, identity. And it's not just a mom. It's I'm Selena Lynn, and I'm everything.
Right. Yeah. So we just mentioned Nova, your daughter, and does it have anything to do with your supernova status?
Well, that's a funny thing. I actually really, really liked Nova. And when I found out Nova means new beginning, a bright star, it just kind of incorporated into everything that I wanted, from my daughter. And also her Chinese name is actually Liu Xing as well. So it means shooting star at the same time as, just a bright star. And having a daughter, and when it comes to whether or not people have asked me if I want her to follow my footsteps, it's one of those things where I wouldn't mind her doing it if that's what she likes to do. I believe in hard work, I believe in passion, and I want her to find that. I want her to have fun in whatever she does, and that's all that matters.
Find that passion.
Correct.
Yeah.
When I can combine work with fun, I don't mind doing it.
Of course. Yeah. That's right. That's the mentality. So the final question, RTPT will be happening again in November. Will you be joining us?
Oh my God, that's news to me.
That is news, huh?
Oh wow, I would love to.
Yeah?
I would love to. And if it's happening, I would actually like to bring my whole family, including the family dog out here if I can. So yeah.
Wow, guys, you heard it first right here. Thank you very much, Selena.
Thank you, Stanley.
Welcome back, players, to the RTPT Jeju 2024 main event.
We're confident that the revamped Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024 will provide an enhanced competition experience and more diverse scale. Wishing all participants the best of luck. Visai Kai Tip.
Give it to me.
那就是想请问一下，是什么激发你玩这个德州扑克的？
可以让我结识到很多的朋友。
友達に誘われて始めましたポーカー。
我觉得扑克发展是会越来越好的。那我觉得女生在打牌的，我看到的人也越来越多。那我也很开心，有这么多女生喜欢打扑克。对，所以我觉得希望可以越来越多女生一起打扑克。
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lynn. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, I'm still very up to date with the current strategy, that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of coming back, I'm really excited to see a lot of familiar faces again.
Yes.
To see how much people have changed.
Yeah.
To see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten,
Of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was walking into this room, I was actually very overwhelmed. I was like, wow, the setup is gorgeous. I saw a lot of even, when you guys have the ads, there's a little, those plushie guys,
right,
around.
Those mascots.
Yes, mascots. And I thought they were very adorable.
They were very cute, yes.
And there's a lot of, extra table setup as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, throughout Asia, whether it's the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And I would like to see this event, do that, especially in this resort, because what I love about this place is that it's not just for a poker player. You bring your whole family, you bring your kids. You've got a theme park, you've got a water park,
exactly,
right? And you can bring the grandma. Bring a dog. I mean, I don't know if you
Maybe
can,
not.
but
it's versatile.
It is very
It's
good.
very versatile.
And you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. Okay, so you soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby Dragon.
Right.
So it'll be fun to actually go heads up this time and not lose, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. So we're here to win. We're
always here to win.
Of course. Okay. So you've been a long-time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 2007. How has poker changed your life? How does it impact your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me discipline, it's taught me emotional management, money management. It's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age, but poker is able to teach you that. It's really that fast pace, chuck you in the deep end, you figure it out and you've got to figure it out quickly,
Right.
And it's taken me, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities. And it's taken me on a journey where, I've had to be in front of the television. Had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that, poker presented itself and I was able to get over them and I was able to, do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've accomplished a lot because I've actually had a baby girl. So she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, she's at an age where she's questioning everything, right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why it's no, And I think that for me, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about birthday parties every weekend, that type of thing. But at the same time, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And for me, it's really, really important. Being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event is the longest I've ever been away from her.
Wow.
And it broke my heart to, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course.
So to
practice.
me, exactly. To me, family time. It's number one. But at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing. And it makes you have that, I guess, identity. And it's not just a mom. It's I'm Selena Lynn, and I'm everything.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just mentioned Nova, your daughter, and does it have anything to do with your supernova status?
Well, that's a funny thing. I actually really, really liked Nova, and when I found out Nova means new beginning, a bright star, it just kind of incorporated into everything that I wanted, from my daughter, and also. Her Chinese name is actually Liu Xing as well. So it means shooting star at the same time as, just a bright star. And having a daughter and, when it comes to whether or not people have asked me if I want her to follow my footsteps, it's one of those things where I wouldn't mind her doing it if that's what she likes to do. I believe in hard work. I believe in passion. And I want her to find that. I want her to have fun in whatever she does. And that's all that matters.
Find that passion.
Correct.
Yeah.
When I can combine work with fun, I don't mind doing it.
Of course. Yeah. That's right. That's the mentality. So the final question. RTPT will be happening again in November. Will you be joining us?
Oh my God, that's news to me.
That is news, huh?
Oh wow, I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to. And if it's happening, I would actually like to bring my whole family, including the family dog out here if I can. So yeah.
Wow, guys, you heard it first right here. Thank you very much, Selena. Thank you,
Stanley.
Welcome back, players, to the RTPT Jeju 2024 main event.
We're confident that the revamped Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024 will provide an enhanced competition experience and more diverse scale. Wishing all participants the best of luck. The Sai Kai Tip.
就是想请问一下，是什么激发你玩这个德州扑克的？
可以让我结识到很多的朋友。
友達に誘われて始めましたポーカー。
我觉得扑克发展是会越来越好的。那我觉得女生在打牌的，我看到的人也越来越多。那我也很开心有这么多女生喜欢打扑克。对，所以我觉得希望可以越来越多的女生一起打扑克。
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lynn. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So, we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus.
Alrighty, we are back with the live coverage of the Red Dragon Championship Day 2. Got some exciting action still to come here. Quite a lot of poker to be played. Blinds 10k, 15k, with a 15k ante on the big blind. Active every round. It's myself, Richard Cooper, alongside Mr. Akshay Kapoor, bringing you all of this live coverage up until we bag and tag at the end of today and come back tomorrow for the final day. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some beautiful RDPT poker action.
Well, we do have a new feature table for our viewers, some new faces joining us. And Lou is definitely one of the interesting players to join, as we've seen on our previous streams. He loves to fight, he loves to see different kind of flops, and he's sitting with a massive stack of almost 800k. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he plays with a big stack versus his opponents. I believe we have our baby dragon runner-up on this feature table as well, seat 7. And there's only 139 players remaining out of the 456 who started the day 2. Well, the blinds have increased now, Richard. We are playing 10, 15, and 15k as our big blind ante.
Yeah, absolutely. The price of poker much more expensive these days. As you can see, Chen raising the queen jack off. Excuse me, Mr. Chi raising the queen 9 suited and finding Chen with the queen jack off. And Chen, a bit of a slow one to fold, as we know from the previous times he's played here. Has to think about all the situations and stats.
Walls out, sitting in the big blind with only 10 big blinds, considering whether to defend 10-9 off or not. He needs to call 15 to win 65. He's going to fold, try to preserve his stack as we see the chip counts on our new feature table. We are just coming back from our dinner break, 70-minute long dinner break. On to our last shift for the day. I believe we should have 4 hours of stream left. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we have 4 hours of live stream left, trying to find the players who are going to make it to the day 3 of this Red Dragon Championship event. We did smash the guarantee in this tournament as 1,337 players entered the tournament, and the eventual winner is going to go home with a whooping $285,000. That is US dollars for you. As we see pocket 8s opening up from under the gun. What did you do in your break?
Me?
Yes, Richard. What did you do in your break? I
Make
know one
some
thing at
food.
least. That's something I was sure about.
For sure. And you?
Well, I had a cold shower, had lunch, enjoyed my cup of tea. So a lot in my
You're only
in
at
my
lunch
60 minutes
now?
break. I had a time to shower. It takes 15-20 minutes.
No, I say you had lunch? It's very late for lunch.
I had lunch. Oh, yes. But I wake up late normally, so my body's used to it. Having a late lunch.
Okay.
Probably gonna have late dinner as well today.
What
It's
time
very
is your
strange.
dinner usually?
Normally 9 p.m., sometimes 10.
Okay, quite late.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to change it. I would like it to have it at 7 p.m. as we see pocket jacks of Mr. Zooming from the big blind. Like only 22 big blinds facing an open from hijack. Well, he's gonna push all of it, and Chen is gonna be left with a decision. Quite an easy one out of that. We saw this player a couple of days ago, isn't it, Trishan?
Yeah, definitely, Mr. Chen. Like I said, he takes his time when he thinks. I remember him for that reason.
Well, I remember him wearing green fleece t-shirt. Don't know what to call that. Green long sleeves t-shirt. Any guesses so far, Richard? How many players are going to make it to day 3? Still plenty of play left in the day. 4 hours of play.
Say that again?
Any guesses on how many players are going to make it to day 3?
48.
Interesting number.
I mean, you've asked me about 3 or 4 times already today, so I think I'm just going to give you a number. Because you
I finally got
the
my answer, I finally got my answer.
How many do you think?
Not sure, to be honest with you. I'm thinking on the same line, the same tangent as you are thinking. Something around 45 maybe. But it really depends on how slow the game is gonna go, as we have deep structure tournament. Alright, so we're gonna play 10, 15 with a 15k big blind ante, and after that there is not gonna be change in the small blind. So next blind level is literally 10,000, 20,000 with a 20,000 big blind ante. So not much of a change if you consider the last 4 levels of the day. So not sure exactly, to be honest with you. Probably more than 48 is what I'm thinking on, considering the pace of the game. Probably something around 56, 57 mark.
Sounds about reasonable. Well, let's see. Pocket
Miss
Jack's
Chen
being
with
raised
eight.
up from the cutoff here. Yep, and asking Mr. Chen some question. Miss Chen, excuse me, whether she likes her ace 9-0 or not. And she says, I like it, all in. Zhao. Should snap it, and he does. I mean, snap it and not be happy. Of course, you're looking at a king and an ace, or king or an ace. You know, a high frequency of the time, but you got to take the spot. Ace in the window, unfortunate for him. Life is unfortunate. Zhao drawing pretty thin, 4% on the river. Can he find it? He can't. GG, Zhao. You played very well, sir. Thank you for coming. Miss Wen Chen, up to 27 bigs.
I think it's a fine call there. Facing an all-in from cutoff for 10 big blinds. Ace nine is going to be doing decent versus that. As we watch the action unfold on the next hand and see if anyone picks up any good hands. Zoo with king queen off, 10 big blinds. We're surely jamming this one.
Yeah, it has to go in, one would think.
Oh, he's the guy who kind of, does the Phil Ivey mouth open and staring when he's in a tough spot, right?
Maybe. Can't remember. I think so.
We'll probably get to see it one more time. Then we can be sure that this is the same person that we're talking about. As we see Jack 10 being opened from cutoff position, just 2x. $51 big blinds for our chip leader on this feature table. Nice open with king power clubs from under the gun. Using the suited blocker heavy range to construct his range as we move closer to the big money. A significant ICM on all the players. Well, action is folded to the big blind. Full 10-9 of diamonds. Definitely, we are probably going to see him at least call. There we go. Heads up to the flop. Ace King Deuce. Chan hitting his second pair on Ace King Deuce. Two spades. And Lewis just going to fold his 10 high. Well, ace suited for our +2 player. Strong holding. Trying to open up to 30,000. It seems like some fun announcement being made in the background here, Richard.
Certainly does sound like that, and you know, the full team here at the RDPT and KBC Jeju Festival always coming up with exciting side events, promos, and added incentives for the players. We just love to be part of this great team. Thank you to everybody involved. Church makes an appearance here for Zoo under the gun. Not a big stack. 12 big blinds. We're just gonna jam it all in here. Oh my goodness. Chi Zhang looking down. And a couple of mixed ladies. His only worry is the players behind him. But at the end of the day, you gotta take the spot. All in, rejam from Chi Zhang, excuse me. Blinds will get out the way, and we'll go heads up to this flop. Turn and river. The ace, king, church, all in and at risk. Needs to find an ace or a king in a real hurry. Nine, seven, deuce, not doing the ace king any favors. Unfortunately for the ace king, not able to pair it up, and falls victim to the ladies of Chizang. Chizang up to 48 big blinds now, 730k. Big stack for him. He's a dangerous player on a big stack, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you that much.
Yeah, I'm looking down at king, queen from the small blind, facing an open. Interesting to see what he's going to do here. Let's go for a 3-bet, 3x. And we do have a hand in the big blind, pocket nines, facing an open and a 3-bet. Playing more than 30 big blinds here. The positions that we have are very, very late. So cutoff opening, small blind 3-bet. Pocket nines probably get in. Yes, they do. We are going to see a 4-bet incoming. 4-bet is to 195,000 as the action folds to lure with ace jack, just snap fold. Yang with the decision here. Yang in deep tank.
Jam.
Move
Oh my goodness.
10. 5-bet all in with king, queen off. Putting maximum pressure. I'm zooming. Who's sitting there with pocket nines? Is he really going to fold here, Richard? After 4-betting from the big blind. He doesn't seem happy. Surely not, right? Like you decided to 4-bet, put in 195k of your stack. It is just 275 more. And your opponent can really have ace 5, king queen, king jack, ace king. And there we go. It is a flip. King queen versus pocket nines. Well, king queen being ahead. That is a surprise, Richard. 56% for king queen. Not sure, but now we are 100% sure That king queen right now is ahead. Spiking that king on the flop. Just needs to dodge a 9 and a 9 on the river. Wow. Going to make trips. And inching closer to that 1 million mark.
So pocket nines 55% to the king queen.
Wow. Well, pocket nine losing a big one there. Almost all his stack. Well, interesting way to play pocket nines. Choosing to not go all in and just going for a 4-bet instead, giving king queen a chance to 5-bet shove, which is what happened. And king queen just got lucky and won the flip. Would you play that hand differently, Richard? For nines, if you had pocket nines in the big blind?
Yeah, for sure. 100%. But then again, we don't really see many known strategies here at the feature, always keeping us guessing.
Well, Chen with pocket kings this time. And Zooming's just gonna go all in with 10 high for his last two big blinds. What do you do if you're Mr. Feng here, sitting there with pocket nines facing a 3-bet? Definitely an interesting spot. You decide to open from +1. Chen with pocket kings in his famous pose, inspired by Phil Ivey. Oh, Mr. Feng decides to call in. We're gonna go on a flop, which is a 7 high, 7-3 deuce, monotone. Feng with the 9 of clubs. Oh, Mr. Chen has decided to move all in with his pocket kings. We can see that Mr. Feng has a little bit more than 320, but he's way, way behind these pocket nines. I mean, how are you going to find a fold from pocket nines, especially when you have a 9 of club in your hand? Your opponent can have ace king with ace of clubs, or king of clubs, which will play exactly the way that Mr. Chen is playing with his pocket kings. We do see Mr. Feng make the call. He's going to need a lot of help on the turn, looking for a club or a 9. Massive, massive pot here. 860k in the pot already. kings versus 10-9 versus pocket nines. So on the 7, looking for the club on the river. It's not gonna happen. We are gonna see pocket kings find that double up, and we are gonna have one player eliminated from this feature table. And Feng left with just one big blind, a chip and a chair, as they say it. Can he do that? There we go. Losing the player in seat 6, as we are joined with two new players. We did see seat 5 in our yesterday's stream. Player from Russia. And with pocket 10s. Don't think that Yang is going to get some action from even the big blind. Sitting there with 9-5 off. Just raise and take it. Yang having a stack of 1 million chips, 68 big blinds.
Yeah, impressive display by him so far. And if somebody doesn't act soon, he's going to run away with this.
We just saw how aggressive he was when he chose to 5-bet all in with king queen off. So definitely we can expect some better and bigger things from him. This must be a flip out tournament that is happening in the background.
Sounds like it. People only get that excited for flip outs.
Wow, Miss Chen with a7 off, sitting on the button. chooses to fold the Reggie Ace. Feng really hoping to hit a king or a three if he wants to remain in the tournament. He is live. He has 40% equity. 4 out of 10 times he's gonna win with king 3 versus ace 7. Crucial flop for Mr. Feng as we see 9-4 deuce on the flop. All turns a king. Mr. Feng really feeling happy about it as he moves to 30,000. 2 big blinds now from 1 to 2. That's how you do it. Chip and a chair.
Well, just some insight for the viewers. We do have a couple of side events, as always, going down. We have a Hyper Turbo, that's No Limit Hold'em. That's regging for another about 30 minutes in the Landing Casino area. And then later tonight, in about an hour and a half, is a Milestone Satellite to the High Roller. So 2 side events going down in the Landing Casino area. So if you are in Jeju, please stop by, donate to the prize pool, and let's get lucky.
Mr. Feng moving all in for his last 2 big blinds with 7 deuce off. It's gonna be an interesting showdown. Fan favorite hand, 7 deuce off. As we go multi-way. Big blind choosing to defend king 4 off. All turns a 6 doesn't change anything. Ace high is still good. Ace high is gonna take down this bot. These are the updated chip counts. Yang still in the lead with 1 million. Chen not behind 180. Sorry, not behind with 860. As we play some short-handed poker, we have 7 players on this table. We are gonna find 2 more to join us.
Do you think the field of 124 is accurate? Or maybe?
Absolutely not. It's been like that for last 45 minutes, I feel.
Likewise.
Well, top pair for Mr. Chen. We have Jack High for Mr. Liu. Blind on blind. Probably that is going to be the end of that hand. Ashton shows ace to his neighbor. I feel like we are left with our 100 players, but we should wait till we can update the field size, probably give an accurate number to our viewers. Dimitri with ace jack off decides to go all in for his remaining 160k. Almost 11 big blinds. Let's see if anyone wakes up with a hand worthy to call.
Mr. Dimitri, we saw him amass quite a big stack yesterday, but seems to be on the back foot at the moment. So send him your run good. Well, some big action in the background, actually. I wish they'd show what's going on there. It sounds amazing.
That is true. I wish I could understand, even if they don't want to show it. gym question to ask from you. This must be really easy for you. All right, ready?
Sure.
Well, what do you think is the amount of body fat that one can lose, let's say within a month, and then let's say within 3 months? I'm not going to talk about body weight because that is going to be, different from body to body. But what about body fat percentage?
Mm, tough to answer, man. Be more specific. Give me like a situation.
All right,
Give me the
so you
person's
have,
age and who they are, whatever.
uh, you, you have 29 years old. Height is about 178 centimeter. Currently weighing at 88 kgs, and body fat percentage should be around 27-28%. What should be like his goal for, let's say, a month and then 3 months if he wants to lose weight?
Well, I think it should be based on your end goal. So what do you want to achieve? Where do you want to be at the end of that? And then you space that over a certain amount of months, and then you know how to achieve that, right? So, for example, if you're trying to, what percentage are you trying to get to, or where would you be happy with?
Or what is the maximum number of that weight, that percentage loss can I achieve in a month physically, like physically without hurting my body? Because I can say, oh,
See,
I want to have a 6% body fat, but that's not going to happen in a month, right?
no, 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 exactly. And nothing really happens in a month. It takes a long time to start losing weight. Because remember, it's all about, and people will overcomplicate it, but it comes down to a very, very simple equation: calories in versus calories out. So if you consume less calories than you burn, you will lose weight. And the bigger that deficit between those two numbers, the faster your rate of loss.
Okay,
So
interesting.
it's a tough question to answer, but for example, if you had to train twice a day, 6 days a week, cardio, one session, second session weight training, for example, um, in the first month, you will drop like 8 to 10 kilos because a lot of it is water.
Hmm. So
But I mean,
you're you're saying that if I wanted to, I could lose, let's say, 8 to 10 kgs in a month if I follow
oh,
proper.
easy, easy. Especially if your current routine is not good and you get no exercise now and your diet is not good, then definitely.
Wow, I'll
Crazy
be
to
happy to
think,
lose
eh?
8 to 10 kilos.
Most of it is water. You'll be surprised. You only start losing fat, after quite a number of days.
I think the average guy's problem would be how to measure the calories that he's taking in, because it's easy to measure the calories that you're burning right in the gym, like the machines would tell you, and then you can probably like have a basic calculation about that. But it's kind of hard in my world to calculate the calories that are going inside my body.
No, I mean it's
Or
actually very, very simple.
all right,
So all it requires is you to have a food scale and weigh
okay.
everything you eat. So weigh the amount of rice you eat, weigh the amount of beans you eat, etc. And then you
Mm-hmm.
input this data onto an app. There are many different apps out there. One of them is run by the brand Under Armour, and it's called
Mm-hmm.
MyFitnessPal. You download this
Oh
onto
yeah.
your cell phone, and basically there's even a camera app on there where you can scan a specific product, and it tells you the calories in there. So you can scan
Oh
your,
wow.
your cookie that you bought from, 7-Eleven or whatever it is, and it'll tell you this cookie
Mhm.
has 500 calories, this much sugar, this much protein, carb, fat, and then boom, you track it like that.
And I guess all you have to do is to scan it once, and then it should probably save in the database.
100%. So pretty simple, it's very, very, very simple to calculate your calories. Well, we've gone all in here after talking about all that gym. We see a strong man, Mr. Dimitri, ace 4-0. Good enough for his last 10 bigs from the button. Chi Zhang, King 10-0. Definitely a thinkable spot. But are you really going to make this call for 10 bigs? Well, it's actually only, yeah, it's 11 bigs. At what frequency is your opponent shoving anything less than a king in the spot? Is the question Chi Zhang is asking. Because if you think your opponent's range is very ace X heavy, your king 10 definitely not doing very good.
Very well explained there by Richard. Well, pocket nines for Dimitri. Just playing 225 chips, which is slightly less than 20 big blinds. Actually, 15 big blinds. There we go. Mr. Lee with 116 big blind, 1.7 million. Is there a new player joining us on the feature table? I definitely didn't see 1.7 million.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Oh, that is probably the guy that we've just got on our feature table. Seed 6. Massive stack. Stack that you can bully. And we have an update on the field number here, Richard. 119. I still believe it is not that accurate. We must have lost more than 6-7 players. As we go, see Chen open up with pocket sevens. Seat 9, also a new player on our feature table, Mr. Charles. Well, who's going to defend, and they're going to go heads up to the flop. Queen 10 versus pocket 7s. 52-48. Queen 10 taking the lead here now, hitting second pair. It's tiny on the flop, 20%. Definitely a board where you're going to have a lot of big bets and small bets. Chen going for the smaller one. Check, check, turn. And river's a 5. Queen 10 still ahead. Tiny value bet, 25,000. Tiny value blocker. Some blind on blind action. 9-7. Opting to limp, and we see pocket 3s of Chen. Both the players playing more than 30 big blinds. It's going to be ISO and take it. These guys have been very friendly to each other, showing their cards after they finish the hand and having a giggle about it. Oliver would open here with king 6 off on the button. Yang looking at 9-7 of hearts. A beautiful one gapper.
Is beautiful. So is his stack. Very nice stack to be playing on at this stage. 45 bigs or so. There is that famed action camera always coming at these pivotal moments. Camera crew just knowing when we need to see both players. Top pair, open and straight draw, flush draw. It's all going on for Yang. Mr. Luo left hanging. Onto his 6 for dear life, and bingo bango, as they like to say. There's the flush for Yan.
We do see Zhang open up with pocket fives, and Charles just flatting with the ace jack off. Chances of a big pot brewing here on our feature table. 7-8 off for Mr. Yi in the big blind. Decides to come along, join the party. 3-way to the flop. We go. 150k in the pot, as we see a flop of 8 deuce deuce. Big blind hitting his top pair with 8-7. I feel like Zhang still would be feeling very confident about his pocket fives.
I would
Not a
say so.
board that. I mean, it doesn't feel like a board that would interact with his opponents.
Well, C-bet and call. Yay not going anywhere, top pair. Oh, make that a house for Yay and a house for Chi Zhang. Chi Zhang, big trouble now.
Doesn't seem to be happy seeing 8-7 off.
No, he wasn't. King Jack
Very nice
suited,
hand.
full lure. Yep, very, very nice hand indeed, actually.
Well, 20% of the royal flush.
One way to think about it, that's for sure.
Come on, Dimitri. Choosing to flat with 9-5 off in the big blind and hitting his pair while Lud has 2 overs to the board. And generally this flop should be good for the pre-flop raiser. Definitely a flop that you will have both the small and the big sizings. As a pot we see has got 110,000 inside, and we see a small bet by King Jack, and Dimitri is gonna be on the back foot. He does elect to call with his second pair, 9 kicker, looking to improve on the turn, which he does. Now he has 2 pair. You can see the change in his body language as soon as he hits 2 pair, whereas Lou is just picking up a flush draw and is gonna move all in. I believe it's gonna be a snap by Dimitri. Needs to dodge a spade. 7 outs for King Jack of spades. Any spade will do. Any queen will do. But the ace of diamond is not gonna do it. We are gonna see Dimitri move, double up, turning 2 pairs, 9s and 5 with an ace kicker. Back to 26 big blind here. 520,000. Definitely a dynamic turn card, improving both the players. Two players for Dimitri. Flush draw, straight draw. For King Jack of Spades. Massive turn. As we move on to the next hand, still 113 players left. Less than 10% of the field remaining. Well, the action is forwarded to the blind as Dimitri looks at 6-3 off versus a big stack. Dimitri electing to limp with 6-3 off. Valerie with ace queen off in the big blind, playing 1.7 million. More than 80 big blinds. Wow. What a stack to have when you have 10% field left, as we are gonna see Dimitri fall off his 6-3. Adventurous limp by him, rightly getting punished by our chip leader, who's playing 88 big blinds. Nobody here really picking up a hand to play. I might have to call the dealer and ask him to deal some coolers. As we see Mr. Ye opening up with 10-8 off from cutoff. Interesting. Miss Chen suited 9-5 in the big blind, decides to defend her big blind.
Ooh. Interesting flop, 10-9-6, something for everybody.
we'll just make the call. The 9-5 obviously picked up that flush draw. Now the 6 not materializing anything that Chen was hoping for. So yay, with the check mark, 10 is good. Decision time for Mr. Luo. Ace-2 suited, obviously very short stacked. Was just considering that one as a jam probably. And now Mr. Jingzi Yang is queen suited, 1.1 million, big stack bully. Time to apply that pressure. So interesting decision here for Chi Zhang after seeing the 3-bet from Ye. Obviously the 7's not performing too well versus this sort of pre-flop action. Big stacks behind both of these players, so probably just a call by the ace-queen. Very, very deep. That's indeed what we see. King, queen, 6, 2 clubs. Either player holding a club, but both player flop in, middle pair, great kicker. Same hand. No flush up, oh, one flush opportunity in Zhang, but let's see what they decide to do. 100 grand from Ye. Yang's definitely going to call one.
The Jack of Diamonds coming on the turn, giving a gut shot for both the players. Both the players are going to go for a check as we see 9 of diamonds. Both the players are gonna split unless one of them decides to fold. And goes check, check. Split the pot. And as we know, everyone loves a chop pot.
That's absolutely correct, Akshay. No problem with the chop pot. These two gentlemen look relieved.
Well, already did open 10 it off. The last cutoff that he was given a chance, but not this time around. Chan sitting with 14 big blinds. Jack 4 of spades.
Yeah, it is
Let's
just
see
tough
what
when
she...
you get to these sort of stack depths. You are so much more restricted.
Well, we do know that she has a lot of patience, as she clearly shown us during the Baby Dragon event, where she waited and waited and waited before she decided to go all in. Well, Ace Jack for Zhang decides to move all in. Charles sitting there with 15 big blinds, 6-4 of clubs.
Yeah, again, as spoken, Miss Winwin Chen, always a great player to watch. Just unfortunate she is very short stacked at this feature. Otherwise, you can be rest assured she'd be going for it. Mr. Luo loves to peel his cards very, very slowly. I must say, I like how he does it. To Valerie. Haven't seen him involved in a while. 1.8 million, sitting there with a massive, massive stack. So pocket threes
All blind on
will see to some blind v blind action exactly. Akshay, ace jack 9, Mr. Yang flop and bottom. Chen gonna lead out, gonna carry on with that story.
Well, down to our final 100 players, Richard, out of the 1,337 players, went to the tournament in a hope to win the first prize, which is a whooping $285,000. Game really slowing down here as we progress.
Yeah, massive prize pool here. That ICM pressure, very much real, actually.
Definitely, well, top 3 positions going home with 6-figure score. That is not a joke, not a walk in the park. Pocket jacks for Mr. Chen. Pocket threes weren't that good to him. Let's see if Pocket jacks can redeem himself as he decides to open from the button. The most aggressive position that we see on our poker tables. Eight six off for our big blind player. Going to defend. Heads up to the flop. We go. On the flop is ace, five deuce. Not a flop that pocket jacks are going to love. Joe decides to bet range here, 30,000. And taking down the pot.
Good range bet by Chen. Good awareness, just understanding exactly how valuable his position is.
Well, just 4 subscribers away until we touch 450 subscribers. That is going to be a big milestone for the whole team here at Red Dragon Poker Tour.
Absolutely. We thank you for your constant support coming out and keeping us company while we keep you company. This beautiful championship event.
Where's our friend today? Psych motivation, missing from the action.
Yeah, definitely MIA.
Probably spending some hours in the gym. As we see pocket aces for Zhang. Three betting our table chip leader. And it's actually on the bigger side here also, like 125, and I really like it because Valerie with the bigger stack is going to call a lot, so you want to really increase your 3-bet sizing.
Well, it's what? It's 3x, yeah? Out of position.
Slightly more.
Sorry.
Yeah, just slightly more than 3x. 3.1 maybe.
Yeah, I like it.
Valerie made it.
Maybe could go
Yeah, Valerie made it. I actually think the opposite because Valerie has a big stack, so he's gonna be calling you a lot. So you rather want to, charge him for that. As we see a monotone board, top set for Zhang. Can definitely bet small here. Going for half pot sizing. Interesting. I mean, targeting the hands that is gonna have like at least a diamond in them. These are some pre-flop raising frequencies of our players that you see right in front of your screen. Looks like outer tables are having a blast.
Yeah, I'm actually just spending a lot of time trying to listen to what they're saying. So apologies for when I'm quiet. I would just love to know what's going on there. Chi Zhang, King Queen O. Oh, tight play, as you can see. Too tight? You think, Akshay? King Queen O? Fold +1?
How many how many big blinds is he playing?
40 something?
Oh yeah, think so. Can open. Has good blockers to kings, queens, ace king, ace queen. I mean, king queen is a hand that you can open from all stack depth. Even if you have 12 big blinds, 14 big blinds, you can still open, and that does stand correct even if you have 100 big blinds. It's just a beautiful hand, even though if it's out offsuit. Well, choosing to defend with a6.
Yeah, definitely interesting. Ace, Queen, 4 on the flop. Pansoi obviously now domination, rotation. Any
Are you sure
information
about
on
that?
Pansoi?
Nothing. Been very quiet since the start of the play.
Am I sure about what you were saying?
Domination rotation. I know no rotation or domination by ace 10. Never mind. As we see the river, pairs the board. Ace 10 still good. Oh no, not good. Sorry, my bad. They are gonna chop it up on the river 9. Pair of aces, nines, and a queen kicker. Sometimes these split boards are hard to keep an eye on. The sneaky ones. Well, dealer changed, Richard, and only one thing is certain, that we are gonna be dealt faster.
Not that actually some tech issues there. You're gonna have to repeat what you were saying.
I was just saying that we do have a dealer change, and there's only one thing that's gonna happen that is certain, that we are gonna be dealing some hand which are faster than the one that the other dealer was dealing. That's the rule here that we follow. If you want to change me, you have to deal faster than me.
That's exactly it.
Pocket sevens for Mr. Liu. Sitting with almost 15 big blinds. Is going to put most of his stack in. Can even open his hand from UTG, considering he does have 14 big blinds. But he's definitely going to get some action as we see Ace Queen of Diamonds for our seat 3 player. Seat 4, I beg your pardon. Who's going to ask for the red triangle, and that can only mean one thing. That is all in. Quite a big jam there, no? Like jamming for 40 big blinds.
I mean,
considering there's 2 stacks actually covering him.
yeah. Yeah, interesting decision. Ace Queen suited, excuse me. A little bit better equity versus the 7s all in and at risk. Need to dodge 2 very scary cards. 10-9-4 mono flop. So far, so good. Turn. Oh, some opportunities for Mr. Ye to get off cheaply. And there we go. 10 on the river. Offsuit. Good for the 7s. Full double up. Courtesy of Mr. Ye.
For Ace 5 for Zhang on the button. Well, you can definitely see small blind sitting there with a short stack. Ooh. Leo does have Ace 9 of Hearts in the big blind. Free bet incoming, Richard? Or just call?
I mean, I know what I would like to do, but both options correct.
Well, that does seem like 140k. Let's find out how much it is. 135.
Pretty spot on there. Good guess, partner.
Thank you very much. And we are going to see a 4-bet rip here with Ace 5 offsuit. Wow, what a move by Mr. Zhang. My bad, sorry. Ace 5 just 4-betting all in for more than 20 big blinds. Wow, what a move. That has definitely
Yeah,
brought the energy I had in me. And is gonna make Mr. Luo fold a better hand. Ace 9 of hearts. Going to the bin as Mr. Zhang collects the pot. Wow. Wowsy, wowsy. People are not shy here. Four betting, ripping, ace 5 off, king queen off. Interesting to see. Would you have ripped there if you had ace 5?
no. You?
Interesting. Not sure about ace 5 off. Like I would have definitely ripped like like suited wheel aces, like ace 3, ace 4, ace 5, but
Yeah,
not really sure about ace
yeah,
5.
of course.
It could be a thing. I mean, it could be a thing, considering that the big blind is very polar when he chooses to three bet, and when you have an ace blocker, kind of blocking their value range, so you can just go crazy about it.
Exactly.
So yeah, it can be a thing, especially in ICM. When you really don't want to put more chips into the pot, unless you have the nuts. I mean, really nice. It's gonna work more than 50% of the times. Well, as we see Dimitri finally opening up a hand, pocket tens for him, a real poker hand. Ace 5-4. Interesting flop for 8-3 of diamonds. I mean, he has a perfect hand. If he does faces a bet, he can actually go for a raise by blocking a straight here. And you'll be surprised here, Richard, because the big blind is going to have all the combos of ace 4 and ace 5 off, whereas Dimitri is not going to have that when he's raising from +2.
Yeah, very, very true.
Surely you're checking now with tens. Alrighty, we do have a straight for Mr. Chen. The question remains: is he going to lead here on the river or not? I think he should, as the opponent did check the turn which was a king, and go like really big. He does go big, but not too big. It was for 150, I believe. That is 25k chip, and I saw 6 chips, so that would be a big size.
It's 210.
Goes 100. Wow.
Oh, I wasn't using 25k.
Seemed like the blues are 25k, right? And I did see 6 chips of it. Did I see 4? Probably 4, not 6.
I think you saw 4. Yeah, I think you saw 4.
It does seem more than 4, in the action camera. It looks like 6 to me.
No, it looks like 1 and 3.
1, 3, yeah? That's one that you can see that there's 3 chips that has been spreaded. So that's 3 plus 3, 6.
So 1
That
chip
is gonna
and 3.
be
No.
1 and 3. 1 and 3 chips.
Oh, yeah. Now I get it. 1 and 3 chips. Yeah. Nice fold there by Mr. Dmitri. Letting go of his pocket tens and not getting sticky. That is kind of a board, you want to you want to check even ace king at certain frequency, just because it's not too bad of a flop for the big blind. I mean, if he has connected, he's gonna have a decent equity at least.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And we always kind of need to assess where our opponent's at. And that's one very good way.
Well, I have a very important tournament tonight to play, and I need to come first if I have to make it to the poker reality show that is being run in India. I have to beat like
Oh,
four,
wow.
500 players. Yeah.
You got to come first.
I like first or second, but definitely
Oh,
like
wow.
final at least. Yeah.
Yeah, your
A
final
lot of
table.
pressure.
But like if you're aiming for first or second, I'm gonna be the first one to tell you, well, maybe just calm down there.
I'm not aiming for it. It's just that if I want to qualify for that show, so it's
Yeah.
like you have to like get certain points, right? You have to be in the leaderboard, and I believe top 42 players make it through the qualifiers. And right now I'm probably sitting on 180th rank. So in order for me to like have a comfortable position in the qualifiers, I need to get final 2 points. As we see, Mr. Lugo jam 7-3 or no? Oh no, he just min raises it with 40,000. That's more likely. So yeah. So basically the format is that you get to play 8 qualifiers, out of which you have to make it to top 42. Right now I'm sitting on 180th position out of like more than 1,000 players, I believe.
Oh, nice. Okay, well, best of luck to you, my friend, of course. Are we going on a short break? It seems like it.
Yeah, 15 minutes break. 15 minutes break, I would feel like. Yeah, 15 minutes break. We'll be back shortly, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Stanley, your host at the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024. Right next to me, we have someone that requires no further introduction. With her numerous accolades and her immaculate poker face. Ladies and gentlemen, Selena Lynn. All right, Selena, how are you doing? How do you feel?
Well, I got off a 26-hour flight to be here.
Yeah.
So I would say tired, but very, very excited. I think that adrenaline rush is just pulling me through.
Yeah. So, we know that you've been on a rather long hiatus from poker. How does it feel to be back playing tournament poker again?
Yeah, it's been, I think, 5 years since I last sat at a poker table. I haven't been really away from poker in the sense that I have still did commentary and so forth.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm still very up to date with the current strategy, you know, that I will be bringing to the table on this series. But in terms of like coming back, I'm really excited to see like a lot of familiar faces again, to see how much people have changed, to see how much more grey hair everybody's gotten, you know?
Of course. Okay, so what do you think about the Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024? What do you think about it so far?
Well, as I was walking into this room, I was actually very overwhelmed. I was like, wow, the setup is gorgeous. I saw a lot of like, even, you know, when you guys have the ads, there's like a little, those plushie guys, you know,
those,
around.
Mascots.
Yes, mascots. And I thought they were very adorable.
They are very cute, yes.
You know, and there's a lot of, you know, extra table setup as well that I've seen. I've been here for other events as well, but this is probably the most extravagant, elaborate setup I've seen.
So how does it stack up against other Asian tournaments you've been to?
So the Red Dragon has always been known to break records. It's known to break numerous records, you know, throughout Asia, whether it's like the most number of players in a main event, so forth. And, you know, I would like to see this event, you know, do that, especially in this resort, because what I love about this place is that it's not just for, you know, a poker player. You bring your whole family, you bring your kids, you've got a theme park, you've got a water park, right? And you can bring the grandma. You know, bring a dog. I mean, I don't know if you can, but you know,
it's versatile.
It is very good.
Very
versatile, and you know what? When you want to be away from the poker table, the rest of the family can have fun.
That is very true. Okay, so you soon partake in the KPC Baby Dragon event. What are your expectations this time around?
Well, I always expect to win a tournament when I play one, but I've come second actually in the Baby Dragon. So, you know, it'll be fun to like actually go heads up this time and not lose, I guess.
Okay, so we're here to win.
We're always here to win.
Of course. Okay, so you've been a long-time poker player. Your first tournament was in Macau in 2007. How has poker changed your life? How has it impacted your life so far?
I think that it really requires a certain, like, for me, I was really young when I first started, right? And I felt like poker has taught me so much. It's taught me strategy, it's taught me discipline, it's taught me emotional management, you know, money management. You know, it's a lot of things that come that you might not get in contact with at such a young age, but poker is able to teach you that. It's really that fast pace, you know, kind of like chuck you in the deep end, you know, you figure it out and you've got to figure it out quickly, you know. And it's taken me, you know, all around the world. It's given me so many different opportunities. And it's taken me on a journey where, you know, I've had to be in front of the television. Had to do commentary. I had to do a lot of different things that I guess I wasn't comfortable with or I wasn't set up for. But these are the obstacles that, you know, poker presented itself and I was able to get over them and I was able to, you know, do something that I didn't think I could.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You've been taking a rather short hiatus, long hiatus. How have you been focusing on your private life? What does your work-life balance look like?
Okay, so this 5 years away, I've accomplished a lot because I've actually had a baby girl. So she's 4.5 years old now. Very, very, you know, she's at an age where she's questioning everything, right? And she's at a point where she's like, you can't just tell her no. You got to give her why it's no, you know. And I think that for me, you know, I've been almost close to being a full-time mom. I'm talking about like birthday parties every weekend, you know, that type of thing. You know, but at the same time, you know, during COVID, I did a lot of commentary for poker final tables and so forth. And for me, it's really, really important. Like being away from my daughter for the first time and coming out to this event is the longest I've ever been away from her.
Wow.
And it broke my heart to, just kind of be out there. But then it also was a good thing for me and her at the same time to have that independency.
Of course.
So
Good
to me,
practice.
exactly. To me, family time. It's number one. But at the same time, I like to have my own career. I like to have my own thing. And it makes you have that, I guess, identity. And it's not just a mom. It's I'm Selena Lynn, and I'm everything.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just mentioned Nova, your daughter, and does it have anything to do with your supernova status?
Well, that's a funny thing. I actually really, really liked Nova, and when I found out Nova means new beginning, a bright star, it just kind of incorporated into everything that I wanted, from my daughter, and also. Her Chinese name is actually Liu Xing as well. So it means shooting star at the same time as, just a bright star. And having a daughter and, when it comes to whether or not people have asked me if I want her to follow my footsteps, it's one of those things where I wouldn't mind her doing it if that's what she likes to do. I believe in hard work. I believe in passion. And I want her to find that. I want her to have fun in whatever she does. And that's all that matters.
Find that passion.
Correct.
Yeah.
When I can combine work with fun, I don't mind doing it.
Of course. That's right. That's the mentality. So the final question. RTPT will be happening again in November. Will you be joining us?
Oh my God, that's news to me.
That is news, huh?
Oh wow, I would love to.
Yeah?
I would love to. And if it's happening, I would actually like to bring my whole family, including the family dog out here if I can. So yeah.
Wow, guys, you heard it first right here. Thank you very much, Selena. Thank you.
You, Stanley.
Welcome back, players, to the RTPT Jeju 2024 main event.
We're confident that the revamped Red Dragon Poker Tour Jeju 2024 will provide an enhanced competition experience and more diverse scale. Wishing all participants the best of luck. The Day2.
那就是想请问一下，是什么激发你玩这个德州扑克的？
可以让我结识到很多的朋友。
友達に誘われて始めましたポーカー。
我觉得扑克发展是会越来越好的。那我觉得女生在打牌的，我看到的人也越来越多。那我也很开心，有这么多女生喜欢打扑克。对，所以我觉得希望可以越来越多的女生一起打扑克。
Sit back.
Well,
Relax,
welcome.
folks.
Go on, Richard. My bad, sorry.
No, all good. I'm done.
Well, we do have Selena Lynn finally making it to the feature table. And the first hand, we're going to see her go all in. And plenty of action as we come back from our last break for the day. 2 more levels. 90 people remain in the field. Selena jamming ace king off for less than 10 big blinds, and I believe we are going to see pocket eights reshove, so she's going to need some help if you want to see more of Selena Lynn on the feature table. Ace king versus pocket eights. It is Richard Cooper's favorite hand we have on our stream, ace king versus pocket eights. Even I feel like ace king does kind of have a little bit of edge in this all-in. Let's see if that is true. That is indeed true. We see ace high board. Dodge an 8 and an 8 only on the river. Oh my god. Richard, what? I'm speechless for Selena Lynn.
Yeah,
Oh my
devastating,
god.
man. Poker.
She just needed to dodge 2 outs, mate. Everything was going as per the plan. Alrighty, we are gonna lose her from the feature table on the very first hand as we come back. Shatters. I'm I'm still speechless there, Richard. Like I don't know what to say about that hand.
Yeah, that's
It just
just how it
feels
happens,
it
I
just
guess.
feels it just feels personal to me, you know, as if I lost that flip.
It is a personal one, isn't it?
Definitely. What a brutal river, that 8. As we go, blind on blind, King Jack of Diamonds for Mr. Chen. I swing here. 8-7 off with 1.6 million. He's gonna call. As we go and see a flop of Ace Queen 6. Well, these two stacks are relatively on the bigger side, both playing more than 40 big blinds.
$60 bigs for Mr. Liu, 44 for Chen, and a couple of short stacks at the bottom, 12, 11, and 7. So quite disparity in these chip stacks. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of all-ins here in these last 2 levels of the day.
Well, the action continues in the background. I really want to go and play that tournament. Whatever they're doing, I wanna get involved.
Me too. Me too. Whatever the stakes.
Definitely. As we see pocket threes opening up the action from under the gun. Do you have any favorite pockets, Richard, other than pocket aces?
No, not really, to be honest. And you?
I enjoy having pocket threes because I was born on 3rd of May, so I like threes.
Nice. Yeah, only like 2 hands, really. Ace, King, O. Of course, aces, but we don't talk about that. But Ace, King, O, and 10, 8 suited.
What's the story behind 10-8 suited?
I don't know. It's I just like it. I just like I don't know. I've always liked it, and it's so funny. I never mentioned this to Grant. Grant never mentioned it to me either. And the one day I told him, like, wow, I really love 10-8 suited. I think it's my favorite hand. This is before I found church. And he was like, wow, that's funny. That's also my favorite hand. So, of course, then we liked it even more.
Something that runs in the poker family.
Absolutely.
As we see Chen move all in with pocket jacks for almost 8 big blinds. And he's gonna get some action from Mr. Lim with Queen 9 of clubs. Only needs to dodge a queen and a queen only. And some clubs. Well, crucial flop for jacks. As we see a 9 high board giving more outs to Mr. Lim. Now a 9 and a queen working for him. Same number of outs. Can he hit it on the river? Not today, sir. Not today. Pocket jack securing a double up. Slightly on the wider side with Queen 9 of clubs, making the call for 8 big blinds. Probably Queen 10. Queen 10 is a cutoff there for 8 big blinds jam. Well, even our chat has dried up. Nobody wants to talk to us. As we see Chen fold suited connectors, 7-6 of spades. Ooh, ace queen suited for Mr. Wang for his last 12 big blinds. Mr. Saito deep in the tank with king 9 off. Mr. June with 60 big blinds, our current chip lead 1.6 million, if I saw it correctly. Very close, number 1 and number 2. Number 1 with 1.6 and number 2 with 1.5. Well, that is our current chip leader, sitting there with 1.5. Opens up with Jack 7 suited, trying to put pressure on the smaller stacks. Ooh, Mr. Lim waking up with King Queen of hearts on the button. And we are going to go heads up. Lim having the position, Jun having the stack, bigger stack for Jun as we see King 7-10, something for both the players. Lim hitting his top pair and Jun with the bottom pair and has some backdoors with Jack 7 of spades. He's gonna bet his bottom pair pocket 255,000. And probably just flats here.
Yeah, no need to inflate the pot unnecessarily. You already hold good equity. And versus the big stack, you always have to apply a little bit of caution.
Well, by mistake, I believe Lim has min clicked it because I believe he has put more money now, or yeah. So basically, what he saw was that the bet was a bit more than 55, and he actually ended up putting something around 85, 90, which kind of now he has to make it double, as he puts more chips than that was required. I mean, if he put it maybe 60, that would have been fine, but I think he actually ended up putting like 80, 85. That is why the dealer has decided, to make it a min click. But I believe the players are asking the floor to be called so that there could be a proper ruling. And we might get more clarity on what really happened. But to my knowledge, Mr. Jun bet 50, 55, and then Lim put about 90,000 in the pot. And it seemed like it was done as a mistake. Not sure what happened, what the ruling was.
Yeah, I wish we could know.
Well, the pot is 380k, so maybe it was actually treated as a raise, because 110, that's 220, and then there is 50 and 50, so that's 320, and the blind, and there you've got the small blind and the big blind ante. What happened on turn, Richard? Did you see?
Bet, call. Check, bet, call.
Do you think Jun's gonna use his Queen Jack blocker to bluff here?
Yeah, depending on how much Lynn was able to gather from that whole happening, I think will play a big factor in his decision here.
That's true. Well, he does know that his 7 is no good anymore.
I mean, he must know. All in, right? Yep, that's exactly what it is. Blocking the straight draw, blocking the flush draw. I don't know if I like it.
I don't like it, if I'm being honest, but I have to give him full marks for trying. The reason because I don't like it is because he has two spades. I rather have no spade in my hand if I want to convert my hand into a bluff. But interesting move indeed with Jack 7. Thoughts, Richard?
Yeah, interesting, man.
Really not sure what to say about it. King Queen folding there.
Yeah, no.
Probably King Queen gonna be the hand. Was gonna be a best bluff catcher for sure, blocking the straight. We are just getting to see how he acquired such a big stack by pressuring his opponents. Very interesting to say at least. As we see ace-3 off for a new player. He's gonna fold. Folds to the blinds. Mr. Lin with King 3. What is he going to do? Sitting there with more than 30 big blinds. Does decide to move all in. Really like this move. Actually get a lot of better hands to fold when you make this move. Hands like, King 4, King 5, King 6, Queen 7, Queen 8. Denying a lot of equity. Seven, 8. Where will you go? Giving a hard think there with 8 high. It's gonna fold. Good fold, buddy. Good fold. So with a Jack 7 hand, it went bet, raise, call, turn. It went check, bet, call, and river. That guy decided to go all in on the river, huh? With the Jack blocker. Very, very interesting spot.
Very.
What are you representing there? Like 2 pair straights? Interesting. Well, he did get the best hand to fold. So kudos to him. Takes a lot of courage, especially bluffing when there are only 90 players left. As we see ace-9 off, shoving for, how much is it? 15, less than 15. 13 big blinds. Well, can see Mr. Deck move all in as well with pocket 8s. Folds to the big blind. Who has King 7 of hearts and is asking for a count. That shove is for 30 big blinds. Don't think Mr. Jin can call here. Good price. That is right there. Well, a classic flip, ace 9 off versus pocket eights. Eights with the 54% equity, but it is really a point flip.
Ace 9, all in and at risk. Needs some help. Queen 5 deuce, not doing him any favors. Brick on the turn. Needs to find it. Can he do it on the river? Yes, he can. Barry Greenstein comes through. Ace 9, good. Well, 79 players remain. Getting late. These players almost playing 12 hours now, so long day for them.
We have an all-in on a call here, Richard. King Jack versus 7 8 of clubs. Wang going all in for his last 13 big blinds versus an open from the button. Well,
Wow,
that is
flopping.
some sort of flop.
Absolute nuts. Oh my goodness, how's that run out? Crazy.
We do have only one level left after this level, and that is going to be 15,000, 30,000 with a big blind ante of 30,000. Ace
All
9
in.
trying to go on.
Yeah, for Mr. Go Seto. What a name. I like it. Mr. Lynn will open the Queen Jack O. Ooh, pocket threes. A short stack in the big blind. Let's see how spicy this dealer feels. Not too spicy, it seems.
Well, down to our last 79 players as me and Richard call out the action.
I mean, 79 players a while ago. You
Probably
believe
have
that
less than
number?
that for sure. No, but I just have to go with the tech team. I've already lost enough, for today.
What's the worst that can happen? Lose another dinner. It's so bad.
That was not the worst thing, Richard, losing the dinner. I've lost plenty of dinners. The worst thing was getting spam, getting scammed by your friend.
Well, they say keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
I didn't know I was the enemy here. Only if I knew. Well, if you guys have just joined in, I feel very sad to tell you that I've lost a Michelin star dinner to our co-commentator, Mr. Richard Cooper, thanks to his smartness. It's all right, lads. We'll get him one day or the other. As we see, Mr. Jun with Jack 9 of Hearts. That hand would open, knowing Mr. Jun. He's been very, very active and being very loosey goosey. Well, he's gonna fold. Maybe they have seen his bluff on the big TV or on their phone. Well, no electronic device
Maybe.
is allowed. Well, no electronic device is allowed on this feature table, Richard. So he can, live happily until these guys go home and watch our stream.
And then he's got trouble.
Definitely. We all like a little bit of trouble.
Oh yeah, keeps it interesting.
Really deep structure tournament, this one. We're down to our second last level, and the average stack that we have on this table is around 25-30 big blinds.
Yeah, still good stacks, yeah. Nobody's super short. So do we know what the actual blind levels are currently?
Yes, the one that we have on our screen, 1025.
Okay. Perfect.
And the next blind level is 1530, the big blind with a big blind ante of 30,000, and that should be the last level for today.
And that should start within the next 20 minutes or so.
Well, pocket kings have been very shy today, but not in this hand, as they make their appearance on a very, very good time for Mr. Lim, as he's down to his 15 big blinds. I feel like 14, 15 big blinds. Ace Jack of Hearts really, really on the borderline here. Probably calling this off for 14.
Yeah,
It's actually less than that.
you gotta go for it.
I mean, you need to call 260 to win 430. would probably have decent equity versus the range that Mr. Lim is going to shove. He actually needs probably more than 20, but he doesn't know that he has 20. He's probably gonna give himself at least 30. I believe he's gonna have 30 here, Richard. I think the numbers are wrong, unless they are accounting for the ace being folded by the other players. Because ace jack versus king should have 30%. But it won't matter as we see ace jack being folded. Well, nothing really happening on our feature table. We just might have to call our dealer and ask him to deal some coolers, Richard. Do you have his number?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Don't have his number, but I would love to see some coolers.
That's a start. At least we have an openable hand. Ace jack off. Nothing for others, but Jun definitely an interesting player. So won't be surprised to see him defend this one,
Yeah, definitely
and won't
not.
fault him. Won't fault him. Even if he chooses to fold, he can literally go either way. Considering he has 1.6 million. We're gonna see Jack 10 off shove here. Definitely an interesting one. This is more than 15 big blinds, right? No, a bit less, I guess. $16 big blinds that jam. Wow. Big jam considering. Here, Jack 10 off. I mean, you can jam some Ace 10 off, Ace Jack off, maybe some Ace Queen, Jack 10, stretching it a little bit, but it did work at that time.
That's it. It's all about timing, Akshay, is what I was just about to say. And if your timing is right, you can pull a bunch of things off that usually don't go so smoothly.
Well, on to the next hand we go. Still waiting for an update on the players remaining. I don't think it is still 79. As we do see a classic cooler developing. Pocket Kings moving all in for 13 big lines. Pocket 10s for Chen. Playing identical chip stack. One is probably gonna get a double up, and the other one is gonna get knocked out. Pocket Kings versus Pocket 10s. Are we gonna have a third person join them? Well, Mr. Wang can be the third one with Ace Queen of Hearts. I've been very quiet for last an hour or two, but a big cooler developing here, Richard. Pocket Kings, Pocket 10s, and now Ace Queen for Mr. Wang.
Absolutely. And all the stack sizes pretty much the same thing. So, yep, two people already have all of their money in. The ace queen now. Big question on them. What are you doing here? The main one.
Tough decision for Mr. Wang here with Ace Queen of Hearts. Like literally, I don't even know what I would do here. Probably fold. I mean, it's under the gun shove and then +3 call. Really on the fence here with Ace Queen.
Yeah. Tough one.
Pocket Jacks joining the party, Richard. This is gonna be a three-way all-in. Kings, tens, and jacks.
Good that the ace queen got away. But yeah, a bit of a cooler inbound to any one of these three players.
Well, if you could take one card from each of these players, you would make a straight with Ace Queen. Alright. Oh wow, what a flop! A set for each one of them. A straight for Ace Queen there, Richard.
Can you believe it?
At least you have a story to tell if you get out of this hand with pocket tens. Oh man, he must be hating his life for folding Ace Queen on this run out. Definitely getting a picture perfect flop there for all the players, even for Ace Queen.
Yeah, well, actually, like we've seen in the series before, coolers always coming at the moment you don't expect them, excuse me, and that's why they're called coolers.
Quite accurate there, Richard. And the game would be fun if we didn't have any coolers. You want some
Definitely
spice?
not. Well, under the gun, King Jacko of Deng raising into, that's a very beautiful hand, Ace 9 suited of Chen. Bigger stack, dominating Deng. Oh, absolute nuts here being turned for Deng. And yeah, the ace-9 now away without any chance of winning this hand. Deng